I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:34 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. The following board members are present in person or virtually, and I will call on each trustee in the order of their districts to confirm that they are present and with us. District 2 trustee.
Yes, President Ramos, I am here representing District 2. It was my intent to be at the meeting this evening. I have a slight temperature, so I am zooming in from home.
Can you hear her? Jackson, you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard her loud and clear.
Okay. I see you. Trustee Jackson is with us. District 2 trustee Quentin Phillips.
Good evening, President Ramos. Quentin Phillips here, representing District 3.
4 trustee.
Good evening,
Daphne
President
Brookins.
Ramos. Daphne Brookins, representing District 4.
I'm struggling with my sound, but forward. Trustee Evans is present. District 6 trustee Andor.
Andor, trustee serving District 6.
Thank you. District 7 trustee Norman Robbins.
Good evening, President Ramos. This is Norman Robbins representing District 7.
Thank you. District trustee Evans.
Good evening, President Ramos. This is Anaya Leonos representing.
President Ramos, this is Trustee Ashley Paz representing District 9. I'm present.
Thank you. And I am Jacinto Ramos Jr., and I am present. On March 16, 2020, Governor Abbott temporarily suspended certain open meetings requirements imposed by the Open Meetings Act. This action permits meetings subject to the act be hosted by telephone spectrum charter of 192. Forward the live channel on YouTube and a link provided in the agenda. In accordance with those suspended rules, we certify the following. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Although members of the board were not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting, by video conference or telephone call. We are meeting by use of Zoom software application. We would if members of the public who have followed the instructions on the meeting notice for to speak during the public comment portion will be unmuted, and I, as the president, am going to adjust one procedures, duties, and ask for your patience as we have questions. Apologies, I think we're back. You can? So I'll pick up where I think Lawton left off. If you have any questions about these suspended laws, please call the office of the Attorney General at 888-672-6787 or by email at poma@oag.texas.gov. We will now move to our pledges, which will be led by
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. This evening, we have a presentation in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month. And
Hispanic Heritage Month. In this Hispanic Heritage Month, our students are not in classrooms. Hispanic history, culture, and people. We want
thank you, Mr. Bond. The contributions made by Alice Contreras stretch back decades. The former Fort Worth ISD Director of Bilingual Education impacted generations of students and educators and built a legacy of inclusion that continues to influence the district today. She was born in Fort Worth in 1928. She went to Washington Heights Elementary and graduated from Northside High School. After graduating from Texas Wesleyan University in 1951, she began teaching at M.G. Ellis Elementary. One of the few Mexican-American teachers in Fort Worth ISD, she made a huge impression on a second grader who struggled with asthma. He never forgot the kindness and patience Mrs. Contreras showed him and all her students as well as their parents. Mrs. Contreras went on to work as an administrator in the district's bilingual education department, alongside the department's founder, Dr. Rudy Rodriguez, whom she later succeeded as director. Dr. Rodriguez said, and I quote, Alice Contreras was no doubt motivated in her approach to education by her own personal experience as a young Mexican-American student facing discrimination in the public school system. This was evident in her hard work and mucho corazón devoted to improving education for Spanish-speaking children at Fort Worth ISD and other culturally diverse learners. Mrs. Contreras passed away in 2013 at the age of 85, but her legacy continues. Remember that second grader who so loved his teacher with a big heart and kind words? He went on to have a successful career and became a Fort Worth ISD trustee, and it was he, Mr. Jesse P. Martinez, who proposed naming a school that was built in 2000, Alice Contreras Elementary School. And now we are very honored to be adding Alice Contreras to the Fort Worth ISD Wall of Fame. This evening, we have some special guests who would like to briefly share their thoughts about Mrs. Contreras. Her daughter, Mrs. Charlene Gill, and former Fort Worth ISD trustee for District 6 and student of Mrs. Contreras, Mr. Jesse P. Martinez. Mrs. Gill?
Hello? Do you hear me? Hello, this is Charlene Gill. I am honored.
You may proceed. We can hear you.
Okay. And I thank you so, so much for honoring my mother and with leaving her legacy for the Fort Worth ISD. My siblings and I thank you. I thank Mr. Rudy Rodriguez, and of course, who was the other person? I'm sorry. Well, Barbara and everyone that put together this beautiful legacy for my mom. Growing up with my parents, my mom, we knew that she was working and was teaching. But in those days, many days back when we all got home together, we would have TV dinners for supper because my mother was busy. Hi. And so I just thank y'all all.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Now, Mr. Martinez, if you would share some words with us. Now, Mr. Martinez, if you would.
Yes. It got me videoed in. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was showing that the host wasn't turning me on. So thank you so very much. Superintendent Scribner and President Ramos and distinguished board trustees. I want to also thank you for recognizing Mrs. Contreras. I personally was blessed to have her as my second grade teacher, and she was a lot like my mother. She always said, even though I was sick a lot and in the hospital a lot, I would try to make up my schoolwork, and Mrs. Contreras, my mother, would always say, "Mijo, don't worry. You will be able to still make something out of yourself. Just have faith in the good Lord and keep trying your best." As a result, I ended up remembering that from my mom and Ms. Contreras. And as I went through life as an adult, I had wanted to go into education myself. But I ended up, God had other plans for me. I ended up in the defense industry and 10 years at Bell Helicopter and 25 at Lockheed Martin in procurement contract management. But I was always involved in the community in trying to help the educational system be better. As a result, I was on a lot of district-wide advisory committees. I was on the 4th ISD Human Relations Committee for 5 years. And then they taught me into running for school board. But on school board, I tried to help all students and all teachers and all parents of the school district, remembering how Ms. Contreras did that. And when the opportunity came up that we built a new school in District 6, they had already planned on naming it Lubbock Elementary. I asked my fellow board members to please support me in that request, and they did so. But I remember also in talking to my wife and my sister-in-law how Ms. Contreras was such a pioneer in helping Mr. Rodriguez when they first started the bilingual program, but then after she became director as the first local person and the first female Hispanic director of bilingual education, she, during her leadership in 1983, she opened up the Student Placement Center. And not only that, she expanded the to secondary language centers, which was J.P. Elder, Meacham, Rosemont, and then in the high school, Haskell, Holly, and North Side. She oversaw the mentoring of a lot of Hispanic teachers and trying to mentor them and get them to take their certifications to be administrators. And as a result, we ended up with more Hispanic administrators that were certified, since we all know, even back when I was a student or on the board, the enrollment of Fort Worth ISD has been over 65%, and I think it's even larger now. This is why I think it's wonderful that we're going to recognize her. And there's so many other educators that have contributed to Fort Worth ISD that I hope in the future this board will see fit to put them on the wall of fame. Again, thank y'all very much. God bless y'all and keep up the hard work all you board members and superintendent are doing. As a former school board member, I know what the general public does not recognize, and that is so many decisions, so many things to think about for the good of the majority. Thank you and good evening.
This time, I'm Toby Jackson, the first vice president, and I will substitute for President Ramos as he has some technical difficulties with his computer. He will be back. At this time, we will hear public comment. Please let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry. 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry. Or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While the board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should refrain from mentioning names of individual employees or public officers during their comments. Any employee or parent or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. Tonight, we are blessed with over 200 parents and public members that would like to speak. Therefore, President Ramos has limited comments to 1 minute because we want to hear as many people as possible. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator will be permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require one. Therefore, they will be awarded 2 minutes. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish their time to another speaker. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of this very important meeting in a timely manner. Because we are utilizing an online platform, all speakers will be announced to speak in the order they signed up. Mr. Clint Bond will announce the speaker's name, and at that time, his or her microphone will be unmuted for 1 minute. Before making your comment, please state your name and then proceed with your comment. At the end of 1 minute, your microphone will be muted. Mr. Bond, will you please call our first speaker this evening?
Mrs. Jackson, our first speaker this evening is Stephen Poole. Mr. Poole, you may begin when you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Good evening, members of the board. I'm Stephen Poole, Executive Director of UEA and a resident of Fort Worth ISD. You have big decisions with you tonight, but it's obvious, parents, students, a lot of teachers want to be back in school, but only when it's safe and when there's a plan in place to ensure the safety of employees. There's a lot who are at high risk and have requested accommodations from the district that still have received no answers. And a lot of teachers are waiting on a better instructional plan, so all of the work doesn't fall on their shoulders. So if it takes time for us to get the plan right, then I encourage you to take a look at the waiver to TEA. But I know there's a lot riding on the decision, and I appreciate everything that you do. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Anna Robikoff, and it will be a statement that I will read. There is no right decision. Life needs to move forward. Taking precautions, wearing masks, sanitizing, and hybrid schedules is a great beginning. The mental health of our kids is at stake. My 11-year-old kid cannot learn virtually. I can't even tell how far behind he is now. Has killed my 25-year career as a conference organizer. I cannot support my family if I am supposed to stay home as their teacher. I completely understand the gravity of the subject at hand, but parents have done their due diligence by submitting surveys and keeping their kids at home for 6+ months. Not all students want in-person learning, therefore our schools will not be at full capacity and time has expired. The next speaker is Anthony Harris. Anthony, if you're available, you may begin.
Good afternoon. This is Anthony Harris. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. In-person instruction for the school year will be safe, organized, and an engaging experience for all students. That's what you said about your return to learning plan. So you originally gave families the option to choose and then later took it away. 52% of the community responded that they wanted the choice, yet you voted 8-1 to take it away, citing that it wasn't safe for us to be able to make the choice for our own families, yet we see people at Cowboys games. All you did when you backtracked on your original plan was burden the families you're public servants for and the child care infrastructure that supports you. You aren't keeping our children safe. You are simply pawning their care off on others. YMCA and other institutions are having technical challenges with internet connectivity, and the environment is loud and noisy. I've seen it firsthand. The COVID precautions being put in place should be viewed as positive, not negative, as we've never had these systems put in place before, and everyone has sent their children to school with the flu and a host of other infections without even thinking twice. Those
Sir,
that
your
are worried
time
about
has
their
expired.
safety.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Christine Chadwick Moss. Mrs. Moss, you may begin when you're ready.
I'm Christine Chadwick Moss. As a grandmother with 2 grandchildren in Fort Worth ISD, I am in support of virtual learning at home for the next 4 weeks. Virtual instruction is working for students in East Fort Worth. The students that do not benefit from virtual instruction at home are households that did not receive but 1 device for an entire family of 3 or 4 children. All students should have equal access to virtual learning. If the school board votes to bring the students back in school for instruction now, think about the amount of instruction time the teachers and students lose in quarantine if tested positive. Again, our students are learning virtually and need 4 more weeks at home. That will give the Fort Worth ISD more time to get the district safe for our students to return. Board, please.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Yuli Woodworth. It's in the form of a statement that I will read. As a healthcare provider, I would vote for kids to go back to campus. My husband and I are both healthcare providers and work long hours. We are expected to come home and teach 3 hours of content. This is not feasible for working parents. Many campuses have returned with no issues. It is time for these kids to socialize with guidelines in place. Please let them go back. The next speaker will be Joy Blocker. If you're ready, Ms. Blocker, you may begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Joy Blocker. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent of 3 and an educator myself. I urge you, school board, to give the parents of your district the choice to put our kids back in the classroom. I come from a long line of proud public school educators, a combined 83 years between my parents and my sister and I. We believe in the public school system and we're blessed to be a part of it. But the recent actions and decisions of leadership among the board is something we cannot sit by any longer. Enough is enough. I come to you tonight representing thousands of unheard voices that desire for parents and teachers to have a choice of in-person learning. We got together this weekend with other parents and teachers in our community, and we started a petition. You should have received this petition in your inbox today. I plead you to read it, to hear the voices of the families, the nurses, the professionals, the teachers that are asking to be back in the classroom. The comments speak for themselves and make me so proud to be part of this community. Our teachers
And your time has expired.
can do this well. Thank you for your time.
Our next will be a statement from Tony Tucker Leafblad. I am all for going back to school in person. I hope no one at school gets the virus, but I'm willing to take the risk because the survival rate for kids is very high. I work from home and this has been almost impossible to work and help my 4 kids with their schoolwork. It's a lot for me, even when they're going to school, but it's even more since they've been home. I wish I had more hours all done, but I don't. And so things are being neglected because there's just too much to do each day. But I know this is what it takes to get a good education. I just can't give my kids as much as I want to and as much as they can get in school. Please hear me on this. Next speaker will be Meredith Ballou. Ms. Ballou, if you're ready, you may begin.
Yes, Meredith Ballou, Fort Worth ISD Kindergarten. Tonight, I humbly ask you to give our students the choice to return to school in person. During my 15-year career as an elementary educator, most of which time has been on a Title I campus, I have taught children from varying socioeconomic and cultural backgrounds. I know that none of these children are thriving during our time of virtual learning, and continuing it will not only impede their academic progress, but it will also greatly impact their long-term social, emotional, and mental health. These precious students need to develop their love for learning, spread their wings, and stretch their independence, and they need to be able to see my face and hear my voice clearly as they learn to read, a priority Fort Worth ISD has championed the past 5 years. It pains me to imagine what our students are enduring, as many have lost their one safe place. They have lost their home. I beg you to put your faith, the same faith you have in us to educate our next generation, to implement the plan to return to campus. I beg of you to use the district's mission to prepare all students for success as your guiding light in voting. I urge you to vote.
Your time has expired, ma'am. Thank you. Next is from Adriana Bobo, a statement that I will read. First, I would like to acknowledge how difficult your positions are. Your positions place you as public punching bags with little praise for your efforts. I see you and I appreciate you. Second, I want to share my opinion as an employee of the district. I feel like I'm in a living nightmare. I stayed up late last week on the edge of my seat, praying for reason and normalcy in the midst of those crazy times. A decision was made and I felt a wave of relief. I spent my week teaching virtually and also planning for the return of my pre-K students. I thought of how to be considerate to my colleagues who may not be comfortable coming back. I created a list of things I need to do to keep myself, my students, and my colleagues safe. I was calm, motivated, and ready. Then I heard the agenda for this board meeting. I can't help but feel like a yo-yo. I believe in supporting district decisions once they are made. I do not support a district who makes a decision and then plans to potentially change that decision. Time has expired. Next speaker will be Suzanne Asfar. Ms. Asfar, if you're ready, you may begin.
I had planned to talk about other things tonight. However, I was livid to read the unconscionable article in Fort Worth Weekly today from Racial Equity Committee co-chair Dr. Max Krochmal, in which he attacks and vilifies as racist those parents who want the choice for in-person learning. How dare a representative of this board attack parents in that way? Without facts or evidence, Krochmal makes accusations that our district has not cared about Black and Brown communities until COVID, that we only care if everyone stays virtual, and that it's only the wealthy, ultra-privileged white families that want to be back in the classroom. Dr. Krochmal, your complete lack of faith in our principals and teachers to be able to do their jobs well amid challenging circumstances is arrogant. It is your own dripping paternalism showing when you think you need to speak for all Black and brown parents, teachers, and staff, as if they can't think, speak, or choose for themselves. The veiled condescension not only of your remarks as a scholar of race, but of your own whiteness is disturbing. It sounds like this committee cares more about the idea of equity than the actual needs of the community. I am calling
And
for
your time
immediate
has expired. Thank
oversight
you.
action for the regulation of the committee. Trustees
Our
Ramos.
next speaker will be a statement from Joy Kramer. My name is Joy Kramer. I am a parent of 4 students at Fort Worth ISD. My children are all home doing virtual learning for 2 weeks, and even though the teachers and administrators have done an outstanding job, the quality of education done virtually can still not meet all of their needs emotionally, socially, and educationally. My oldest has a 504 plan with no accommodation for virtual school. I have delayed the start of my job teaching as a preschool teacher for 1 month to accommodate the board's decision to have virtual school for the first 4 weeks. If the school is delayed another 4 weeks, I will have to make a very difficult decision. My preschool students are suffering consequences of not having their teachers for a month, and now may have to have another month without me. My kids have all vocalized their desire to return to school in person, knowing the risks and know how that they need to wear masks, and the time has expired. Next speaker will be Kathleen Powderly. Ms. Powderly, if you're available, you may begin.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak in front of you tonight. At the beginning of August, I volunteered at a local restaurant who was putting together boxes for the Fort Worth Tarrant Food Bank. The board trustee there, and I was so glad that they were there wearing their mask and supporting local business and the food bank. I have seen other trustees throughout the city wearing their masks and showing that they can engage with their children and with their community. And so I think you all have set a very good example of how mitigation strategies really work. And I stand with my colleagues at Cook Children's Hospital and saying if we wear our mask and we wash our hands, then we can go back to school. And we should go back to school on October 5th. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Next is a statement from Julie Leffelholtz. We have a K and a 4th grade student who are eager to return to school. In my opinion, at-home learning is not productive learning. At the very least, let second and under return. The negative behavioral effects due to online learning are very apparent. Why is the district allowing athletes to play contact sports, but our kids can't return to learn in person? Thanks. Next would be Ashley Jabri. Ms. Jabri, if you're available, you may begin.
Yes. As a specialist with regard to the mental health of students, I was discouraged last week as you all sought the guidance of Mr. Taneja as an expert on public health, yet you did not seek input or ask questions of local doctors or mental health providers in the same public forum. It seems you all are not considering the social and mental health impact of keeping children out of schools as you make your decisions. At this point, it seems that many opposing teachers are concerned with regard to the district's lack of preparedness. I don't blame them after listening to the plan laid out last week. Why is the plan that was sent out in July no longer appropriate? The only way to do what is in the best interest of the most students is to allow the choice for in-person learning. Issues with personnel will have to be addressed, just as working Fort Worth parents have had to deal with their own employers. The task you all are faced with is difficult. You must determine at which point you believe the risk posed by COVID is outweighed by the harm of denying access to schools. Luckily, the actual medical professionals weighed in last night and they made it clear it's time for Fort Worth students to return to school. This is not about the mayor getting her way or any of you getting your way. This is about the students getting what they need, and that is what it should always be about. Thank you.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you. Next is a statement from Tiffany Walter. I support Fort Worth ISD's decision to return to school. Please do not waffle in this decision. It is important to many of us, and many support the decision that was made. I have 2 kids that are preschool age. They attend UCC, a religious school, which they cannot open until Fort Worth ISD does because the teachers depend on Fort Worth ISD for their kids so they can teach. Kind regards. Next will be Aaron Johnson. Mr. Johnson, if you're available, you may begin.
Yes, thank you. Board members, you have been presented a plan by the superintendent that ensures a safe return to in-person learning and virtual options for parents and staff. School districts all over the country have already done this successfully. Locally in this district, the right to choose has already been given to football players and coaches to represent their schools, which I unequivocally support. Fans have been given the choice to attend those events in person, which certain members of this board have personally demonstrated they also support. Why is it that the school's primary objective, educating our children, is somehow not worthy of the same opportunity? This blatant double standard makes zero sense. Federal, state, and local leadership and countless medical experts have all expressed their support for in-person learning. It is my fervent belief that an extension of any duration is explicitly ignoring expert guidance. It would deny choice to more than 80% of families in Benbrook. A vote to extend is disenfranchising parents and students the right to a quality education. It is disenfranchising teachers who yearn to return to the classroom. We need immediate action to uphold the decision from a week ago. Vote for in-person learning. Thank you.
The next is a statement from Jennifer Dons. Dear Fort Worth ISD Board, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak and to be heard on the vote of when our children should return to school. We are a proud member of Fort Worth ISD and have been for over 10 years. Unfortunately, at this point, I cannot say I am proud to be part of the district any longer. We have watched the events unfold and how communication has been handled since the start of COVID. We recognize that we all are dealing with unprecedented times, and it is a very difficult position to be in leadership. At the same time, we feel as if not allowing a choice for families is not allowing our voice to be heard. We know many families in the school district and in others surrounding. It feels that we are in the vast minority, that we have not at least offered an in-person option at this point. The numbers and cases of COVID are going down. We have many working families, and not having an option for our children has taken a toll on these families, and time has expired. Next is Sarah Walters. Ms. Walters, if you're available, you may begin.
My name is Sarah Walters, and I am the mother of a 3rd and 6th grader. To their teachers, thank you. You are working hard. Every child in Fort Worth has the right to in-person school now. The district should create solutions aimed at the real needs of students, rather than solutions that present the appearance of a, quote, robust virtual program. Kids don't just learn at school, they grow. Our current virtual learning program is an experiment. This experiment is not a foundation for any kind of future, for our teachers or our students. In-person learning is happening safely at other schools in Fort Worth. I work at one of these schools, safely, in person, 5 days a week. It is the district's job to provide resources, not restrictions. We need physical access to our schools, to our teachers, and each other as soon as possible. Our families will make their choices. My family is masked up and ready to learn.
Our next speaker will be a statement from Cody Petty. It looks really bad on our ISD that we can play football but not go back to school. Other districts are back and things are progressing to the benefit of the students, not the teachers. We need to realize that teachers are essential workers now. We can play soccer and baseball at the YMCA. We can go to restaurants and grocery stores, but we can't go back to school. Very bad optics. We need to stop following DISD and realize that we are in a different and better ISD. Next speaker will be Stephanie Hill. Ms. Hill, if you're available, you may begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of 10 families. You matter, every child matters, every moment counts. The motto from Luella Merritt Elementary. Mothers know what is best for their children. I know that my children need to learn in person and on campus. You have a chance to bridge the divide by allowing choice for every child so they can learn in a manner that is best for every family. My choice to send in person still allows for other people to maintain their choice to stay virtual. As a taxpayer, I want something better than what you are currently allowing. It exists in person at the public school where we are enrolled. My 4- and 8-year-old need to learn in person. You cannot effectively teach preschool and 2nd grade through a computer. There is a human component that is missing and so desperately needed to make learning effective. If every child matters and every moment counts, you are wasting an entire school year of my children's education.
Your time has expired, ma'am. Thank you. Next will be a statement from Crystal Shawali. There is no perfect or right decision. None of us know the future, but we do know this isn't going away and our kids need an education. I was happy to hear the board had made a decision and now reconsidering. Please keep in mind parents are struggling to work. We are both working from home and juggle work and helping our fourth grader. I see parents struggling financially since daycare is significantly more expensive for years of school kids. The daycare workers are struggling to be education teachers. Make the holiday break longer or return to virtual during cold and flu. But let our kids and teachers return, at least those that want to or need to. We are praying for you all daily and for guidance. Please know we support you all, and those that are bashing any decision do not have a better one. Next speaker will be Stephanie Lynch. Ms. Lynch, you may begin.
Thank you. I am speaking out tonight as a mom of 5 kids, 4 are which enrolled in Fort Worth ISD, and we love our teachers. I want to ask you to give us a choice to go back to school in person October 5th. So many children in Fort Worth ISD are getting left behind. Online school is not one size fits all. I'm asking for a choice. Action cures fear. Let's take action and let's get our kids back in school. Your vote tonight will affect the generations of children's well-being. This is the first time I've seen my 6th grade son who gets his confidence and sense of pride out of school tell me he does not like school. Between the glitching of computers and the technical issues, it is exhausting. I do not know how a single parent or parents that both work are doing this. There are so many tears and frustrations from all of us. As a taxpaying citizen, I expect more from our elected leaders. Other diverse ISDs are back in school with no problems. My sister is a school nurse at Birdville ISD, which includes 43% Hispanic, 9% African American, and 39% white. And they have been in person now for weeks with no incident. Our teachers are essential workers, and it is necessary for our kids and our teachers.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you. Next is a statement from parent at Benbrook. Thank you for fully appreciate that these are unprecedented and difficult times to be in education. I appreciate all who serve and work to provide quality education to our children. That being said, as elected representatives of the parents and children in Fort Worth ISD, I urge you to listen to your constituents. The vote already occurred last week and the majority voted to no longer delay the in-person option. This decision should stand. It is unethical to vote again, to say the least. We are a family with 2 working parents. Since March, I had to drastically cut my work hours to help care for and virtually school my children. It was understandable when the death toll data supported the decision to close schools. However, it no longer does. We need to give families the choice to weigh all the consequences and discern what is best for them. We are currently struggling to stay afloat. This school shutdown cannot go on indefinitely. As a pediatric occupational therapist and a mental health counselor, and the time has expired. Next speaker will be Peyton Gahurl, and I'm sorry if I pronounced that name correct.
It's Gajarel. It's okay. I just want to say to the parents that are putting teachers in a different pool that I am a working mom because I'm a teacher in Fort Worth ISD. I've got twin sons at home and my husband's lost his job. So you're not the only working parent here. I also want to tell the board that I'm really appalled at the fact that we can't make a decision and stick with it. And the reason we can't make a decision is because we're making uneducated votes. You took a vote about teachers without the survey from teachers. And on top of that, the survey didn't ask us if we wanted to come back. It asked us how we wanted to come back. That is an uneducated vote, and it's unacceptable from a board that has to guide such a large district. I completely understand that a lot of people will disagree with me when I say that going back virtually is the best choice for everyone, but I think a lot of people will agree with me when I say that it's absolutely insane that our board of trustees has gone back and forth on so many decisions so quickly. You're impacting far too many people.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you. Next is a statement from Deanna Thievold. I would like to share my opinion and concern as a teacher and a parent of Fort Worth ISD. We have a difficult task. You have a difficult task ahead of you, and I would like to give my support to continue in-person option on October 5th. A point was made by a local pediatrician from Cook Children's Hospital that commands attention. They have treated more suicide attempts than COVID patients. This not only hits close to home, it is a testament to the stories that I am hearing in the community. Children have been uprooted from their routines and daily social, emotional needs from this pandemic. There is a desire to move forward. We have the means and capable of providing a safe return to in-person education. Teetering with emotions is playing mind games at this point. Support teachers to provide in-person or virtual education, not both. Support students need to return. Please put your Fort Worth ISD community first as we speak for those who are at the brink and the time has expired. Next is Brett Oliver. Mr. Oliver, you may begin, sir. Brett Oliver. Brett Oliver. I'll move on to a statement from Karen Brown. Dear Fort Worth ISD board members, I first want to thank you for your time and efforts in a situation that is new to everyone. It seems that we are all building planes and flying them at the same time. I know that there is not one right answer to all situations, but I would like to express my thought as a stakeholder in the district at several levels. As a product of Fort Worth ISD, a parent of 2 children in the district, and an employee, I want to be able to stand behind all things Fort Worth ISD. However, the possible decisions being discussed to extend virtual learning are not allowing me to do so with any of the roles I hold in the district. I would like to focus on the 2 that are most important to me, my own children and the ones that I teach. In July, when we registered our kids for school, we chose in-person learning. I was impressed that the district had a plan and had given families a choice so that they could head into the coming school year with a feeling that they had made the best choice for their families, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Kelly Boyd. Good evening. My name is Kelly Boyd. I'm a mother of 3 and a former Child Protective Services caseworker. Since our students have been out of the classroom for the last 6 months, I am deeply concerned for those that are in unsafe home environments. It has been a very trying time for many families that have suddenly lost incomes and benefits and have been forced inside, have had to monitor and teach their children school from their homes, and may have experienced becoming sick from the virus. All of these factors create a very stressful home environment for many families. Throughout my career as a social worker, I know that added stress in the home can create tension between family members. I worry about the children who may be being abused and neglected, are witnessing increased domestic violence, who haven't had food because money is tight, may have left with unsuitable caregivers who have issues with addiction or mental health, or may even be suffering from their own mental health issues, such as depression and anxiety because of the pandemic. And the time has expired. Andrew Wiesner. Mr. Wiesner, you may begin if you're ready.
Good evening. The return to learning plan you voted to accept last week was filled with disrespectful assumptions. When coupled with the utter disrespect shown during public comment, where speakers were met with board members playing on their phones and displaying behavior that would never be permitted in our classrooms, this disrespect made us feel completely expendable. In addition, the return to learning plans to keep teachers and students safe were ill-informed and idealistic. The moment you accepted that plan, you took the sense of safety away from teachers and staff. Last week, in 7 hours, you moved us all the way down Maslow's. We are living in a reality where the only needs we are having met are physiological needs, and to be honest, I have lost my appetite and ability to fall asleep, so even those are questionable. We love kids. We love seeing kids succeed in ways that seem impossible, and we have the power, the wisdom, and the drive to do that, but only if we first feel safe and valued. With every fiber of my being, I implore you to delay in-person learning for another 4 weeks. Give us time to put plans in place to keep us and our students safe. Give us the resources and respect we need to feel valued. Give us the right to live instead of die.
Next speaker will be Grace Corner. Ms. Corner, if you're available, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Grace Comer. I am a third grader at Overton Park Elementary School. Virtual learning does not work for me because I do not look like looking at a screen because it gives me a headache. I would like to have the choice to go back to school and learn with my teachers and friends.
The next speaker will be Louise Comer. You may begin.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Louise Comer. I'm Grace's mother, as well as I have two other children in Fort Worth ISD. I've experienced now firsthand that my children, especially my first grade son, learn better in person than virtually. I understand that some families need to remain virtual. Our family needs the choice to be in person. I am a nursing professor at TCU, where I have experienced teaching in person for a month now. TCU equips me and the faculty with PPE and specific protocols and procedures to help ensure faculty and students are safe in the classroom. As a teacher myself, I too was concerned at first about coming back into the classroom to teach in person, but with appropriate PPE and protocols in place, I have witnessed safe in-person teaching and learning. Teachers, staff, parents, and students, I am confident based off of the evidence and my own personal experience that we can successfully teach and learn in person. COVID is here to stay, and we need to take the necessary precautions to minimize the spread, and that can be done safely with in-person learning. Thank you for
Ma'am,
getting
your
my
time
daughter
has
back.
expired. Thank you. Next speaker will be Katie Hartz. Ms. Hartz, you may begin when you're ready. Katie Hartz. Katie Hartz. Next speaker will be Kenneth Brown. Mr. Brown, are you there?
Yes.
You may begin, sir.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Brown, and I would like to thank you for your hard work during these trying times. I'm a parent of two students and have a wife that has taught second grade in the Fort Worth ISD for 20 years, so school greatly impacts my life. I urge you to stand by what you've approved and reopen in-person learning on October 5th for those that choose to return to school, just like all of those school districts around the Fort Worth ISD. We all know that in-person learning is superior to online learning. With home distractions and technology issues, there are many obstacles to online learning. In addition, we know that enrollment and attendance through the Fort Worth ISD are down, and these decreases are directly tied to the competition from charter schools and other schools that all offer in-person learning. I know the Fort Worth ISD promotes many programs that encourage in-person learning versus at home, starting with the pre-K program. In closing, the competition is watching how the Fort Worth ISD reacts, and to prevent from losing more students now and in the future, it is critical that Fort Worth ISD show up to the challenge and get back to educating kids to the best of their ability. Thank you for the time, and please help my children get back to in-person learning.
Time has expired. Thank you.
Mr. Bond, can I make a quick statement that is just purely factual? President Ramos, let me ask you. I want to clarify just for people that many of us are looking down from the screens while you're talking, not because we're on our phones, but because we're actually taking notes of what you're saying. So I really don't want anyone to think that because we're not looking at the screen that we're not listening to you. So that's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be a statement from Maria Chica. I am from El Salvador. I fled my native country during our Civil War. I remember laying on our stomachs as bombs fell next to my home. I remember hearing the guerrillas coming into homes, murdering people and raping women. My family experienced that. I fled the country to the land of opportunity, the land of freedom, human rights, and choice. I entered this country in a frozen meat truck. I worked in the fields of California. My message to Mr. Ramos and Mrs. Paz: don't you dare say you speak for your family. I am here to demand a choice that is a right in the land of opportunity. Right now, you are helping create division in a whole district. I hope you enjoyed your Cowboy football game in your comfy seats in the suite. I am glad that your district is able to have football games, gender reveals, carne asadas, and birthday parties, but not have the opportunity to attend school, and the time has expired. Next comments will be from Jennifer White. Ms. White, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll start with my request. Asking that your revote result in extending the virtual learning platform for the additional 4 weeks. Best prepare for safe transition for our campus. Since April, I, as long as other teachers, have been training to give, as our superintendent promised, more rigorous and interactive lessons. Teachers stepped up to bat for this. Parents are not aware of what in-person will look like, and students are not going to be able to interact really any more than online. As for safety in person, the buck is passed and makers for education. It landed in the district lap. The 30-page COVID response plan guidance should be just that, a guidance, as each campus is different. Campus teams need this transition time to plan for our own campus safety plan. In addition, teachers were never given the opportunity to weigh in on if we felt safe to return. The PPE that is being given is minimal at best. We teachers are having to dig in our own pockets again to provide not only for ourselves, but very likely for our students.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker will be Meredith Bowman. Ms. Bowman, are you there?
Yes.
You may begin, please. Thank you.
Okay. As a Fort Worth ISD teacher with a teacher of 20 years of experience, I would like to say 3 truths about leadership. Number 1, leadership isn't about power. It's about empowering others. Are you? Number 2, great leaders succeed because they bring out the best in others. Are you? Number 3, you don't have to be great to serve, but you do have to serve to be great. Are you? My daughter was in Fort Worth ISD and is now living with a family member because it's a better mental situation for her, and she is doing so much better with the option of going in school in person. I stayed back in Fort Worth to take care of my student. I am disappointed with some of this board. You are no longer looking for a solution for our children's education. You are using a political agenda to divide our community. While you should be bringing us together as leaders, that is your job. You continue to bring us apart. Our students' families should have a choice. Period. End of story. When diversity hits, great leaders stand up for each other, not against each other. This has created a very unnecessary.
Your time has expired, ma'am. Thank you. Next is a statement from Sonia Warren Williams. I have emailed you previously about the difficult decision regarding opening schools to in-person learning. I appreciate that several of you have taken time to read, respond, and consider the information that I've sent to you. I try to base my decisions regarding this issue on medical and scientific information, not on political or emotional feelings. Let me start out by stating that I consider my family first and my job as an elementary music specialist second, which is not to diminish my dedication to my training and commitment to my students. There's no doubt that I am committed. This school year marks 34 years as an elementary music specialist, spending the last 33 years in Fort Worth ISD at West Park Elementary School. While I know that many may want face-to-face learning, the scientific research studies don't support it in the way that our schools are set up. Returning to campus means that I will be in an enclosed space, in close contact with nearly 700 students, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Seth Wharton. My name is Seth Wharton, and I'm a parent of 2 Fort Worth ISD middle school students. As a parent, I can appreciate how difficult last week's decision to begin in-person instruction on October 5th was. If our society has learned anything this year, it is that uncertainty breeds fear, and I applaud the courage of the board in its decision to return to school despite remaining uncertainty. While we may have an idea of the short-term impacts of COVID as it pertains to the spread of the infection and mortality rates, one thing we cannot know right now is the long-term impact the pandemic will have on the education of our children. I have seen firsthand how urgently my kids want to return to school and encourage in the strongest possible terms that the board uphold the decision made last week. The students of Fort Worth ISD deserve the best education that can be provided, and the time has expired. Next speaker will be Owen Kurtzinger. Are you there?
Hello, yes, I'm here. Thank you for having me this evening.
I'm a middle school art teacher with the district, and for the past 2 months, the district has been telling the community that we'll have an equitable and consistent learning environment for online learning. And ever since that message first came down, I have jumped right into filling that role as best as I can. I spent the later part of my summer working on curriculum and collaborating with other teachers in my department to make our materials as robust and engaging as possible as per that district messaging. After about a week of online learning, a 1 a.m. vote told us that none of that really mattered. And currently I work from 8 to 5 to teach virtually, engaging as many students as I can. And I don't know where in that 8-hour day I'm expected to fit another 8 hours of working on campus. So I don't know if we're expected to continue to invest our time and energy in that robust online learning environment, or split the difference and spread myself too thin to do a good job either way. So since you're not giving teachers any choice in this matter, please give them a plan that makes sense.
Sir, your time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Catherine Pompa. Ms. Pompa, you may begin if you're there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Pompa. I'm a nurse of 20 years, mother of 4, and a community and school volunteer in Fort Worth. My husband is an emergency medicine physician of 20 years and has been on the front lines throughout this pandemic. As parents and experienced medical professionals, we have zero reservations about sending our kids to school in person. We are so confident in this, we pulled our 2 oldest children from Fort Worth ISD and placed them in a different school system so they could have in-person option. Their new school has done a phenomenal job with planning and organizing and has been successful for 5 weeks in person. Meanwhile, our 2 younger kids still enrolled with Fort Worth ISD remain locked into virtual-only learning besides having a delayed start. Virtual is far from ideal and cannot be sustained indefinitely. The new school we attend has a similar student body size as several Fort Worth ISD schools, proving that even with a large number of students, a successful plan can be implemented. I would like to address the importance of in-person learning as a whole. My husband, having grown up in poverty in Dallas, has experienced firsthand how school is a respite for many kids from neglect.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you.
Mr. Bond. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Bond. We have Brett Oliver that he was not unmuted. Can we allow him to speak? He was quite a few back. And just so our public knows, we're on number 41 for public comment.
All right, Mr. Brett Oliver, you may begin.
Thank you very much. I'd actually like to read a statement made by Board Member Paz because I believe her own words perfectly illustrate why the in-person option needs to be provided to parents. And I'll read her words to you now. Last Tuesday's board meeting had...
Please refrain from mentioning any board member's name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, there was a board member. I won't say it again. There were technical issues which impacted the ability of those of us not there in person to engage in the meeting. We could barely hear questions or deliberations that took place in person, and we couldn't see our colleagues' faces and expressions as they spoke to fully process the feelings in the room, and there was a lag. This is my point exactly. If there are problems with 4 to 5 adults hearing, communicating, how do you think this looks for school-age children? Both my kids have classes with approximately 10 times the amount of people on virtually at a time. It obviously would be hypocritical for that board member and others not to vote for children and in-person learning after making those statements. And I'd also like to add that I believe that any vote made should be final.
Time has expired. Thank you. Mr. Ramos, I'm going to point out that the stack of statements that I have does not correspond to the remaining, or at least to the next several names on the list. But I will keep a good count of those that we cover, and I'm sure I'll find all of the statements, but it's going to jump out of order just a little bit. So, but I will continue. The next is a statement from Lynn Inglima. Is that, if I've said that correctly?
Yes.
You may begin.
Thank you. I'm a mother of 3 kids under 5, and virtual kindergarten class is not working for my 5-year-old. I'm sorry if you hear my baby in the background. I'm still watching him. She does not know how to use a computer by herself, and I have asked my 4-year-old to help my 13 months old whenever I help my kindergartner with the computer during her class. But she is 4, and she can't, and she shouldn't have to. Last week, my 13 months old cried, like he is right now, and hit his head on the baby gate because I shut it to help my kindergartner with the computer. And then I got mad at my 4-year-old for not helping, and I felt bad after. It's my job to be a stay-at-home mom, and I get frustrated during this time. How do other parents who are not used to staying home with their young children react to similar situations? Don't take the choice away from us. Please don't. And Fort Worth ISD, you've had 4 months to get ready.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is a statement from Scott Blair. I am the father of a pre-K student and a 4th grader currently enrolled in West Park Elementary. I've been a fan of the superintendent since the pre-COVID days, and he's a brilliant leader, and I will support him in any endeavor. The superintendent has an outstanding sense of vision, fluent in Spanish, and he spends the district's money wisely. In my opinion, he's the best superintendent in Fort Worth ISD's history. Our children will benefit from his wisdom for years to come, and I hope we can keep him with Fort Worth ISD for a long time. The board's push to revote on virtual learning is really an effort to micromanage the superintendent and inhibit his ability to unite parents and teachers for the welfare of our students. I know that some of you are football fans, so I'm going to use the football analogy to make my point. I equate the Fort Worth ISD board's business with the superintendent's recommendation to open schools as Jerry Jones interfering with Jimmy Johnson, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Candace Blair. I previously...
Okay. I'm here.
You may begin.
Okay. I had a nice calm statement that I had prepared and delivered tonight about telling y'all about my 2 children and their struggles in virtual learning and pleading with the board to allow them back in school. But the actions of over the last 48 hours made me realize that speech was a waste of my breath. Actions, social media posts, and frankly, a poorly chosen mask design tonight proves that there are board members that don't care about children or thousands of other children within the district. You board members, some of you board members have lost sight of your duties as board members, and whose role is to make decisions based upon what is best for children. Each of y'all should review the standards of practice, the mission, the vision, and strategic goals prior to your vote. If you cannot vote based upon what is best for children and not professional employees of the districts, then you should abstain from voting tonight. Thank you.
Next is Morgan Knepp. If you're available, you may begin.
To keep it simple, I'm speaking out tonight advocating for the immediate return to an in-person learning option as this decision should be made by each parent. Do not apply for the extension. Lastly, apparently certain board members like to operate under the adage, do as I say, not as I do. And your recent actions, coupled with your previous comments, crystallize their intent of divisiveness. Your comments that commoditize the lives of certain children are baseless, inappropriate, and they disproportionately criticize a demographic, further politicize a race issue, and I find you and that racist rhetoric offensive. This openly violated the Board of Education standards of practice, and that clearly states your fiduciary obligation is to all students, regardless of race, creed, or color. Therefore, I implore the governing body of the school district to ask for the resignation of this board member with immediate effect. And to the other board member that likes to call the community members and taxpayers trash on social media, please do not hesitate to follow Mr. Ramos out the door. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Deidre Mosley. If you're ready, you may begin.
Good evening, and thank you for reconsidering your vote for extending virtual learning. My kids are thriving in virtual learning because we have invested in them. I speak to you today on behalf of the communication parent liaisons, a part-time employee, taxpayer employee, and last but not least, as a concerned parent. I would like to ask each of you to visit the schools that are in your district before you make a decision. Walk through with the staff and get a visual assessment. Ask yourself, are they prepared to receive students? Are the schools clean? Are cleaning logs being kept? for high traffic areas, restrooms, door knobs, common areas. Is the staff familiar with the plan? There is no plan. We have not seen anything in writing. We do not know all the COVID-19 protocol guidelines. Get their personal concerns, the staff from the essentials up. What are the protocols for high-risk students and staff? Our voice matters. As a part-time employee, I feel.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Peter Stegmeyer. Mr. Stegmeyer, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good evening. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate your leadership and the district's leadership. I know it's been a tough time. First off, I'd just like to echo the comments that the teachers and the districts are doing a phenomenal job. They are doing everything they possibly can, so we appreciate that. Also, I am a parent of 3 elementary age kids, pre-K, 2nd grade, and 4th grade, and I can tell you that it's just not working. Allow our kids to come back in person. It's the right thing to do. Give them an option. And then for those of the faculty and staff that need special dispensation because of COVID issues, I think that's fair to allow them to work from home. But let's get these kids back in school. Thank you very much for your time and your leadership.
Next will be Tatiana Markov. Are you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, families deserve a choice. We all know that we need to do what's best for them, but we are not being given a choice when we're imposed a virtual program. Single working parents and parents that are dual working have no choice but to sacrifice their livelihood. This is about the children. While many things are debatable at this time, there is a consensus that in-person learning for children is by far the best in all respects with regard to education, socialization, and safety. The cost to Fort Worth ISD students is our children are being outpaced by other children nationally and internationally that get to go in learning, that have that choice. Mental health issues. Compulsory education was started not to learn to read and write, but was for children's safety. That was the foundation of compulsory education. We need to get back. We've had plenty of time. Our time will be spent on technical issues associated with virtual learning.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Michelle Polanski. If you're
Good
available.
evening. My name is Michelle Polanski. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent and also finance director for Lockheed Martin. And it's from that lens that I would like to address the board this evening. Like Lockheed Martin, last spring, Fort Worth ISD was faced with an urgent need to adapt and develop a plan. What I have observed is an approach of waiting and seeing and not enough contingency planning to ensure the schools would be ready for the complexities of this fall. As the weeks have turned into months, it is clear that many on the school board are looking for a reopening date that will come with zero risk. I recognize these decisions cannot be taken lightly, but if I can pivot back to my place of work, tough decisions like these are being made by business and civic leaders every day. There is always going to be a risk to be considered, but decisions should be rooted in providing the greatest good with fallback plans in place for the challenges we will encounter. Our plan should address our children's safety, stability, and ability to successfully learn. I refuse to sit quietly while our kids get left behind by surrounding districts and private
Ma'am, your
schools.
time has expired. Thank you. Next is a statement from Jose Diaz. I am a father of 2 minority children in a district that I thought championed minority children. It's very shameful that this board has done nothing to bring back our teachers and staff safely. What kind of leadership are you displaying when you throw all the responsibility to someone else and never own your own mistakes? Own your mistakes and correct them. If I were to make a mistake at my job, I would have been fired. I have been working since and during COVID while you got to enjoy time off and not do anything. COVID is not going away, and we will not receive an acceptable vaccine for at least a couple of years. Are you telling me that our kids will have to be have a subpar education because you have yet to be prepared to provide a quality, safe education for them? Are you telling me that you will keep putting all the burden on teachers and staff because you've not been prepared to provide a safe environment for your employees? Are you telling me that football games are safer than providing education for youth? And the time has expired. Next speaker will be Stephanie Pluckner. Are you there? Stephanie Pluckner, Stephanie Plotner. Next will be a statement from Glenda Diaz. I'm a child of immigrant parents that fled their country to have a choice to live free and without fear of dictatorship. I was raised in the fields of California and dairy lands. I'm grateful for the teachers that dedicated themselves to teach all the children of the field workers. Now I am grateful for teaching my children to be the next minority leaders of America. What I am not grateful for is the board members that are creating the equity gap larger for all children, and this includes children who don't live in the right neighborhoods. I am disappointed that this board has done nothing to bring our teachers and children back safely. Shame on you for not doing more for the people that you serve. All the schools that you created into leadership academies are losing all the education gain they had. Elementary children are at the highest risk of losing their foundation of what they have learned. Reading comprehension is very important, and how are you addressing this virtually? Have you found all the children that have not reported back after spring break and the time has expired?
Mr. Bond, Stephanie Plotner is now available to do her public comment.
She may begin. Ms. Plotner, you may begin. Stephanie Plotner. I'll move on. If you get her on the phone again, we'll come back to her. Haley Franklin, are you available?
I am.
You may begin.
Good evening. I am Haley Franklin, a teacher in Fort Worth ISD. This is my third time speaking to you in the last 2 months. I thought long and hard about what to say to you, and all I came up with is I am tired. I am tired of a pandemic being used as a political tool. This isn't about left and right. This is about all of us working together as a community to end this illness. I am tired of hearing choice. Parents want a choice, but what about teachers? Where is our choice? I am tired of people saying, think about the children. I am. That's why I'm an educator. Oh, and I'm also someone's child too. I'm tired of good teachers quitting. Many already have, because while they love teaching, family comes first. I am tired of teachers being used as babysitters. We are still teaching. That's our job. Stop putting more responsibility on us. I am tired of life, all lives, being seen as expendable. Students, teachers, administration, staff, and the family and community members that this will spread to. We have the right to life. Learning can be recovered.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Victor Franklin is next. Mr. Franklin, are you available?
Yes.
May begin.
My name is Victor Franklin. In your opening comment this evening, you noted that you did not know when you would be able to meet in person to recognize Alice Contreras' addition to the Fort Worth ISD Hall of Fame. A week ago, we sat here and we listened as the board chose to ignore expert advice and reopen schools. In recognition, apparently, of the hypocrisy and the backlash that you face, you have chosen wisely to reconsider reopening schools. My wife is a teacher in Fort Worth ISD, and trust me, no one wants to be back with their students more than she does. But she wants to do so safely. She spends every night in tears right now because that's how scared she is. Your teachers are scared because they are not confident in your ability to keep them safe, and quite frankly, they have a good reason to be. A Washington Post article dated September 10th reports that teachers in at least 5 states have died from COVID. Numerous schools around North Texas have already been forced to close or have reported outbreaks of COVID. This will happen here too if you reopen before it is safe. Do the right thing and listen to the experts. Don't let your students, teachers, staff, and their families suffer and die.
Sir, your time has expired. Thank you.
Mr. Bond.
Next is, yes.
Mr. Bond, Stephanie Plotner is now ready to be unmuted.
She may begin. Stephanie Plotner, you may begin.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you for your time allowing so many of us to speak this evening. I am currently a pre-K teacher in Fort Worth ISD. This is my 13th year teaching in the district. I implore you to keep the October 5th start date with a choice. We can do this safely. It is detrimental to students of all ages to be in the classroom. Parents need a choice about how best their child learns. I also need my students back in my classroom. I need them there for my own mental health. I have a chronic lung condition and I want to be back, masked up, safe, and ready to go. I've said this before, more lately than ever. I came back to my classroom after Sandy Hook, ready to take a bullet, and I am ready to do it again now.
Thank you. Our next speaker would be a statement from Marvin Van Griffith. I would ask you to give us the same consideration you give yourselves in meeting at this moment without the physical presence of the public, and in having chosen to meet last time for the safety of your homes. Your prior decision runs counter to the advice of the Tarrant County Public Health Commissioner. On the day you met, Keller ISD published its decision to return to all remote instruction due to viral outbreaks on its campuses. I just received an email from administrators at Pascal High School saying one or more infected students or staff was recently on campus. Supporters of your decision emphasize CDC reports that young children are unlikely to transmit the virus. They ignore the same report's acknowledgement that teens are probably as likely as adults to transmit it. Yesterday, we learned of the case in Wisconsin of a German teacher like me, younger than me, of a similar body type who took the usual precautions, who was exposed to a student during on-site teaching. She took her laptop with her to the hospital, and time has expired.
Katie Hartz, who we had to skip over, is ready now.
Yes, she may begin. Katie Hartz, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Katie Hart, and I am a Fort Worth ISD teacher and parent. I am asking for the choice to return to in-person learning for families and teachers as previously voted on. I'm ready to have my students in my classroom, and I feel that many students in our district, especially our young learners, learn best with face-to-face instruction. I respect my colleagues across the district who are uncomfortable with returning and feel they should be granted an option to continue teaching virtually. I have faith in the administration at my school that we can return safely. We have a very diverse district that strives to meet the needs of all learners, and I feel the option of in-person learning should be included in order to do so. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Next is a statement from a concerned parent. I am a parent of 2 children in a Fort Worth ISD middle school, and I'm also a school nurse at a Fort Worth ISD elementary school. I have no reservations sending my children back to school. I would like the board to listen to the parents. The survey results showed we want them back in school. The teachers are doing a fabulous job with these extraordinary times. However, my children need the teacher in the classroom with them. My children need their education, and one of mine is ADHD and online is not working. If there is an issue with the teachers prepping for both online and in class, why not have a pool of teachers for each grade level, maybe by pyramid? Those who want to stay home teach online, and those who don't teach in class. Please stop with the flip-flopping and just let the plan go forward as voted last week. This back and forth and changing of your minds is not helping anyone. If anything, it is making this board and this district look more incompetent and wishy-washy, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from R. Price. I feel that the risks outweigh the benefits of returning to the classroom setting. I disagree with going back to in-person learning until there is a better plan design on how we can feel safe coming to work and feel safe for the students not getting exposed. Safety should be the forefront of this school year. I have heard the words social distance when we can, and that's not good enough. Extending distance learning 6 more weeks until we can see a solid plan of action on returning safety and monitoring the COVID during this fall season. I hate to think that our health is being jeopardized returning to the classroom, but it is. And next would be Mindy Wright. Ms. Wright, are you available?
I am. Hi, I'm Mandy Wright. I'm the parent of 3 Fort Worth ISD students in the 6th, 9th, and 12th grades. I'm asking you to uphold the vote you made last week to consider to return to school on October 5th. However, I would ask that you reconsider your plan as it did not consider the valuable teacher input who are our children's stakeholders in their education. Our students are academically behind. Virtual learning is putting them even further behind. While our teachers and school administrators have done a fabulous job, virtual learning and the connectivity and website issues make basic learning difficult. Please allow our families and teachers also a choice to return with a safe and well-organized plan on October 5th. Families and students have different learning needs, and one choice does not fit all. You've asked parents a choice, but you did not honor it. You have voted and then voted to retract it and have another vote. The yo-yo decision-making needs to stop. Please have a clear plan and stick to it. Thank you.
And the next speaker will be Jason Kennemer. Mr. Kennemer, are you there?
I'm here.
You may begin, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jason Kennemer. I live in District 9, and I'm a single parent to 3 children at 3 different schools in Fort Worth ISD. I understand that there are many fears and uncertainties surrounding COVID-19 and the return to school. I have some of those same fears, but the stakes have become too high. I am fortunate enough to be able to work from home and monitor our children, but I'm much more concerned about the bigger picture, the future of our city, our kids. I'm worried about all of the kids in the city who haven't been in school for over 200 days and don't have parents and resources at home to help them with online schools. This is the largest inequality gap in our history, and that gap is growing and will not be overcome. This is our future, and you are failing them. Please vote to put our kids back in school. Thank you.
Next is a statement from Sherry Myers. Good evening. If you decide to continue virtual only, please improve the format. The current format is very stressful, making it difficult to work part-time at home, even with only one child. Furthermore, it does not appear to be the best format for learning. Please return to the earlier plan of 4 hours of daily teacher engagement. I am currently observing much less. Consider holding each class all at once, rather than a little in the morning and a little in the afternoon. The current method is disjointed, with lots of starting and stopping rather than allowing sustained focus on a concept. And please hold classes for the entire class period. After the past spring, we cannot afford to lose any more time. I do not wish to disparage anybody's efforts because this has clearly been hard on everyone. We have all been struggling with confusion, uncertainty, and technical difficulties. Everything is more difficult than it appears, and I'm sure there are things I am unaware of, and the time has expired. Next will be a statement from Jennifer Wagner. I support the board voting in favor of in-person instruction. Parents who prefer distance learning will still have the option. Please give parents who desire in-person learning that option. Nurse, Fort Worth ISD parent. Our next statement will be from Robin Tamiko. If you're there and ready, you may begin. Robin Tamiko. Robin Tamiko.
I'm here.
You may begin.
My name is Robin Tomiko. I'm a teacher and a parent, and I am in support of delaying a return to campus until there's a guarantee that students and staff are protected from the life-threatening risks of COVID-19 during school hours. Since March of this year, the counterarguments have cited needs such as child welfare, trauma in the home, nutrition, socialization, mental health, economic stimulation, a return to normalcy, and yes, educational gaps. The functioning assumption is that teachers and campus administrators are meant to meet all of those needs. Despite difficulties, I am reasonably equipped to virtually address the educational gaps if given a chance. I am not, however, equipped to address the results of a global pandemic. We must be honest and admit to the public that there is no reasonable plan in place to protect our employees or disproportionately affected student populations. I implore you to allow us to remain virtual until you can guarantee the safety of all students and staff under your watch. Thank you.
Next is a statement from Robin Greenshaw. Your mission, as stated in the Fort Worth ISD website, Fort Worth ISD website is preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership. All students. Without the option of in-person learning, I ask you, how are we preparing all students for success? What about students who lack access to food? 1 in 4 families in Tarrant County face food insecurity. According to the Star-Telegram, 82,000 Fort Worth ISD students qualify for free or reduced lunches. How are we ensuring those students are fed and nourished with no in-person school? Many are not aware of or able to pick up food from designated locations at specified times. What about children who are victims of child abuse? Teachers are the #1 reporters of child abuse. Cook Children's has seen a spike in severe child abuse cases since schools closed out in March, and across the country, there has been a dramatic drop in the reported child abuse cases, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Emily McLeod. As a former elementary classroom teacher and now parent of a kindergartner, it is imperative that you give parents choice over what they want for their own families. Choice will give families in need the opportunity to send their children to a safe school environment so that parents can provide for their families. Choice also gives the opportunities for families more at risk to choose virtual. Give us the choice. Virtual only is not one size fits all solution. Give us the option for choice. Students now, not in November. Next speaker would be David Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, are you available?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bond.
You may begin.
We currently have 2 kids in Fort Worth ISD. Last week, there was much emphasis put on Tarrant County Health Director's personal opinion on waiting to send his kids to school until they received a vaccine. It was inappropriate for him to influence the board based on his personal home situation, none of which we know about. My wife tested positive for COVID on March 18th and was contacted by Mr. Teneo's office. My wife called back 3 times, but they never returned any of her calls. We did receive a letter from him on September 2nd, stating that she needs to self-quarantine. The letter was sent 168 days after they were notified, which gives me considerable hesitation to accept his personal opinion on what is best for our kids. The interview yesterday with Mayor Price and the 2 infectious disease specialists from Cook's Children's should be the final piece of the puzzle for all board members. The doctors, based on work from over 50 physicians, clearly communicated the importance of sending kids back to in-person learning and said it can be done safely for all right now. People in Fort Worth love the Cowboys, but we love our kids even more. Don't pander to fear. Stand up and fight for our kids. As Mayor Price said so well, it's time for—
Sir, your time has expired. Thank you. Next is a statement from Emily Jones McCoy. There is very little I could say that hasn't already been said about how vital it is to give our students the choice to return to in-person learning. My first ask is that you release the parent and teacher surveys conducted this summer immediately. My second ask is that you release your latest back-to-school plan, which has been deemed unsafe by those voting against returning to in-person learning on October 5th. There is an army of citizens who are willing to devote their time and resources to coming up with a safe plan that gives students and staff a choice. The lack of transparency and communication from this board is disheartening as a parent. How are we to believe you have our children's best interests in mind when you refuse to share information? Please stop making excuses and let us start offering solutions. Next is a statement from Michael Ann Pritchard. My name is Michael Ann Pritchard, and I'm a mother of 2 Fort Worth ISD children, 1 starting kindergarten and 1 entering 3rd grade. I grew up in a family of educators, attended public school, and I'm a proponent of public school. I humbly ask and beg you to vote no to item 13J of the agenda to extend back to school transition process by an additional 4 weeks, extending virtual learning through October 30th for the following reason. 1, elementary school children need to be in person in 2 weeks, not 6 weeks from now. Kindergartners can learn virtually for 4 weeks, but 8 weeks is way too long and will impede their learning. Number 2, I am confident there are Fort Worth ISD teachers who are willing and in favor of returning in person to 2 weeks. Have teachers in Fort Worth ISD been consulted and surveyed to see what the split of who wants to be in person and who wants to be virtual? Could a possible solution be to let teachers choose whether to go in person or be virtual? 3, Fort Worth ISD can manage and mitigate the risk by implementing the measures below, and the time has expired. Next speaker will be excuse me just a moment. Jessica Morrison. Is Jessica Morrison available?
Yes, good evening. My name is Jessica Morrison. My kids are in 2nd grade in Fort Worth ISD. I want to thank each of you for your service in a volunteer role. I recognize how challenging these decisions are. But as we progress through the spring and summer and today have arrived at the first day of fall, I've become increasingly frustrated. Parents, teachers, and principals have been scrambling due to inconsistent decision-making and a lack of transparency from district leaders. And now there's another proposal that may leave us scrambling even more. My request is to please quit jerking us around. If a well-designed plan barely incorporating the needs of all students and our wonderful teachers does not exist, demand answers for why the district leadership has not spent the spring and summer preparing plans, backup plans, and backups to the backup plans. Hold them accountable. We are counting on you. Thank you.
Next is a statement from Jennifer McMillan. I write this letter to you as an educator who has worked in Fort Worth ISD for 20 years. My voice and the voices of teachers that want to return to in-person learning has not been heard. We are the silent majority, a group of educators that typically are very conservative in voicing our opinions, but it is time to voice them now. I have many reasons for wanting to return to in-person learning, all of which have to do with why I chose to become a teacher 20 years ago. I want to return to in-person learning because giving an equal educational opportunity to all students is important during virtual learning. I have students on all areas of the spectrum when it comes to adult assistance. I have students who have their parents sitting right beside them, helping them to navigate through Google Classroom, assisting them with answers, and helping them with complete their work. I have students at daycares that are struggling to hear my instruction, may or may not have an adult near them to help them navigate Google Classroom, and oftentimes don't have the supplies needed to work, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Courtney Waite. I have worked for as an administrator and instructional coach in Fort Worth ISD for 3 years. My 2 children also attend a Fort Worth ISD school. In casting your vote, please follow the recommendations of local health experts. The Tarrant County School Reopening Dashboard recommends virtual learning for all school districts and high school attendance zones. The safest place for all students to learn and teachers to teach is their homes. While virtual learning puts a burden on families and is challenging for many learners, schools are simply not equipped to keep all students safe from COVID while also providing high quality instruction. All of us long for a time when it is safe for children to gather in classrooms and learn together. That being said, I have been impressed with the district's commitment to improving virtual learning this year. The Ed Tech department provided excellent trainings that gave teachers the tools to meet the needs of every learner while having never met them face to face. Teachers across the district rolled up their sleeves and worked countless hours to plan their lessons online. It even gave a chance they will continue to do so and keep improving with practice, and the time has expired. Next speaker is Joshua Roberson. Are you available?
Yes, sir. My name is Joshua Robertson. The resources you've had at your disposal, a playbook written by some of the best pediatric and infectious disease doctors right in our backyard. And let me remind you that you've had over 200 days to prepare for in-person learning, which is more than enough time and resources to empower you to give parents the choice. As our elected school board and primary role is to govern education for our district. And execute the game plan. That's what leaders do. We all know this is going to be challenging, but we ask that you maintain your vote by running the plays, sticking to the game plan, and doing the right thing so our children have the choice to learn in person, laugh with their friends, and be challenged by the teachers they so love on October 5th. Thank you so much.
Next is a statement from Jennifer Butcher. I'm classified as an essential worker and returned to the office in May. It was scary at first, but then you read more and realize with a strict mask policy and washing your hands, returning to work can be safe. I understand that virtual learning feels safer, but we need to balance risk versus reward. For every family, it's different, but for my family in person, it is worth the risk. I have 3 elementary aged kids, and the youngest is in kinder. My kinder child needs to be in a group environment where he learns by mimicking his peers and class participation. My middle child thrives off in-person feedback from teachers, and the oldest needs the social benefits of school. We've survived these last few weeks with amazing grandparents who agreed to help. Without them, we couldn't have both maintained our full-time jobs. Despite the help, continuing online learning will harm our kids' future. They are learning the foundations and need the strong base to keep growing, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Ashley Norman. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent and teacher. I want to begin by saying that I know you all sit in an impossible situation. There is no decision that will be 100% right for every student, teacher, and staff. There is no decision to please every taxpayer. No decision will keep everyone 100% healthy, both physically and mentally. I'm writing tonight to express my desire for parents to have a choice to send their students in person. As a parent, I have seen the absence of 10 months without school. I have seen my children regress not only in their academics, but also socially and emotionally. I am not writing to say that COVID-19 is not scary. It is. However, I am more afraid of the long-term consequences of my children's health and education from extended virtual-only schools, including social and emotional growth. Lastly, I would like to end with my viewpoint as a Fort Worth IFD teacher. I became a teacher because I loved to learn and wanted to inspire others to learn. The time has expired. And the next will be a statement from Adrian Garcia. I wanted to take a few moments to express my concerns in a revote that takes away the in-person option. I'm a mother of 6. I have 3 children that would be in Fort Worth ISD, but when the announcement came that the school year was being pushed back, my 7th and 12th grader asked me that they find another school that they could go to in person. They started at a local private school and have been attending classes for 6 weeks in person. Their school isn't the only school having a successful hybrid of learning. Most of the school districts that surround Fort Worth have had in-person learning for weeks as well. My youngest started kindergarten at Tanglewood this year and pleads almost daily to get to go to his school instead of his daily virtual learning routine. I worry that he isn't getting the education that my older children received in kindergarten. I try my best to fill the gap, but my education is a bachelor's in nursing, not education, and the time has expired. Next comment will be from Robin Irizarry. Is that correct? Robin Irizarry. Is Robin Irizarry available? We'll move on to a statement from T.C. Bernardi. I'm a retired educator. For 25 years, I taught 1st grade, 2nd grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, and 10th grade general education students. I also taught kindergarten through 5th grade students with special needs. After earning a master's degree in education, I spent 10 years serving as an educational diagnostician, which gives me a unique perspective on the issues you are facing today. Children do not learn from a computer. They can be lectured and given assignments, but real education is provided when qualified teachers provide the experience necessary to acquire the skills children need to be successful in school and life. Since last March, students in Fort Worth ISD have had little or no chance to acquire new skills. The longer we keep schools closed, the further behind these students will become. I know this is a scary time. The pandemic has wreaked havoc on our economy and robbed business owners of their income necessary to stay open, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Julie Foster. I asked the Fort Worth ISD Board to uphold the decision to allowing families to choose in-person learning for their children starting October 5th. My second grader, along with a majority of her classmates, are desperate to get back to in-person learning. Over these first few weeks of virtual classroom instruction, I have personally watched my daughter and her classmates struggle to understand instruction, deal with technical issues, be attentive, and become emotionally stressed due to the absence of support or ridiculous expectations during virtual class time. Most of the students do not appear to have the adult assistance they absolutely need. In many cases, it is not even clear if some of the students have proper supervision in the home at all. This is probably due to parents having no choice but to go to work during school time. Children belong in the classroom where they can be supported in their learning and their social and emotional needs are cultivated. This does not translate through the screen and the time has expired. And the next statement is from Ashley Kubista. I have been patiently awaiting the return of in-person instruction. I could not argue that the community spread of COVID-19 in July warranted a delay start in our area. However, the spread is now contained and it is time to return to our schools. You have the responsibility of serving every child in our district. For some, that means the ability to learn virtually and protect vulnerable family members. For others, that means providing them with a place that is as safe as possible to learn and grow. Many families are leaving our district, something that would be felt for years to come. It is time to step up. I believe in our leaders, teachers, students, and parents. Let's work together and rise to the occasion. In-person instruction is attainable, and it is absolutely necessary. The next statement would be from Olivia Garcia Castel. Are you there?
I am here.
I'm sorry for butchering.
Okay. My name is Olivia Garcia Hassel. As a third-time speaker, I'm outraged that we've come to this. Science versus politics. Pandering to the affluent members of our communities. I hear lots of talk about your choice as parents, but what about my choice as a teacher? For those of you who say that COVID isn't going away, you're right. It won't go away if we go to in-person school. Instead, COVID will explode. COVID is a pro in-person learning. Many mention football and other sports. We shouldn't be doing that either. Last week, one of you said you didn't have enough information to make a decision. How can you have enough information now? At this point, I've come to realize that a lot of parents don't care if I live or die. What a heartbreaking realization as an 11-year public servant. I hope you care more than they do. Not all of us who fear for our lives can get reasonable accommodation. And you haven't even told us if that will be available. We're bounced from principals to HCM and back with no information. I invite you to go to my school.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you. Next is a statement from Matt Campbell. All we are asking for is the choice to keep our kids home or send the kids to school. If people are not comfortable sending their kids to school, they can continue with the current online virtual learning program. If they are comfortable sending their kids to in-person school, right to do so, that as well. Stop making this political and make it about the well-being of our kids. Everyone sees through what our board is doing, and it is not a good look and is only hurting the kids in our school district. Stop using them as pawn. Do what is right and give us the choice. Let me make the decision as to what is best for my kids. I can handle it. Elizabeth Branson is the next speaker. Ms. Branson, are you there?
Yes, hello.
You may begin.
Thank you. I am a middle school art teacher at Fort Worth ISD. I ask you to extend virtual learning. Surviving a pandemic is not supposed to be about what individuals want. Surviving a pandemic is about making hard decisions for the health and safety of everyone. Yes, face-to-face is better, but only when it's safe. Parents say they want a choice. What about teachers, staff, and the greater community? When a personal choice can affect the health and safety of others, we need officials to make science-based decisions to protect public health. What about my choice as a teacher? I will be in front of 100 students a day without adequate space and supplies. I don't want to get sick. I don't want to die. I don't want to spread this to my family. To quote a sign from the demonstration today, I can teach from a distance. I can't teach from a casket. Society has already overburdened teachers with more than our share of responsibilities. Face-to-face during a pandemic is too much to ask. If you value teachers, show us by not forcing us into a high-risk teaching.
Time is expired, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next statement is from Aaron Neely. I'm a new parent to Fort Worth ISD with kids who have just started kindergarten in our neighborhood school. Unfortunately, due to COVID and your major delay of in-person learning, we have lost many families at our school, which could cause a lack of funding in the following years. Many families have left Fort Worth ISD so their children can learn in the classroom this year. Many private schools in our area have opened successfully, and public schools in the surrounding area. I believe that all families should have a choice of in-person learning, just like families have a choice to do virtual learning this year. Virtual school, especially for early elementary, is not ideal and actually could be detrimental to their social development. Many school districts in our surrounding area have reopened safely, so why are we still closed? Our neighborhood school staff and teachers are ready for the children to be back in the classroom. I respect every parent's decision to keep their kids at home this year to learn, and the time has expired. Next speaker will be Sabrina Cabral. Are you there? Sabrina Cabral?
Yes, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, perfect. I am wanting to express my concern of the district handling of COVID-19. I'm a native Fort Worthian. I graduated from a Fort Worth ISD school, and I chose to raise my children in Fort Worth. However, the lack of guidance and preparedness for students to return to school is baffling. I'd see other districts who have returned successfully. At this point in the year, why do we not have a plan? How do we expect teachers to comfortably return to school when they feel like they aren't being supported by the leaders of this district? All I can say is God bless them. I sit here in tears at the teachers who've written to express their desires for staying virtual or going in person. However, my tears pale in comparison to the amount of tears my 8-year-old daughter has cried over missing her friends, being sad or embarrassed that her district issued device fails her, or tears of frustration due to the difficulties she faces. She has missed numerous classes due to computer issues, and how is this benefiting them? She longs to be in school, and I long to give her the sense of normalcy that was stripped from her back in March. All I'm asking is for us to just figure this
Excuse
out.
me, ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Christina West. Ms. West, are you there? Christina West. Oh, my mistake. Sorry, everyone. It's a statement that I need to read. As a parent of a Fort Worth ISD student, please note I am for the return to in-person learning. Also, this revote is unnecessary, and the public deserves to know what and who precipitated this reconsideration. Now, the next speaker is Susan Walker. Ms. Walker, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
As a teacher, my primary concern is making sure the students, teachers, and staff can return safely when the time is right. Our district said that we have a plan for a safe return. While I believe our district has good intentions, I have not seen what I consider to be an effective and safe return plan. Board members, were extra teachers hired to make sure we have a low teacher-to-student ratio? Do we need extra space in our buildings to accommodate our numbers to socially distance? If so, were portable buildings ordered? Board members and parents, did you know that some classes, including core classes, have 34, 35, and even 38 students? If 80 to 90% of the students return in some buildings, how in the world can we socially distance these students? A big chunk of this plan is decided on the campus level, but did you give those schools resources? Did you give those schools funding for extra personnel? Board members, teachers were told on multiple occasions we would not have to teach in person full-time as well as teach virtually. But from what I can tell, that is exactly what we are going to be doing.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you. Next is a statement from John A. Hall, payer as well as the parent of 2 former Fort Worth ISD students. My questions for the board and staff are concerning the preparations of district facilities for in-person learning. As each classroom, my estimate 4,700 rooms, on every campus, 138 based on the district website, been evaluated and mapped to determine the student occupancy rate based on the social distancing measure of 6 feet? If so, when will these plans be made available to the public? If this hasn't been done, explain why it hasn't happened. What type of plexiglass dividers have been purchased? And I'm not speaking about the trifold plastic 18-inch dividers with the blue windows that I have seen pictures of. Will teachers who have tables in their classrooms be provided with enough for proper and social distancing? Has every lunchroom on every campus been evaluated and mapped to determine the student occupancy rate based on the social distance measuring of 6 feet? If so, when will these plans and the time has expired? Next speaker is Jane Ann Deaton. Ms. Deaton, are you there? Jane Ann Deaton. Jane Ann Deaton. Next speaker would be Patricia Stafford. Ms. Stafford, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Patricia Stafford. I'm a physician assistant at a major hospital. I've been working through this pandemic from its very peak to the flattened curve and to now it's peaking again. COVID isn't going away. We are learning to live with it. And now that we know COVID and we know the risk, we can figure this out. By allowing children to return to school, action can be taken in real time to mitigate those risks, whether it's increased sanitation, changes in procedures, etc. You can go back to the drawing board again and again. You cannot do that by sitting idly while we all suffer with online school. It's not working and we all know it. Parents are asking for a choice. Parents are also asking how to help. We want our teachers to feel safe and prepared to be able to teach well. That's what's best for our kids. Currently, the entire city appears to be against you. You have the opportunity to change the narrative. Tonight, you can vote to open the schools and join parents and teachers in making schools as safe as possible. You can repair the incredible damage that's been created by allowing choice, becoming transparent, providing clear communication, and constantly improving the teacher workforce. It's never too late to do the right thing. Oh, and go Cowboys. Thank you.
Next statement is from Jim and Meg Pitts. Superintendent Scribner and school board trustees, thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts during this meeting. My husband and I are both essential workers who work outside the home. My husband also works from home in addition to the work he must complete outside the home. Virtual learning is a burden on our household. We have a first grader and a 3-year-old. We are struggling to oversee the virtual learning for our grade school age child and watch daily as she struggles and falls behind. Many children and families are struggling, and we cannot ignore the social, safety, and mental health impact being out of school presents. I urge you to stand behind the decisions made last week to allow the choice of in-person school. Schools all around us have adapted to allow for in-person learning. Just because you can apply for the waiver and extend virtual learning does not mean that you should. Children learn best in school and deserve quality public education in person, and they deserve it now. Our mayor hosted a chat last night with Cook Children's CEO, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Kim Turner. I'm a mother of a first grader, a TCU staff member, and a certified contact tracer. My husband is in medicine and a first responder, so we are acutely aware of the health and educational implications of COVID. According to the Children's Reading Foundation, third graders who cannot read on grade level are on track to be our nation's lowest income, least skilled citizens. Reading is a prerequisite for most adult employment, continued personal achievement, and for a continued democracy. And sadly, some states use their elementary students' reading failure rates to predict future prison sizes. In a parent meeting last week, the teachers at our school stated that due to lack of classroom time, our children may not read on grade level by June. My own daughter's reading level hasn't changed since March. I'm terrified. All major DFW districts are back in person or have firm start dates, giving their pre-reading students the instruction necessary to achieve foundational skills, and the time has expired.
Mr. Bond, just to update everyone, we're around number 93 at this time. 93.
Thank you. Our next speaker would be Rhonda H. Jennings. Are you there, Ms. Jennings?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin, ma'am.
The spread of COVID has not been contained. As a single parent, this would have ruined me, but I would never have asked teachers or their children to put their lives at risk because I need daycare. I teach special needs students at Fort Worth ISD, and students can be very aggressive, hitting, spitting, biting, kicking, and more. Many of these children will not wear masks. The distance of 6 feet is not possible. Districts are using these as loopholes to deny teachers the use of Family First Coronavirus Response Act. The numbers, 5%, even if we went down to 5% of deaths in COVID, that would be 4,484 souls lost in this district. We have got to put the value of human life first, because I guarantee you, if
Ma'am,
you
your
or
time
your
has
child is
expired.
dying, you
Ma'am,
won't
your
care
time
about
has
their
expired.
education.
Thank you. Next is a statement from Dow Kruger. Please keep in perspective that your responsibility ultimately is to the parents and children of your district. The parents and children of Fort Worth have spoken, and the majority of them would like to have the option to return to school as soon as possible. At some schools, the overwhelming majority would like this choice. Do not take this choice away from parents. Your position is not one of authority dictating this choice for parents. Your position is as a trustee who represents the parents of Fort Worth. To the teachers of Fort Worth, it is time for you to do your jobs, which means teaching school in person. You are essential workers, as essential as grocery store workers, restaurant employees, delivery drivers, and numerous other people who have been doing their jobs in person for months now. Fortunately, we have not seen major outbreaks among these groups. Studies and plain real-world experience from numerous other countries and states who have had in-person learning over the past few months have repeatedly shown that children are not significant vectors for the virus, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Dr. Vincent Inglima. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, last week I called in as a physician and as a father to give my opinion that students need to be back in the classroom. I was pleased to see that common sense prevailed and the Fort Worth ISD joined all local districts for in-person learning. Throughout the week, I celebrated that decision with medical personnel at every hospital and clinic I went to. I find it very concerning that I'm having to write this letter tonight. I would call in, but again, hospital responsibilities don't allow me to again be on the phone for 4 hours. How does leadership become swayed so quickly? What kind of example are we sending to students if we constantly are changing policies before even implementing previous guidance? After registering for school this year, we received a letter from Dr. Scribner stating, quote, while there may be uncertainty right now, your child is our #1 priority. At this time, I was reassured knowing that the children were the district's top priority. Are they still? And the time has expired. Next is a statement is from Madeline Martinez. Ms. Martinez, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin, ma'am.
I'm here to urge you to vote to continue virtual learning. I'm not going to sit here and beg. I am just tired. I'm so tired of being jerked around by you. This meeting is a prime example. Whatever side you're on, this board has messed with people's lives by being so in decisions. But should you send us back and this virus spreads, and it will, you can react in 2 ways. You can say, well, it was worth it, which would be surprising, but this board has surprised me before, or what an awful mistake. And I would respond by saying, you don't get to claim mistake. A mistake implies you didn't have the knowledge or facts, and you do. So you will have willingly put teachers, students, and their families in harm's way. But you're going to do what you're going to do. And like I said, I'm tired.
Thank you. Our next statement is a written statement from Jenny McCullough. I am troubled by the fact, excuse me, let me restart that. I am troubled by the fact that many people do not agree with opening schools. It is personally affecting my family because my granddaughters have to stay with their dad to do their work while their mom works. He isn't the world's best and loses his patience often. I have to work too, so I can't help. Why is it that rec centers and YMCAs can have up to 70 kids in a gym, but we can't go back to school. Teachers speak about their life being in danger, but all of us have been working since June in public around tons of people. So their life is worth more than mine. This is outrageous. If the poor Walmart worker has to work, so should teachers. We need to show our kids to not live in fear. By the way adults are acting, our kids are being impacted terribly. Many children have many fears now. It is extremely sad that kids can't be kids anymore. We must open safely, but we must open. The next speaker would be Marisol Herrera. Ms. Herrera, are you there?
I am here.
You may begin.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Marisol Herrera. I am a Fort Worth ISD single working parent and teacher. I was heartbroken and overwhelmed after last week's decision to open our schools to in-person learning by October 5th. As committed as I am to my profession and my place in this district, I could not sleep for days thinking about the impact the decision would have on my family and the families of all the students I serve. You should not be in a place to make such decisions, but as things stand in this political climate, you are. Your decision goes far beyond student academic achievement and into the realm of public health and equity. I will not list the data you already have available, but simply ask that you consider its weight and the lasting impact your decision will have beyond this school year. As much as we all want things to return to normal, we are simply not there yet. There is no choice in this reality and these facts. Please give us all the time you feasibly plan to allow us to move forward safely. Give us at the very least these additional 4 weeks. Thank you.
Next is a written statement from Martha Ortega. I'm a 23-year veteran at Dolores Huerta Elementary. I have crafted many lessons in my career while serving my students and my community. One of the most important lessons I have taught is that when you give someone your word, you keep it and you honor it. Giving your word to someone and then going back on it is a sign of great disrespect. Sorry, is there? I got feedback, so I'm going to restart this comment. I'm a 23-year veteran teacher at Dolores Huerta Elementary. I have crafted many lessons in my career while serving my students and my community. One of the most important lessons I have taught is that when you give someone your word, you keep it and you honor it. Giving your word to someone and then going back on it is a great sign of disrespect and disregard for that person. Dr. Scribner, you gave us your word that you would not send us back to the classroom until the numbers were safe. That did not happen last week after you and several board members ignored the data from the health officials. You presented your plans and votes were cast. I feel that my trust has been broken and my life isn't valued. I don't have a choice. I'm just an employee number and must report for duty. While you and many others get to work safely in the comfort of your office, equipped with your own plexiglass, I will be following my COVID lesson plan at 76106, the hottest red zone in the district, as follows: risk life plan, teach and record rigorous in-person and virtual lessons, and the time has expired. Next is a comment from Jim Turner. First, this board convinced our community that Fort Worth ISD needed more time to prepare, and they pushed the start of school back 2 weeks. Then a few weeks later, this board convinced our community that the Labor Day holiday made conditions too risky. So they filed a waiver to push back the start of in-person learning by 4 weeks. And now this board is trying to convince our community that the conditions are still not right and that we are not yet prepared, so we need another waiver to push back another 4 weeks. That's a total of 10 weeks of delays, 10 weeks of excuses, while the majority of the schools in our area and state have been teaching and investing in their students in the classroom with no major outbreaks. 10 weeks where our kids, my first grader included, have fallen behind in basic skills like reading and math because they are learning on their couch or gym floors. Most concerning to me, if this board has already delayed the start by 10 weeks, what would stop them from seeking another waiver and pushing the start and the time has expired? Next is a statement from Annie Stewart. It has been said of the pandemic, we are all in the same storm, but on different boats. There are 13 students in my twins' kindergarten class. Last year, their teacher taught 22. I checked birth certificates. I checked the birth statistics for 2015 compared to 2014, and there was no significant increase in births. 76% of the students at my children's school are economically disadvantaged. I don't believe the decrease is due to an exodus for private schools. For some families, online learning is not a viable option. Some boats have gone off the radar. Of the 12 families in our class, 10 do not have a device for their student. On the 7th day of instruction, I helped a mom log her daughter on for the first time. This student has only 2 siblings, so she has the lowest priority for sharing their one personal device. Even the asynchronous options do not allow her to participate. Some boats don't have the equipment they need to float, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Elsie Hopper. Dear School Board, my name is Elsie Hopper. I'm a first grade at Tanglewood. I love to work and I like my school. Mrs. Feldman is my teacher. I like being with my teacher, and I like seeing my friends a lot. I want my teacher to teach me at school. I want to walk to school and see Mr. Williams when I cross the street. Please let me go back to school. Thank you. Next is comments from Gary Williams. Mr. Williams, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you may begin.
Okay, my opinion is that the current risks to faculty and students outweigh the benefits of returning to in-person instruction. Currently, teachers have adequate time to prepare for online instruction without students in the classroom. Preparing for online instruction, recording and uploading lesson modules. In the one model I know of, this takes 2+ hours for the preparation of online instruction at the elementary level. When students return to the classroom, teachers will be given a 45-minute planning period to prepare for both online and in-person instruction, which is not enough time to prepare for both. How will this work with students in the classroom? A couple of points to consider. Analogies to other districts that are not valid unless the models compared to are the same, such as teaching both online and in-person simultaneously and have similar demographics. Is that some large districts have returned to in-person instruction, have experienced COVID outbreaks and consequential quarantine.
Sir, your time has expired. Thank you. Next is a statement from Kelsey Stevie. I am a local small business owner, Fort Worth ISD, mother of 3, and advocate for choice. As you place your vote, consider this. 1, this summer, I worked with over 150 children in a very close outdoor environment. Since May, not one student or any member of their family contracted COVID from our time together, despite the fact that masks were optional. It is unreasonable to believe that a controlled environment such as our schools with proper PPE and sanitation would not be safe enough for groups of 20 kids to be together. 2, the decision to keep kids out of school is costing people their lives, livelihood, and so much more. Please stop refusing to acknowledge this. Our middle-class family struggles daily to juggle all that has been thrown at us with COVID, let alone trying to maintain our full-time jobs. Now we have been called upon to teach our son. My husband and I both work extremely hard and depend on our jobs to meet our basic needs, and the time has expired. Next speaker would be Sally Blackman. Ms. Blackman, are you ready to start?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You may begin.
My name is Sally Blackman, and I am a very concerned Fort Worth ISD parent, as well as a former kindergarten teacher. I am calling to advocate for the right for every parent to make the choice for their child's education. Children belong with their teacher in a secure learning environment, and with only offering a virtual option, you are tampering with the academic foundation our children need to succeed. Months ago, thousands of businesses and community members had to make a choice whether to go back to work or not.
Trusted professionals conceived a plan and executed that plan. Today, these businesses remain successfully open while also keeping their employees safe. As a school district, we face the same challenges as everyone else. If businesses are able to overcome the threat of COVID through planning and implementation, so can the school system. As the Fort Worth ISD taxpayer, I expect you will provide the services we are paying for. And that
Ma'am,
is
your time has expired. Thank you. Next statement is from a Fort Worth ISD educator. First, I would like to thank you for your devoted voluntary service to the Fort Worth ISD community. I recognize the decision you are having to make this evening is a challenging one. However, I respectfully encourage you as a body of decision makers to determine your North Star as you deliberate and allow it to guide you. I truly believe that you settle on that. Your decision will not easy, will become clearer and bring you to a place of peace amid all the warranted noise you must consider. Whether that star is the physical health and safety of staff and students, the emotional health of parents, staff, and students, the rights and concerns of parents, the educational needs of students, or any other, each is tremendously important. You have been given the unenviable task of determining which must be the priority during this worldwide pandemic. No matter what you decide, I am sure you will know not everyone will be happy, and the time has expired. Our next speaker is Nandini Balayal. Did I say that correct?
No, Nandini Balio. I'm a graduate of Pascal, Bill Elliott, William James, and I'm a teacher at Carter Riverside. Teachers' lives are not expendable, and I find it reprehensible to hear the choice crowd not say a single word about teachers. We don't run a glorified daycare. The Black and brown lives of my students, their multi-generational households, are not expendable. If you force us, if you do not give us a choice, you are essentially telling teachers like me to resign. I miss my students desperately. I suffer from depression and anxiety, but no educational experience is worth someone's life. Please delay in-person learning and give us the chance to teach online. People will die unless you actually take some action. Thank you.
Our next speaker is only using his first name or her first name, Jamie. Jamie, are you there? Jamie? One more time for Jamie. Next speaker would be Katie Pelch. Ms. Pelch, are you there? Katie Pelch.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You may begin.
Hi, I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent. I hold a doctorate in environmental health, specializing in evaluating the health impacts of chemicals in our cleaning product. I am asking you tonight that prior to our return to in-person learning, the Fort Worth ISD board and individual schools fully disclose the brand name and active ingredients in all cleaning products used in schools, and to commit to not fogging classrooms with harmful and toxic chemicals. I was alarmed to hear that daily fogging will occur, given that CDC does not currently recommend these practices, and several EPA-approved disinfecting products contain quaternary ammonium compounds, or QUAT. Despite being EPA approved, these chemicals are known respiratory irritants, meaning they make existing respiratory conditions like asthma even worse. In addition, these chemicals have been reported to cause reproductive harm and infertility in rodents. The truth is, there is just not yet enough information about the potential risk these chemicals have on our health. We must commit to clean, safe,
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you.
And no fogging.
Next statement is a written one from Jackie Prouse. As a parent of a high school junior, I feel that it is imperative that the Fort Worth ISD students need the option to be back in the classroom. The negative impacts of online learning far outweigh the risk associated with being in the classroom. Other school districts have figured out ways to go back in person, and Fort Worth ISD can do the same. You have already voted once to start back on October 5th. We do not get the option for a revote because we did not like the results of an election, and you all should not have the option to revote because of the pressure you are receiving. Stand firm in your vote and send these kids back to the classroom. Remember, you are not forcing them to be back in the classroom. It is an option. Next is a statement from Mike Needham. Dear Board, I'd like to thank each one of you for serving your communities as elected officials for your respective districts in a not so thankless position. I'm a proud 1987 alum of Arlington Heights, and my son and niece are both currently third-generation Yellow Jackets. My father also graduated from Heights, and my mother graduated from R.L. Pascal. My wife taught in San Antonio Public Schools for many years. Schools are about the students, and the students make up the communities where the teachers and administrators are the students' leaders. Without the students, there are no communities. Communities are about socialization and personal interaction. I implore you to allow the student families to have the option to attend school in person to be educated. Optional affords the choice for student families to stay home or attend in person, not the teachers that are paid to be essential leaders. School communities like Aledo, Weatherford, Brock, Mansfield, and oh, by the way, All Saints Trinity Valley, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Tiffany Rogers. Good evening. I appreciate that you are diligent, caring adults who serve our students unwaveringly. I have had the pleasure of being in many of our schools in Fort Worth ISD over the last decade as a volunteer. The beauty of being a volunteer is that you get a glimpse of the culture that you don't get on a tour or as an esteemed guest. I am no one's boss. I'm not in a group that schools put on their Sunday best for, just a person that's there to help. In each school, there are similarities that not as at the expense of mine or anyone else's health. Thank you for your time today and for your dedication to our students. Okay. Next would be Elena Greer. Ms. Greer, are you available? Elena Greer. Elena Greer. Dorothy Assaw. Dorothy Assaw. Dorothy Assaw. One more time for Dorothy Assaw. Next is a written statement from a concerned educator. I'm an educator and parent in the district. I know you all probably feel the weight of the world on your shoulders right now, and I sympathize with how hard this situation is with no easy answers. I am writing today to request that you vote for the waiver from TEA to extend virtual learning up to 4 more weeks. I was very disappointed in the plan that was presented at the last board meeting, as it really seemed like an impossible task for teachers to carry out. Teachers and staff are already overworked in the normal school year, but asking them to essentially perform 2 jobs in the middle of an already stressful pandemic is unreasonable. I am hoping that if you vote for the waiver, that the district leadership will use that time working alongside teachers to develop more thorough and feasible plans. Our priority is to provide a quality education to all students. If we rush everyone back into the schools without a solid plan in place, my fear is that it will not be possible for either in-person or virtual students, and the time has expired. Next is Wendell Bielefeld.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
You bet. Yes, sir. You may begin.
Okay. Good evening. I questioned his math choice tonight, but just 2 days ago, a board member went to the Cowboys game in person with his child. And good for them. We all agree the experience of watching the Cowboys in person is superior to watching the Cowboys virtually through a screen like a TV. School is exactly the same. 52%, the majority, is simply asking for the ability to have the same choice this board member made 2 days ago. Trustees, do you know what the last 2 institutions left unopened in Fort Worth are? It's our public schools and bars. Why is Fort Worth ISD in a race to the bottom with bars to be the last institution to reopen? Please do not be hypocritical and go out as an adult, an event national health experts describe as high risk, and then 2 days later vote to force children to stay at home and away from the classroom. Now pivoting to last week's debate in closed executive session, unless you are directly asking questions with your attorney or the discussions are explicitly of a legal nature, you cannot continue general debate on the waiver in closed session. The Texas Open Meeting Act handbook states general discussion of policy unrelated to legal matters is not permitted as an excuse for continued closed session merely because an attorney is present. I
Sir,
challenge
your
you
time has expired.
to
Thank you.
open session this evening. Thank you.
Our next speaker would be Andrew Hairston. Mr. Hairston, are you there?
Good evening.
You may
My name
begin.
is Andrew Hairston, and I direct the Education Justice Project at Texas Appleseed, a public interest justice center based in Austin. Greetings to the members of the Fort Worth Board of Trustees. We stand in solidarity with groups like Fort Worth Futures, calling for the board to delay the vote on a renewal of SRO contracts. One, the district lacks data on the Fort Worth Police Department's impact on students, and this follows the general lack of empirical data on school policing keeping young people safe. After the nation's reckoning over this summer with race and police violence and the action of school districts like that Minnesota, Minneapolis, to terminate its relationship with the local police department, we urge Fort Worth to do the same. Thank you.
Sure. Next is a statement from Daniel Seaver. To whom it may concern, I'm a parent of 2 Fort Worth ISD students. When we moved to the area 4 years ago, we searched all over the Metroplex for places to live. Our search led us to Fort Worth, where we bought a house and settled into our community. It has been sufficient, and our children have been thriving. In the spring of 2020, we were faced with many tough decisions as our world was faced with unprecedented challenges. While we waited to see the severity of the COVID crisis, our children made do with remote learning. This was a temporary solution. While the rest of the world looked for solutions and ways to make in-person learning possible again, the Fort Worth ISD apparently took the summer off. Then, in an act of desperation, delayed the start of school and made it not in person. Universities and school systems across our country have used proper protocols, made tough decisions, and allowed their students an option to return in person, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from James Smith. To the Fort Worth ISD School Board, first of all, thank you for all you're doing to consider the needs of the students and employees in Fort Worth ISD. I would like to share some considerations related to the resumption of in-person learning. I am a nurse and educator. I have great compassion for the suffering families in this COVID crisis. I also have great concern for the staff in Fort Worth ISD. Due to many Fort Worth ISD schools being in the red zone, I am concerned about reopening too soon, especially without adequate planning. There is no way to separate schools from the communities in which they reside. In addition, it is likely that many administrators and teachers have been under tremendous pressure as they continue to transition to virtual learning. To transition back to in-person too soon would be yet another massive stressor. Extending the virtual learning period would potentially provide more time for the district and local administrations to seriously plan for and to implement COVID precautions on their campuses. Without adequate planning, the schools will likely open and close again, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Karen Gailey. Tonight, we will have a second chance to follow science and protect Fort Worth ISD students and faculty. The Tarrant County Health Department is currently calling for virtual school only. You heard Dr. Kanasia himself tell you that with our current COVID numbers, face-to-face instruction is not safe. I'm a healthy 43-year-old Fort Worth ISD school teacher. I know that I will not likely die when I catch COVID in my small, crowded, and poorly ventilated portable classroom. However, there is a reasonable chance I will come down with pneumonia. I will struggle for weeks with fever, aches, and the worst cough of my life. I will be terrified the entire time. I won't die, but I could have lasting cardiopulmonary damage. If school returns despite the fervent warnings of the Tarrant County Health Department, it will only be a matter of days until healthy teachers like myself become sick and miss weeks, if not months of work. My colleagues who are obese, diabetic, and immune compromised will not be so lucky, and the time has expired. Next speaker would be Elizabeth Maldonado. Ms. Maldonado, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lizzie Maldonado. I'm a parent in Fort Worth ISD. I'm calling today to ask the board to delay a vote on the renewal of SRO contracts. We're experiencing the largest racial justice movement in history. It's global. It's also not going away. And we need to respond in kind locally to analyze systems that wage structural violence on people of color, poor people, people with disabilities disproportionately. We have put in a data request for the district to provide information about interactions between Fort Worth PD SRO officers and students on campus. And that data has not been returned yet. So without that information, I'm not even sure how the board could make a decision about the effectiveness of these contracts. So we would just like the board to delay the vote on renewing SRO contracts until that data is returned and we have a chance to analyze it. Thank you.
Next speaker would be Shannon Quinn. Ms. Quinn, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Awesome. Hi, I'm an elementary school teacher in Fort Worth ISD, and I am urging you to keep your original decision and open up the schools to choice on October 5th. Yesterday, after virtual school, I was looking through my students' turned-in work. I sat there with a pit in my stomach looking at the things they turned in. It is obvious I am not reaching all of them, and they are falling more and more behind. They need to be around me in class. They need to feel comfortable asking me a question, not through a screen or through a chat. They need to see anchor charts around the classroom. I need to make sure they are using the right notebook and that they are staying on task. I need to give my students with 504 plans their proper accommodations and see where they're struggling and know when to shorten their work or push them. I need to be in class with my students. By keeping the schools closed, you are choosing to let students fall behind and choosing to widen the achievement gap even more. I consider myself an essential worker. I am willing to risk my life for my students, the same way I would protect them if there was an active shooter. Dr. Scribner has a goal of 100% of third grade students reading on grade level by 2025. Let me just tell you that every day we choose to keep our students virtual, we will be adding a year to that goal. If I were in person, I could help Dr. Scribner with his goal.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Mindia Whittier. Ms. Whittier, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you. I have 2 children in the district, and I support an additional 4 weeks of virtual learning if that provides the greatest chance of protecting the health and well-being of our children, teachers, and employees. I advocate that you prioritize the most marginalized students by giving those with special education needs and those from the lowest income households the options of returning in person first. This staggered student reentry will increase the likelihood of maintaining COVID mitigation measures and will address the inequity that harms them. I also advocate that teachers be given the option of teaching remotely once in-person classes resume and that they be assigned to instruct either in person or online. Lastly, I demand that you provide a detailed plan for reliably tracking and assessing the impact that reopening schools has on Black and Brown communities in Fort Worth, because according to the CDC, Black and Brown children develop more severe coronavirus symptoms, are more likely to require hospitalization than white children, and it kills far more Black and Brown children than white children. A previous speaker said that learning is the largest, virtual learning is the largest inequality
And your
gap in our
time has
history.
expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Tricia Hearn. Ms. Hearn, are you there?
Yes, it's Trisha. I'm here.
You may begin.
I have been a teacher for 14 years and spent the last 11 in Fort Worth ISD elementary schools. As a teacher, I believe I am an essential worker for children. It was my job to provide quality instruction for my students. I'm a first responder for children. It's my responsibility to be on alert for child abuse and neglect. It is part of my job to look for signs of emotional distress in an effort to prevent child suicide. I am not able to do any of these things relying solely on a computer screen. The board has already voted, and many of my third graders came to school the next day knowing they were coming back. Why are we taking this away from our elementary children? Why are we allowing them to fall further behind academically? There are too many other districts making this work for everyone. Why can't we? Per the CDC website, children from 0 to 17 years old have only accounted for 0.0005% of total coronavirus deaths in the US. Ages 0 to 49 only account for 0.035%. UEA does not represent all teachers as they claim. Give us the choice to teach our children in person. Give the
Ma'am,
parents
your
the choice
time has
to send
expired.
their kids
Thank
back
you.
to school.
Our next speaker would be Dave Maxon. Mr. Maxon, are you ready?
I'm ready.
You may
President
begin.
Ramos and distinguished board members, my name is Dave Maxon, and I'm a parent and a school librarian. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our community. This is my 16th year at my school. In this time, I've seen firsthand the effects of the death of a student and of a faculty member on our community. Both of these events are devastating. No child should have to deal with these things. I can only imagine how traumatizing it would be for a student to unknowingly take COVID home to a family member and have that result in their death. While I don't pretend that this will happen to all 84,000 of our students, I know it will happen to some. We must also consider our school staff. People don't work in schools for the pay or prestige. We do it because we want to help people. We want to help students grow into successful adults. We want to help families who are struggling with academic, emotional, or social issues. We are being asked to risk our lives and theirs to unnecessarily return in person. This is a life and death decision. You can choose to put our entire community in a position where more people will die, or you can keep them safe. You have the power to save lives.
Sir, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is a statement from Heather White. Dear board members and administrators, let me first say an enthusiastic thank you for taking the health and safety of our community and children seriously. I am the parent of 3 children, 2 of whom are enrolled at a Fort Worth ISD elementary school. My oldest is in 3rd grade and my middle child is in kinder in the DLI program. I would encourage the district to consider opening schools to the youngest learners and SPED children, those who struggle the most with virtual learning. Opening and welcoming pre-K through 2nd and SPED 1st will allow the schools to iron out any kinks and get processes down before opening to the greater school community. Small children need constant dedicated assistance to complete virtual school, and many parents are schooling more than one child and attempting to work from home. This situation is extremely difficult and is resulting in your youngest learners having an extremely difficult time with the virtual model. Thank you for your considering all options. Time has expired. Next is a statement from Janice Davila. My daughter is an 8th grader at Benbrook Middle High School. Not only has her high school year been delayed, but she has been forced to complete all her classes online. This has caused my daughter to remain in her room for at least 8 hours each day, completing her classes in the morning and then assignments thereafter. She has become isolated and withdrawn. We feel the quality of education is suffering without in-person education. I have several friends and neighbors of younger children that are forced to send their children to daycare in order to continue to work. How is this better than actual certified teachers instructing at actual schools? As my husband and I are both considered essential workers working in healthcare, we understand the risk that COVID-19 brings. We feel strongly that teachers are in fact essentially treated as such. We would be glad to provide extra PPE in the form of face masks, shields, gloves, and hand sanitizer to our teachers. Time has expired. Next statement is from Janet Sullivan. I am a public school employee and have always supported public education. I have fought the current trends toward private school vouchers and charter school. However, after observing Fort Worth's inability to develop a plan, communicate the plan, and then implement the plan for staff and families, I no longer support all public schools. Most districts in Tarrant County and the state of Texas have successfully provided a choice to families to bring students back to school. I applaud these districts. However, Fort Worth ISD does not have the leadership to manage the challenges during this time. Fort Worth ISD's leadership has failed staff as well as families and should be ashamed. It appears there is no plan, and the only plan is to delay bringing children back to school. From all accounts, parents have not been provided information on how and when students will return, and staff has not been provided safety procedures to be implemented upon the return of students, and the time has expired. Next speaker would be Frankie Simmons. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You may begin.
I'm speaking today to request that the vote to renew Fort Worth ISD's contract with the Fort Worth Police Department be delayed until we can receive data with which to analyze the School Resource Officer Program. The data we do have on School Resource Officer programs nationwide show a concerning impact on student safety, which is why the American Federation of Teachers, one of the country's largest teacher unions, passed a resolution calling for the separation of school safety and policing. Given this, the burden of proof is certainly on Fort Worth ISD to show that their program is different, to prove that in our schools, cops actually do make schools and students safer. Since we have not yet received the data requested, Fort Worth ISD has no way to make that case, and it would be irresponsible to move forward with the vote as if we are the exception to the statistical norm without having evidence to back that up, especially when the evidence we do have shows that if you are wrong, there is actual harm being done to the students in your hallways. Thank you.
Next is a statement from Angela Andrews. Thank you for hearing me as a Fort Worth ISD teacher in the highest COVID zip code in Fort Worth. And thank you to the board members who voted to make the safety of the greatest priority for our district. Last week, while listening to other speakers during the board meeting, I was frustrated when hearing a few health professionals make the push for in-person learning, incorrectly comparing their job to ours. Teachers, especially now, have a much more complicated situation than any professionals that simply cannot compare and cannot be ignored. We are in our room almost 8 hours a day with our students. We do not see students one at a time. We do not have well-ventilated spaces. We are not trained healthcare and professionals and did not sign up for our lives to be endangered as healthcare professionals do. We do not have proper PPE or space for adequate social distancing. Teachers will be tasked with the constant job of monitoring masks, hand washing, and sanitizing, and the time has expired. The next statement is from Cassie Hansen. I'm speaking to you as a Fort Worth ISD teacher for the last 10 years and as a mother. This pandemic has put a strain on our lives like something we have never experienced before. I am sorry that you are being asked to make this choice on behalf of students, teachers, and parents in this community. It's not a fair burden to wear on your shoulders, and for that I truly sympathize. However, if you vote tonight to open the doors of Fort Worth ISD schools, I fear that a much bigger burden would loom in the distance. Teachers have dedicated their lives to their students, and yet we are now asked to put our health and safety on the back burner. We're simply not ready to have our school buildings full of students and teachers at this time. I have never been scared to go to work, but now I do know that if I could be bringing home a deadly virus to my small child, how can you ask someone to make that choice? How will students feel safe if their teachers do not? When asked how the classrooms were to be sanitized, we were given a cleaning chemicals and instructions, and the time has expired. Next statement is from Richard Cervenka. As a Fort Worth ISD parent, it is time to return to some level of normalcy and to have our kids return to in-person schooling. It is inconsistent and unfounded for in-home schooling to be extended. Most of the school districts and private schools in the area have returned without significant incident. My boss at work is the chairman of the board at a private school locally, and they returned day one and haven't regretted the decision. Children has returned to sports and parents have returned to work. Why would our children not return to the classroom when the importance of the in-person schooling is so vitally important? We are creating long-term effects by continuing at home schooling. Put in place the necessary precautions to return, and let's resume our normal lives. Next is from Dr. Shannon Holmes. Dear Fort Worth ISD Board of Trustees, on behalf of the members of the Fort Worth ATPE, I want to extend appreciation to the board for its decision to reconsider whether to extend virtual learning through October 30th. Our individual members' opinions about the safety of returning to in-person instruction vary based on personal circumstances. Some have health conditions putting them at greater risk of complications from COVID-19, while others have had to rely on relatives for childcare and thus desire a return to in-person instruction. ATPE's position, as guided by our member House of Delegates, is that school boards should make their decisions based on the local public health data and the advice of local health experts. To that end, we urge you to pay heed to the recommendations of Tarrant County Public Health, ATPE has heard loudly and clearly from our members they are concerned about their ability to adapt to the district's hybrid learning plan, which could call for teachers to spend their days teaching in person and time has expired. Our next speaker would be Alicia Dean. Ms. Dean, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
I am a taxpayer, volunteer, and full-time working mom of a kindergartner in Fort Worth ISD and an advocate for choice to reopen schools. Other diverse districts are back in school with no problem. Why are we encouraging a generation of learning to go by the wayside? Less than half of students in Fort Worth ISD are at or above grade level in math, and less than that read above grade level. I know what leadership is, and this is not it. Real leadership has high expectations, accountability, and fiduciary responsibility. Leadership is the principal and teachers of my elementary school. Leadership is our Mayor Price. Leadership is the Cook Children's CEO and infectious disease doctors who, as opposed to the health department representative, are actual doctors and agreed to reopen schools. Leadership is a vote for choice. It is time for the board to be leaders. It is time for the choice to reopen schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is a statement from Catherine Proctor. Why the revote? Why are we wasting more time? Why is Fort Worth ISD and our school board not working on a way to safely get our students and teachers back in the classroom? To quote one of your trustees, we have heard concerns from teachers who have underlying health conditions and could very well die if they contract the virus. We have heard the cries from families who are struggling with the virtual platform and need to be in front of their teachers. If the district and school board have heard all these things, then my question is, why have you not started doing the hard work to solve these problems? Spending millions on Chromebooks and hotspots is obviously not the answer and is not working. You have purchased the PPE. Why has that not been distributed to every school? There are many individuals, families, organizations, and school districts who have been creative and willing to make the necessary changes for life to continue during this pandemic. Ask for help. It is clear your district needs it, and the time has expired. The next statement is from Kylie and Carter Llewellyn. I am asking each of you to look at the evidence, listen to the doctors, and think about the irreversible damage that is causing so many students. The damage of keeping kids out of school goes beyond what we can see right now. The crime rate, gang violence, the dropout rate will all increase over the next several years. What students have lost in the 206 days that they have been out of school will, from speaking, excuse me, for some reason this page is out of order, and I will have to attempt to come back to this particular one. I'm sorry, and I apologize. Next is from Paul Frazier. As a parent of two children who attend Fort Worth ISD schools, I recognize the value of in-person learning. However, I have two main concerns about the plan to allow parents the choice of in-person learning at this time. The choice at all for faculty and staff at schools. They must be present in enclosed, small, poorly ventilated spaces in communities where the spread of this disease is high and considered dangerous. As Dr. Taneja has pointed out, all Fort Worth ISD schools are currently in red zones. We have already seen an outbreak at South Hills High School where they have had to quarantine without students even back. In order to make an informed choice for my two children, what are Fort Worth ISD's plans? Mandatory testing for COVID, lunches where students must take their masks off, how to keep people safe on buses, PPE provided for teachers, our students, and the time has expired. The next is a statement from Laura Patton. September 22nd, 2020, I am writing you to express my deep concern for my children and the children of Fort Worth. I am a parent of two children in elementary school. My husband and I both work full time. The amount of stress, anxiety, and financial creates gaps that many will not be able to bridge. The Fort Worth economy will also suffer due to the continued school closures. Parents are losing their jobs because they are home trying desperately to keep their children engaged in a virtual program that is anything but robust. Superintendent and the Fort Worth ISD has had months to create a plan that works for all students and all teachers. There have been months to provide adequate PPE for all schools, yet they failed. Again and again, they have failed. Teachers should not be expected to deliver both in-person and virtual instruction. How and when will they have the time? I was a Fort Worth ISD teacher, and the day extends well beyond 7:30 to 3:30 time frame, and the time has expired. The next is a statement from Amy Curry. Good evening. I'm a mother of 3 students in Fort Worth ISD, 2 elementary and 1 middle. Over the course of the summer, I emailed you 7 times with the research I'd done and suggested on moving forward. I always was polite and began by telling you how much I appreciated the extra work you were putting in to effectively start our school year. It turns out I was wrong to assume that that's what was happening. I won't get into the weeds on how detrimental it is to so many families to not have been have the in-person option. That's been done. I won't get into all the ways that we've been misled since August 1st. The traditional calendar we were promised was drastically changed. The choice we were promised was taken away. And now a vote to do the right thing appears to be being overturned. Instead, I'm going to stand for the teachers whose health you're jeopardizing by your lack of planning. You've grossly neglected to plan for them and communicate with them, and the time has expired. The next is a statement from Howard Harrell. Thank you for the time this evening to share my statement regarding our return to live instruction. I am a product of the Fort Worth ISD, McLean and Pascal in the late 80s, and I'm honored to have returned to the district. I'm frustrated that the safety of all, as the last plan was presented, is not being considered. In the military, I expected to be shot, blown up, injured, or killed. As a police officer, I expected to be attacked, assaulted, stabbed, shot, or otherwise hurt. As a teacher, I never even considered that my life would be put at risk because the needs of all weren't being balanced. Because of the challenge connected with COVID-19 and the breadth of the impact it has presented creates an environment where I become a potential risk due to exposure to all those that I care for. I'd like to share my perspective with you regarding the plan as it stands. Because the selection of remote versus in-person is up to the parents, there is no control and the time has expired. The next is a statement from Valerie Jacobs. I'm a former Fort Worth ISD teacher. I have 3 children enrolled in Fort Worth ISD schools. From my personal and professional experience, I am concerned about the lack of planning and information the district has provided teachers and parents for the protocols to follow when students return to in-person learning. This must happen before parents can make decisions about what is best for their children, and in a reasonable time for teachers to prepare. How can I decide if my children with different learning, social, behavioral, and health needs will be better served with online learning or in-person learning if I do not know what each will look like? How will online learning look different once other students are in person in the classroom? We know students at school will not be back to normal, but what will it look like? Will they still be doing computer-based learning, just sitting in the classroom instead of their home? Will teachers have to provide online activities and in-person activities simultaneously? And the time has expired. Next speaker would be Mr. Ed Austin. Mr. Austin, are you there, sir? Mr. Ed Austin? Once more for Mr. Ed Austin. Next is a statement from Chris Smoyer. I strongly urge you to uphold the decision of the school board to provide a choice for students to maintain virtual or return to class on October 5th. We cannot continue to hold the education of future generations in limbo while floundering with a decision that has been made by every other large school district in the state. Houston, Dallas, Cypress, Northside, Austin, Katy, and Fort Bend ISDs and school boards have been able to come to an agreement with available options. I expect Fort Worth to be able to accomplish the same and better. Diversity and socioeconomics have been used as major detractors of returning. However, each of the aforementioned school districts face the same challenges and yet still seem to have been able to devise a plan of action. It is a disservice to the district to not continue with the current plan and allow a choice. Many children and parents face unforeseen challenges every day and view school as their safe haven. Please do not take this ability away from them, and the time has expired. Brandon Neely is the next person from whom we'll have a statement. Dear Fort Worth ISD board members, I am writing to ask that you give parents the choice of whether or not to send our children to school in person. This is not an impossible decision, as one board member recently claimed. Real leaders make decisions and empower those around them. Let parents decide what is best for our children. Put politics aside and act like the leaders you were elected to be. The only consistency from this board in recent months has been moving timelines around, which is really no consistency at all.
Sorry, I was trying to get your attention over there.
Reconsidering the recent vote to allow students back in the classroom calls into question the integrity of certain members of the board and what conversations are being had outside of publicly held meetings. Stop the nonsense and stop taking your kids to Cowboy games in person while also telling us how dangerous it is for your kids to be in school in person. Parents have long been making plans for work and childcare based on the previous timelines outlined by the board for returning to in-person instruction, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Carrie English. Let's look at the facts. We know that 200,000 Americans have died, and many of those who have recovered now have chronic health problems, including heart conditions that they may experience for the rest of their lives. We also know that all experts recommend that people stay 6 feet apart and not congregate. So what is being proposed today is to send 90,000 people into very close quarters with each other for hours at a time every day. This is choosing to infect children and staff, which will damage some people's bodies for life and kill others. We are all concerned about the students falling behind, but the president and scientific experts around the world tell us that a vaccine is imminent. The situation is temporary. Death is permanent. The next statement is from Lindsay Krieger. To those who feel schools should remain closed, though you may be on this board regarding the ISD, we are these children's parents. We have a right to decide what is in their best interest as well as our families. This board should not be able to dictate what parents do when the governor of our state is reopening the state at 75%. How is it that almost all our school districts are either in person or have a choice, yet Fort Worth ISD is going back and forth on a decision? The people spoke last week and the decision was made, but because a few didn't like the outcome, here we are again. My child, my choice. Open the schools and let parents decide what is best for them. You cannot decide for them. People are speaking up and not backing down. Our children have had enough isolation from their normal routines, and our next generation will be lacking fundamental educational experience because of the board members wanting to dictate parents' choice, and the time has expired. Next speaker will be Israel Contreras. Are you there? Israel Contreras. Asking for Israel Contreras.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You may begin.
I'm a teacher that's taught at Fort Worth ISD for 17 years and a veteran with some training in the field of nuclear, biological, and chemical and a graduate of Fort Worth ISD. This summer, I even thought about leaving, but I stayed because I thought Fort Worth ISD would respect life above all else. I'm a person who has a right to life, not a dollar sign that deserves death and danger because I am paid a wage or because somebody else pays a higher taxes than I do. My right to life and safety bookends somebody's right to a choice because they pay more taxes or want to play with their friend. Schools just aren't like hospitals or doctors' offices or grocery stores. Death and serious injury are final. Academic deficits are not. As a teacher, I overcome them all the time. There's nothing normal about COVID, and there won't be until there is a vaccine. If you vote for in-person learning on any level, you're voting to spread COVID even more, and we will only be back to virtual. You can't stop the spread. The only thing we'll have to show for it when this is over is dead and injured students, teachers, and the
Sir, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bond, we
Yes.
have Jeremy Sims that we need to have speak. We had the incorrect last name for him when he was called. Mr. Sims, are you available at this time to speak? Mr. Sims, we're ready to unmute you if you're ready.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hi. Hi, Ms. Sims. Go ahead, please.
Actually, I'm not sure what's happened. My name is Gwen Baroud. So I'm not sure what's happened there. I don't know if that ended up on the, maybe I got in the wrong Zoom. That might have been why I was skipped earlier.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. As a
Gwen Brew, we're unable to hear you. You might want to start the comment.
Okay.
We can hear you now. Go ahead and start speaking.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go right ahead.
Okay. The alum. I was taught research in Tarrant County. We're looking today at case.
Yeah, I don't know if you're moving away from the mic, Ms. Brew.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you got to stay on the mic or we're not going to be able to hear you.
I'm right. County Health Department recommendations delivery. I clicked on every high school station in the area. The cases are going. It's definitely not safe. Look, I hate that the school board, who I respect immensely, is being forced about my death. Can't imagine the pressure you're now, especially as I enforce. Quite honestly, he makes this based on the data and whether that data will drive a plan with honestly determine can and will be implemented effectively. Thank you.
Our next speaker should be Ken Cool. Mr. Cool, are you there? Ken Cool?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Mr. Cool, you may begin.
Thank you. My Fort Worth ISD second grade daughter is having an excellent experience with online learning, but I am concerned that won't continue when we switch to both in-person and virtual. I truly hope that Fort Worth ISD has an excellent and comprehensive plan for both in-person and virtual to happen side by side, but I've not seen it or heard about it yet. We were all told that students that needed laptops would receive them, and they did not, despite offers of help from community partners. There's been no transparency about that plan or about the plan moving forward. If we need more time, then we need more time, but we need a transparent plan. 50,000 additional Americans have died since the last time I spoke to this board 52 days ago. We're on the front lines at America's 13th largest city. Just today, Trinity Valley had to quarantine their entire second grade due to COVID. We need a safe and transparent plan before students and teachers can return. Also, please remember that choice for parents does not equate to choice for teachers. They need choice and some say in this too. Thank you all for your service.
Next is a statement from Alan Murray. What scientific proof over the past 8 months has been proven to prevent our elementary students from returning to school? Also, if masks really do work, why are teachers afraid of going back to school? To the person that is changing their vote, why are you asking to change your vote? The next statement would be from Candace Korchak. Ms. Korchak, are you there? Candace Korchak? Candace Korchak.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you. Hi, I'm a nurse that works in a pediatric clinic and also the mother of 2 pre-K students. My clinic has utilized telemedicine to see some patients when appropriate, and I'm calling to highlight similar limitations that remote learning presents. While telemedicine was appropriate for some patients and necessary in the early days of the pandemic, back into the office, telemedicine presented limitations not only related to technology or on performing a physical exam, but also our ability to assess for malnutrition, smell cigarette or marijuana smoke in exam rooms, or see a vape pen fall out of an adolescent's pocket during their exam. In addition, telemedicine significantly limits our ability to quickly bring clinical therapists, social workers, dietitians, etc. directly into the exam room and immediately intervene to prevent future complications. Remote learning presents the same challenges that telemedicine does. Our children are not being assessed face-to-face by an expert teacher who knows when they are not meeting benchmarks, who can also instantly spot the warning signs of abuse and neglect, depression, anxiety, learning disabilities, etc., and quickly deploy their
Ma'am,
own
your
team
time
of
has
expert
expired.
specialists.
Thank you. Our next speaker would be Alexandra Lovett. Miss Lovett, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You may begin.
Thank you. I'm a Fort Worth ISD graduate, and as I learned to do in school, pay attention and ask questions. What does it look like when we have leadership that hasn't prepared schools in the last 6 months to get students and teachers back in the classroom on time? When a board dismisses children's hospitals doctors who are currently working on the front lines? When a board calls a revote because they voted under pressure and are now uncertain? What does it look like when parents and schools are no longer able to believe in the knowledge and leadership of the school board due to their actions and words? It looks like the current unsatisfactory Fort Worth ISD. The district and board members need to remember what they were hired or elected to do: provide an education, not attempt to control parents and families in order to fit their personal beliefs. If schools aren't ready, this is on you. If you are unable to successfully perform the duties of your positions or do so in adequate and appropriate ways, please let us know so that we can find people who are. Stick with your decisions to give parents a choice. In calls to the TEA and state government offices, they have said they are paying attention and asking questions. Please refer to Cook Children's Doctors for information on COVID-19. Thank you.
Next statement is from Rachel Pilcher. As a 19-year educator with Fort Worth ISD, I have generally felt that I worked in a safe environment. Unfortunately, since returning to campus on August 24th, I can no longer say this, and it's all about the masks, the easiest part of the whole return, yet the one many fail at daily. The mask order is in public places went into effect on June 26th and was extended on August 25th through December 1st. You would think the adults would then know that it meant that they had to wear masks properly indoors in public areas. But that is not the case for many employees, construction workers, or outside contractors doing work within our buildings. I see noses and many times full faces in the public spaces in our building daily. I know from speaking with educators at our other campuses, this is not rare or isolated to my campus. If we can get the adults in our building to abide by the rules, can't get the adults in our building to abide by the rules, how do we expect children to do so? That is time for that speaker. The next is from Sylvia Rodriguez, Tarrant County Leadership Budget Precinct Chair in 4496, Voting Rights Activist and Special Education Advocacy. I have a senior in Fort Worth ISD as much as he would like to go to school in person. I am only for him going to school in person when the time is right. The time is not right. We need to listen to the recommendations of the health department and other doctors who do not gain from this decision. The flimsy petitions that were given to the teachers are not nearly enough to stop the spread of COVID and protect the teachers and students. Board members, please vote wisely. Next statement is from Ryan and Tiffany Burns. Our child is a student at Burton Hill Elementary in Fort Worth ISD. We want our voices heard loud and clear when we say we want our child to be able to return to in-person learning. I was not happy at seeing how many other surrounding school districts were given the option to do virtual versus in-person instruction, and Fort Worth ISD, we were forced to go to the virtual route. I have a full-time job myself, who thankfully has allowed me to work remote except one day a week when I have to go in to the office to do some of my duties that I'm not able to do from my home. This forces me to leave my child at home alone to fend for herself, and if she encounters any technical difficulties, which she is left alone to figure it out. Not only is that unfair, but I'm not comfortable leaving her alone for an extended period of time like that. My child thrives better in the face-to-face environment with her teacher and around her friends, and the time has expired. Next is a statement from Kimberly Sims. Good afternoon. I'm reaching out to you in desperation at this point. I understand there is a school board meeting tonight and voting will be done once again to decide on in-person learning. My son attends Stripling Middle School. We moved her there last year from a small rural town called Vernon, Texas. At this point, we have been out of school since March. I have the means to provide my son a tutor, and he has been complying and getting all online work at this time. I come to you begging that you please vote to open schools. The town where we are from, kids have been in school for almost 6 weeks. They're having football and volleyball games and even homecoming. Meanwhile, my son only has interactions with his peers online. The only decisions was acceptable at first, but it's getting ridiculous. Half of the time, the teachers are counting kids absent because they can't see all the Zoom screens. Internet is in and out, just a disaster, and that expires the time. Next statement is from Sarah Eichenhorst. I am a former teacher and mother of 2 Fort Worth ISD students. Like myself, one of my daughters struggles with dyslexia and ADHD, and I'm here speaking on behalf of her and any other child parent facing similar difficulties. Over the course of this past month, it has become abundantly clear that online sets children with learning differences back further than they already are. It is impossible for them to obtain the unique individual instruction necessary for their social and intellectual development. Many of these children need kinetic hands-on learning, along with creative and social interactions so they can apply what they have learned. They also require instruction that is tailored to their individual needs, none of which can be achieved through online learning. When in the classroom, teachers are able to engage each child individually, stimulating their interests. Most children, especially those with ADHD, and the time has expired. Next statement is from Julie Castellano. I am writing to you as both a Fort Worth ISD parent and a teacher at OD Wyatt High School. I applaud your decision, even though difficult, to allow parents and students to choose to return to in-person learning, and I ask that you honor that vote from September 15th. Teachers are called to be bold. To paraphrase Mayor Price, it is time for us to be adults. We owe it to our students to allow them the best opportunity to learn. We have a large population of English language learners who need additional support in an in-person environment and are struggling in the virtual environment. We have students from all demographics who are disengaged and suffering from mental health issues because they are home, away from their teachers and friends, and normal life. We have had numerous technical issues in the virtual environment that hamper our ability to teach effectively. While we know life won't be normal as we knew it, it can be better than what we have. Instead of considering another vote, I urge you to think outside the box, and time has expired. Next statement is from Katie Wilhite. I appreciate the board's dedication to making an evidence-based decision in regards to how and when to allow for in-person education for Fort Worth ISD students. I'm an emergency and critical care medicine pharmacist currently practicing in Fort Worth and mother of 2 children ages 3 and 5. Aside from a child's home, the school is the environment that has the greatest impact on a child's health and well-being. The in-person school environment provides educational instruction, supports the development of social and emotional skills, creates a safe environment for learning, addresses nutritional needs, and facilitates physical activity. The best evidence we have suggests that when proper procedures are followed, COVID-19 transmission among children in schools is low. This is consistent with my experience, as my 2 children have been in daycare facilities 5 days a week since April 1. There are very few reports of children being primary source of COVID-19, and the time has expired. Next statement is from Lizzie Whitmire. A very recent study published this week conducted by scientists at Albert Einstein College of Medicine, Children's Hospital at Montefiore, and Yale University finds children's innate immune responses protects against COVID-19. This data speaks opposite to statements made at the 7/28 FWISD board meeting stating, anytime I hear we ought to open up, we ought to do XYZ. The reality is to me that that's code that Black and brown people can continue to die. If plans are created to ensure teachers would feel safe, never touching or being within 6 feet of children, outdoor options, constant sanitizing, etc., then perhaps the teachers who are worried about going back would feel less worried. There are hundreds, maybe thousands of parents ready and willing to donate large sums of money to GoFundMe specific to ensuring enough cleaning supplies, masks, dividers, and the time has expired. Next statement is from Jennifer Sheffield. I'm a mother of 4 Fort Worth ISD students who has been a proponent of choice for families for this school year since day one. At this point, I and so many are beyond frustrated with the lack of preparedness from our district. It's led many teachers, staff, and parents to feel uncomfortable returning to campuses. The vote by the board last week to forego the waiver request should have set the wheels in motion to deploy PPE, begin fast and immediate campus preparations and training, and enforce a massive outreach to families to immediately let their campuses know if they are returning on 10/1 or 10/5 or staying virtual. None of this happened. Instead, we are back at square one and have wasted another week bickering at the expense of our children. My family is absolutely losing patience with this school district. I will not martyr my children's education for incompetent leadership much longer, and the time has expired. Next statement is from Amber Woodson. Please keep our teachers and vulnerable communities safe. It is not safe to return to school October 5th. Next is from Jamie Newell. We need our children to return to in-person learning. Our children have been out of school already far too long. We are the only school district that has not returned back to in-person learning. I am seeing the emotional effects that it is having on our children. Our children are becoming depressed. They crave some normalcy. They need a structured learning environment and to be able to socialize with their peers. I ask that you stop putting off what needs to happen and send our children back to school. Even the mayor, Betsy Price, believes that parents should be given this option. Do what is best for children, and let's get them back to the school before to in-person learning. Next statement is from Lane Craig. My name is Lane Craig, and I'm a parent of 2 elementary school students, and I support requesting a waiver from TEA to wait to open classrooms. I know Fort Worth ISD's administration and school board members have been placed in a difficult position by TEA and the state of Texas. Since May, we've watched our national, state, county, and city leaders pass the buck to avoid making unpopular decisions, costing lives all along the way. I ask that our school board end this cycle and not pass the buck to parents and teachers in the name of choice, a value that is counter to safety, equity, and justice at this moment. Request the waiver, listen to the science, value teacher and staff lives, and do everything in your power to keep FWISD virtual until public health officials agree it is safe to open. Please be the leaders we are lacking. Next statement is from Pam Walrath. Students are the priority of the Fort Worth ISD, the reason for its very existence. It is the responsibility of the board to make all decisions accordingly, and deciding when to return to school is a tough call. While COVID cases and thankfully deaths are declining, this does not indicate that the pandemic is over and all can return to a normal life. Rather, it seems the COVID cases have declined because of the significant safety measures taken, which include masks, social distancing, and avoiding all public gatherings, including attending school in a classroom. If the trigger is pulled too soon to return to school, all the good done by keeping students safely quarantined at home will come undone, and the pandemic state will be revisited. Teachers and administrators have worked tirelessly all summer long to prepare for online classes and have done a phenomenal job. Yes, it requires more attention from parents than dropping them off at school, and the time is expired. Next statement is from Roman Guthrie. First, thank you for your dedication to our communities and schools. I understand tonight you will hold another vote regarding our return to physically being in the classroom. I believe we should be allowed to return. I wish to impress on you the need for education, safety, and choice. The most effective learning takes place in the physical classroom in comparison to the digital. Teachers and students should be afforded the safest, least restrictive, and most effective environment to learn. Our responsibility is to provide this. Each family and educator should allow the choice to determine their risk and return to physical classroom education when able. Other districts have, we should be able to. Next statement is from Justin Grimsley. Should this board to decide to extend the back-to-school transition process, it will be at the educational, mental health, and occupational expense of countless families whom this board was elected to serve. The board should not be playing politics with the educational well-being of the children served by the district. Let me first say that it is clearly evident that an overwhelming number of teachers and staff are ready and waiting to welcome our kids back. They're begging to teach our kids in person. They've done yeoman's work with these weeks preparing and teaching our kids under the most difficult of circumstances, and they should be applauded. I think the district is facing the same challenge other industries are as they begin to recall their teams from work at home. Some employees have come to appreciate working from home for any number of reasons, some legitimate, some perhaps more convenient, and they are making their discontent known. That being said, this board should not kowtow to that vocal minority who do not currently have the responsibility of it as an essential worker and public servant of the district's constituency, and the time has expired. Next statement is from Lisa Mochek. I am advocating for a choice for in-person learning. I am a home health physical therapist working with elderly at-risk men and women whom I deeply respect. I have worked throughout the pandemic with the masks, gloves, social distancing, hand washing, sanitizing, and temp checks. I feel confident our kids can go back to school safely with similar policies. I respect the families who choose to continue online learning. I appreciate all of the hard work being done to make online learning a better experience. That said, we want our kids back in the classroom, even if they are wearing masks and social distancing. Our children are completely aware of the COVID situation. They have been living it with us for the last 6 to 7 months, wearing masks anytime we are at a restaurant or grocery store and sanitizing constantly. They also feel strongly that they can meet the demands of a completely different in-person school experience because they want to be back in the classroom face to face. I feel passionately, and the time has expired. Next statement is from Barbara Deacons. Cases are growing in Tarrant County again, and the Tarrant County Health Department recommends virtual learning until the numbers begin to drop. Currently, there are too many active cases of COVID to keep it out of our schools. This should be evident from the outbreak at South Hills High School, one that occurred even though no students had returned and limited numbers of people were on campus. Until cases drop, any return to in-person teaching will be temporary. Outbreaks are certain and certain to require school closure to contain. It makes more sense to stay virtual than to have schooling interrupted again. That stop and start will erase any benefits of in-person schooling. In-person is not safe, not for kids, not for staff, and not for the larger community. As COVID-19 spreads through the community or through the schools, it will travel home with students and into the overall community, thus magnifying the problem as we have already seen in other districts. Please consider extending virtual learning, and the time is expired. Next statement from Mackenzie Carpenter. I am a Fort Worth ISD parent. I am writing to ask the board to adopt the voucher allowing Fort Worth ISD to extend the back to school process by an additional 4 weeks as allowed by the TEA. I would like the board to begin the process of gradually staggering in-person learning on campus beginning October 5th. Do not rush the return to campus for all students at once. I believe we need to first open schools to those with the greatest need, including those who are in special education programs and those suffering from technology gaps. I believe we should then work to open doors to our youngest learners who struggle the most with navigating online learning and who may not have reliable access to technology. If we are not able to offer every student one-to-one technology, high-quality connectivity, and enough bandwidth to get them through the month, then we need to provide immediate accommodations to those left in the dark, and the time has expired. Next speaker should be Shirley Freeman. Ms. Freeman, are you there? Ms. Shirley Freeman? Shirley Freeman. Moving on to Vanessa Adela, or Adia.
Yes, Vanessa Adia here.
Yes.
So the things that have not changed, let me back this up. The things that have changed since last week, our numbers have gone up. And we have had more people speak out in political ways. The things that have not changed, we still really don't know how we are going to stay safe as teachers. I fully recognize the reason why parents want their kids to be in person for learning. But I want everyone to understand that it is not the same. We don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but it is not going to look like the typical experience that we have together. And we still don't know how we are going to remain safe. I want to know if the people who are not able to attend because of health concerns to this meeting, if those health concerns will be addressed for teachers as well, and if they will be allowed to be safe.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next is a statement from Matt Plummer. My wife is a teacher with Fort Worth ISD, and we have a number of concerns about the decision to return to face-to-face instruction. Last week, the board voted 5-4 in support of face-to-face instruction beginning in October. This means that students and staff will be physically present in Fort Worth ISD school buildings in the midst of a pandemic. Area health professionals cautioned against this decision, yet the board voted 5-4 to transition to face-to-face instruction. Teachers, parents, and staff urged you to take their health and their family's health into consideration with this decision, yet the board voted 5-4 to transition. We have seen other districts reopen their schools and subsequently go back to virtual instruction due to outbreaks on their campuses or lack of staffing because employees do not feel safe with face-to-face instruction at this time. Regardless of the precautions in place, there can be no guarantee that our students, staff, and families will be safe, and the time has expired. Next statement is from Chris Benson. Tonight, we sit here again as you all discuss what is best for the students of Fort Worth ISD. Last week, you took a vote, and with that vote, parents would have the option of learning or return to the classroom. Tonight, you vote again on the same thing. Each of you should take a long look in the mirror and realize that you are turning our school district into a circus. Each day this circus continues, students leave the district and the achievement gap widens. There are teachers who want to be back in the classroom, and because teaching is their calling, they understand that when it comes to essential workers, teachers stand at the top of that essential mountain. Those teachers realize that the failure of a student is their failure. Fort Worth ISD administration states that they have a plan put together to keep students who choose to go back to the classroom safe. Isn't that what a school is supposed to do? Educate our children in a safe environment? You can't throw together a virtual curriculum in a few months, and the time has expired. Next statement is from Jennifer Eldred. Choice, I am a teacher in the Fort Worth ISD going into my 14th year of teaching. I feel it is important to know that you know a little bit about my background and situation to better understand where I'm coming from. Before coming to Fort Worth, I taught in Title I schools in 2 other North Texas school districts. Although my current campus is quite different from previous schools, having taught in varying environments, I understand that the challenge these families and schools face. I have a daughter with a rare condition, which puts her in the high-risk category of were she to become ill. But you see, anything she gets, even the common cold or an ear infection, can put her in the ICU. We have had several hospital visits in her short lifetime. So far, but through this experience, we have learned to live in faith and hope, not fear. Life is precious, life is short. We spend some time in living in fear, and it was miserable. It is not living, and the time has expired. James Wilson has the next statement. In the last meeting, I cited a Florida teachers union case that the judge sided with them on, and its 2 points of contention. 1, about the constitutionality and safety of the students with the space provided, not being able to realistically social distance. 2, the conditions to meet the requirement to qualify for leave, being that teachers must be symptomatic by then, and how this endangers us all. And the WHO and the JAMA and the province's report of incubation rates for positive testing ranges from 19 to 27 days. Since then, we see reports of 2,000 students already infected in Texas, and White Settlement School has already had infection occur. As I previously stated, all data which had been gathered for the duration of this pandemic has not been gathered during a time when the school was open during outbreak, and the time has expired. Leanne Kitchens has the next statement. Hello, I'm a department chair and teacher in the English department at Trimble Tech High School. Recently, guided by the CDC, the Tarrant County Health Director, Vinnie Panasia, had urged Fort Worth ISD to extend virtual learning. In addition to this, multiple school districts have decisively closed across Texas due to rapid and uncontrollable spread of the coronavirus. For instance, just last week, Mineral Wells ISD was one that closed its doors and made the decision to resume online only, as too many staff and students had become infected and their high school no longer offered sufficient space for classroom relocation due to the virus's spread. In our district, we will surely face the same fate with limited space and capacity due to construction and remodeling projects across our many campuses. In the past 3 weeks since the reopening of schools across the nation, there have been 6 teacher fatalities one including a 28-year-old teacher. This still fails to mention the family members and loved ones in and around, and the time has expired. Next speaker is Donna Cacciola. Our Success High School recently moved from Trimble Tech High School to the portables at Southwest High School due to the tech needing our classrooms for expansion. We were told that we will be in the portables for a year and not know where we are to go afterward. This is unacceptable. We have no fax lines, no custodians, no plexiglass on our desks, no storage room for our record keeping or supplies, or ample room in the portables for students, teachers to practice safe distancing. We are unable to supply our students with Chromebooks where they are not available. Unacceptable. Board members would accept their children being placed in portables after being in a regular school setting. The majority of high schools are still under construction. How are our schools and our schools supposed to keep the students and staff safe while this continues? Also, how is the Fort Worth ISD able to build brand new schools and upgrade other schools, and we are unable to obtain a school building for our Success students, and the time has expired? Next comments are from Danny Lafferty. I am a parent of 2 Overton Park Elementary students and implore you to vote to allow a choice of in-person instruction to begin by October 5th. As elected officials representing your constituents, it is of the utmost importance, along your first priority of meeting the educational needs of Fort Worth ISD's children. 52%, a majority of district families, chose in-person learning. 90% of Overton Park families responded, and 91% selected in-person learning. Staff at my school desire to return to in-person learning as soon as possible. On July 15th, our school published a comprehensive plan covering all facets that should be considered in offering safe in-person instruction, including drop-off, dismissal, lunch, and class transitions. Virtual instruction does not provide the needed interaction, engagement, and tailored instruction necessary to help our children thrive. Virtual learning is tedious, limiting, and any robustness is lost in my children, and the time has expired. Next statement is from Lauren Ivy Chung. I don't think the mental health toll virtual learning is taking on families can be overstated. Parents such as myself who are juggling work from home with overseeing virtual learning are maxed out. I can only imagine what families struggling with poverty are going through. If there is going to be a COVID-19 dashboard, there also needs to be a mental health dashboard monitoring and sharing our data on public mental health. In-person learning is vital for social and emotional development, especially for our younger students. Thank you. Next statement is from Lindsay Cowden. Board members, staff, parents, and guests, thank you for listening to your community. Fort Worth ISD is an educational organization. Therefore, we must make educated decisions about how our district proceeds. The facts are that we are in a red zone. The county health director supports virtual learning, and there are COVID cases in schools without students on campus. Teachers and staff are reporting useless or non-existent PPE. Plans to just ask students not to use water fountains, and parents are taking Clorox wipes to school in an effort to help out. I wish my 6th grader were learning face-to-face, but we aren't ready, not even close. The recent survey taken last week has not given campuses enough time to develop health and safety plans, measure spaces, determine the resources needed to protect staff and students alike. We have no idea what half capacity at a social distance looks like in schools that are overcrowded and underfunded, or how best to serve in person, and the time expired. Next comment is from Amy Baker. I sincerely hope our board trustees do not bend to the political pressure put upon them recently, reopen too soon. The science speaks loud and clear that it is not safe to reopen our schools on October 5th. I recognize there are students within the district who need to face instruction due to a multitude of reasons, and I hope the district can begin to slow phase in those children, hopefully before the November 3rd date, based on each family's needs. I firmly believe the board needs to reconsider its previous decision to continue with the 4-week extension to allow more time to make a safe decision on how to return to in-person learning and begin bringing back those students who are in need first, as well as to create a more realistic teaching model for our teachers. Asking them to teach in person and then to turn around and teach a virtual recorded class is ludicrous, and it will be an uneven playing field, and the time has expired. Amanda Barton is the next speaker, the next statement. I am writing in favor of children returning to school. There will be a long-term effect on social development that needs to be considered. I am concerned about mental, emotional aspects of children not in class. These children will be faced with mental and emotional issues, boredom, depression, anxiety, aggressiveness, loneliness, basically all the things you get from school other than academics, not to mention action skills that are not being developed. So many things other than academics have fallen down on the priority list. If you are not reading in grade level in the 3rd grade, you are 4 times more likely to not graduate high school. If you are low socioeconomic, you are 6 times more likely not to graduate. Considering the demographics of Fort Worth ISD, that alone is as big a risk as the virus. There is a cost to not being in the classroom, and it goes beyond just academics. Is there a risk that kids will get sick? Yes. Is there a risk that they will others get sick? Yes, and the time is expired. The next statement is from Wanda Kinney. First of all, whatever decision is made tonight, there will be understandably some who are not going to be pleased. I understand and empathize with all involved, the board, the parents, the teachers and staff, and of course the students. Our students are the ones who need the adults making the decisions tonight to make the best decision on their behalf. In no way am I dismissing the needs of our parents who've become their children's teachers, while still being required to meet all of their children's physical and emotional needs. And our teachers have had to dig deep into their bags of creative teaching in order to try to keep their students' learning on track. Blessings and thanksgivings to you all. But our students have suffered the greatest losses, not only in learning deficits, but in the panic of suddenly being snatched from their normal lives of going to school and interacting with their teachers and friends, not to mention some not having a regular source of nutrition, and the time is expired. Next statement is from Raquel Rosales. Dear board members, Dr. Scribner, Fort Worth ISD, we currently have an issue with the hotspots distributed. We have a great number of students who are using Fort Worth ISD hotspots for internet. When these were purchased, there seems to not have been a lot of thought about exactly how much data would be used with apps like Google Meet. We are getting reports from students that their hotspots are running slow or not working at all, and the likely culprit is a lack of data, even on the hotspots with 10 gigabytes of data. Renews on the 6th of each month. Most students have received hotspots with 3 to 5 gigabytes of data. The data has not been renewed, and students across the district are unable to complete their assignments. Please get our kids access to their educational material to meet their needs. Our kids need access now. The solution to giving them another hotspot does not work because we are completely out of hotspots and the time has expired. The next speaker will be Courtney Kerr. Ms. Kerr, are you there?
Yes.
You may begin.
I'm a parent of 3 students. 6 weeks ago, our 2 sons began in person at a local parochial school. They mask up, wash up, and enjoy more than ever the opportunity of learning in a classroom. They are thriving and they have their purpose back. Their school committed to massive planning efforts, and the kids are benefiting tremendously. Returning in person for teachers and students of all backgrounds has been successful for weeks. They also have a plan to stay the course when cases do occur. Our daughter, on the other hand, is trapped as a virtual learner in the flipping and flopping of Fort Worth ISD. While her high school teachers have done a phenomenal job with their virtual lessons, the technical issues and erratic connections have been exhausting and tear-inducing. There is no thriving for her, and she is growing at a fraction of the pace of her brothers and at a fraction of her potential. There is no more time to wait and see, think, and pivot. Dust off the plans that should have been made months ago, or borrow the plans from schools who did the hard work. Stop asking for more time. Return our choice. Return in October. Return kids' purpose and return them to their potential. Let us go back!
The next is a statement from Travis Baker. I was disappointed by the narrow decision made last week to resume in-person learning. However, I thank you for taking the time to reevaluate the decision with a deep understanding of public health experts and community input. You play an incredibly important role in the safety of our children and the Fort Worth community as a whole. After hearing the Tarrant County Public Health Director, Vinnie Taneja, speak to the caution that needs to be taken in order to return to school, I urge you to take the option to extend the waiver provided by the state to continue virtual learning. The dashboard for Tarrant County, as displayed last week, shows that it is not safe for our kids to go back to school. Hearing vocal parents and politicians weigh in on this matter with partisan rhetoric deeply worries me. This is an issue that affects people regardless of which school they attend. I hear people state that most disadvantaged kids will be safer at school, that they will be left behind without in-person instruction. However, those same people are pulling their kids out of public education to go to private schools, and the time has expired. The next speaker would be Roxanne Martinez. Ms. Martinez, are you available?
Yes, I'm here. I'm a parent of two Fort Worth ISD students. As a community advocate, I've spent the last few days navigating Fort Worth ISD students, yes, students, and their families to COVID testing sites. Because as you may know, my 76106 neighborhood has been significantly impacted by COVID. What do you think will happen when we open schools and the neighborhoods hardest hit by COVID will have to repeatedly shut down? We know that the best place for our kids are in school, but we need time to ensure that it will be done safely because positive COVID cases will happen, and it's highly likely that it will happen in my neighborhood. Are we ready for that? Because one death will be one too many. In my pyramid, we've seen high numbers of attendance for virtual learning. Our parents care about our children's education as much as any other group speaking here tonight. We also care about the health of our multi-generational families, as well as our teachers and staff. So please do what is best to protect all kids and community. An easy decision, and I thank you all for all that you do. Thank you.
Next speaker would be Alexandra Fortney.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Alexandra Fertney, and I'm a teacher here in Fort Worth ISD. I am urging the school board to vote for the 4-week extension of online learning for the following reasons. Our Tarrant County Public Health Director made it extremely clear last Tuesday that it is not safe to return to in-person instruction and that trouble was brewing due to the predicted spike in cases following Labor Day. He is the medical professional. To ignore this warning is to intentionally choose to put the lives of students, teachers, and their families at risk. It is clear that there is no solid plan in place to safely return to in-person instruction on October 5th. There were many valid questions regarding the return to in-person learning that have yet to be answered, i.e., when will teachers plan, record, and upload instructional videos for their virtual students while also teaching in-person students during the workday? A 45-minute planning period will not suffice. Again, I am asking that we vote on the 4-week extension of virtual learning. Fort Worth ISD Board of
Your time has
Education.
expired. Thank you. Our next speaker would be Chelsea Allison. Ms. Allison, are you ready to go?
Yes. Yes.
Please begin.
My name is Dr. Chelsea Allison. I am a 5th-generation educator, and this is my 21st year in education. As a former administrator in the past, I've heard parents make many disparaging comments about teachers, none that show the total disregard and lack of empathy for our current employees, as I've heard tonight in the last board meeting. We are doing our jobs. We work countless hours. We are not healthcare workers. But you and parents expect us to screen children, monitor for symptoms, provide a safe environment, all while we are in what is, to me, a life-threatening situation. It is erroneous to believe students will return to a semblance of the educational experience they had before last March. They will return to an environment that is like nothing they have before, nor is what parents seem to think will benefit their child. There will be no movement for ADHD students. There will be no interaction for those missing socialization. There will be strictly regimented classes and transitions, 6 feet apart in a mask if we're lucky. I teach 150 middle schoolers with classes that max 33 students. If you're making this decision based on money and politics, you're making the wrong decision. The economy will come back. There is no
Ma'am, your
coming back
time
from
has
death.
expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Norma Garcia Lopez. Are you ready?
Yes. Hello, everyone. This is Norma Garcia Lopez. I would like to ask the board to extend the 4 week for virtual learning. I hear so many parents speaking about they want to send their kids back to school, but what about the teachers? Their lives matter too. Give it more time for the schools to be ready. Nobody was ready for COVID. And also, I want to say that Mayor Price has no business meddling into school business at her convenience to flex her white supremacy platform at all. She has no business, so she needs to stay in her lane. Also, I would like to say to the parents criticizing a father and a son on his outing, shame on you. Speak highly of you, of what the type of parents you are and what you teach to your to your kids. On you. Board, I hope you listen to the public health experts and extend the 4 weeks. We need them, and the teachers matter. It's them
Ma'am,
that
your
we
time
need to
has
listen
expired. Thank you. Taylor Trevino is the next speaker. Are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
All right. Hi, my name is Taylor Trevino, and I'm a middle school teacher here in Fort Worth ISD. I want to start by thanking the board and the district for the important work that they're doing in regards to equity and racial justice, which, based on some of the comments today, is a field in which there's still a lot of work left to do. I also support delaying the vote about the district's contract with the city regarding school resource officers. However, I'm mainly here to implore the board to give us 4 more weeks of virtual learning before returning in person. Those who are demanding a choice for parents and students are demanding that teachers not have one. The fact of the matter is that if we reopen now, we will see COVID cases in schools and we will have to shut down again. More people will get sick and have to deal with both the short and long-term effects of this disease, and I can't even fathom the thought of any of my students or colleagues dying because we were forced to offer an in-person option. Switching back and forth from virtual to online is not only impractical, but disruptive to the consistent routine that students need in order to be successful, not to mention the burden it puts on families and teachers. The only reason we're considering reopening is because we have safety measures in place, but in schools with hundreds of
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, except for the individuals who didn't answer when I called, there are 3 additional individuals who apparently sent statements, but I don't seem to have them in my stack. So, but otherwise, that concludes the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. And if we end up getting a hold of those statements, we'll make sure we read those out during our board meeting. So we are thanking you for your thoughts this evening. We will move on to agenda item number 5, which is reports and presentations. I do want to note that Dr. Scribner is not able to join us tonight. Our thoughts and prayers are with him and his mother tonight. So we as a board are prepared to move forward and with the administrative team. So we'll begin with the presentation tonight, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Karen Molinar.
Thank you, President Ramos. Our first presentation this evening will be Mr. Mike Ball, who is our Chief Financial Officer, and he will be doing a report on our proposed budget amendment for the fiscal year ending in June 30th. Mr. Ball? Mr. Ball, are you ready to begin?
Excuse me, President Ramos, could I request that we take a quick, like 3 to 5 minute recess while Mr. Ball gets ready? Bio break.
Sure, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
So it's 9:28 p.m. We'll take a 5-minute short recess as Mr. Ball gets set up and give a little restroom break to my colleagues. So we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
year ending in June 30th this evening.
Okay, right before you get going, Mr. Ball, let me just state that we are now back in open session and the time is 9:34 p.m. Mr. Ball?
Thank you, President Ramos, and thank you, Ms. Molinar. And if we could just advance the slide, we'll just jump right into our update to the board on our budget for the 2021 fiscal year. Just wanted to start out by refreshing all of our memories about the process we've been through. We started in February with the normal process that we would typically undertake to develop the budget with our campus allocations, which are based on enrollment projections in the Smarter School spending formulas that we have. And then, as everyone knows, in early March, we experienced a malware incident, and that really curtailed our ability to conduct the typical process that we would do for our budget development. That capability was restored about mid-May, and by that point, we were facing the deadline to have the budget ready to begin our fiscal year. So we're thankful that the board trusted us by adopting what we call a compliance budget in June. And then, as we indicated then, we've conducted more of a typical budget development process during the months of July and August, with the difference that we did it after the year had already begun, after the fiscal year. And so our budget team has met with each of the budget owners through those weeks of July and August. We've met with the chief over each of the functional areas. Our campus budgets did not change because we did those based on enrollment projections early on. So it's really the non-campus budgets that most of this work involved. And then as we committed to the board in June, when the board adopted the compliance budget, we're back in September with proposed budget amendments. And then our thinking is that we want to get the input from the board on what the board's priorities are and make any adjustments needed as a result of that, and then come back in the month of October at the regular October meeting and have this as an action item for the board's consideration. And so that brings us kind of to the specifics. And I mentioned that the campus budgets really have not changed because they were all done based on what I've already described. In the non-campus budgets, as I mentioned, we collaborated with the chiefs and the budget owners over each of those areas. And we've really tried to right size our staffing based on the work that our efficiency study did in the past. And we also, we now have the compensation manual that the board has approved for the 2021 fiscal year. And so we've incorporated that into these numbers. And then the non-payroll numbers are just really based on that collaborative process where we worked with each budget owner to really, our goal through all of that was to try to narrow the gap between our budgeted numbers and our actual numbers. And so we've done that, and the numbers that you see tonight are the result of that work. And the differences really from that compliance budget, which was based on audited expenditures for the year ended June 30th, 2019, the differences really have to do with right sizing of staffing and reduction in the non-payroll expenditures based on that collaborative process. And so that leads us to the actual numbers. And you see there that in the middle column, the left-hand numeric column, you see that's the actual budget that the board approved in June. And in the middle column of numbers, we're showing the proposed budget amendments that we would bring forward as our recommendation for the board to adopt in October. And that results in the proposed amended budget there in the far right column that we would propose to be our guiding document, as the budget should be, to guide our expenditures for the fiscal year. And just to summarize, to get to the bottom line on that, the budget that was adopted in June resulted in a $55.4 million deficit. And the work that our budget team has done reduces that deficit down to about $32 million. So there's been some significant improvement in the situation. Obviously, funds are still tight. It is a deficit budget, but it's not quite as bad as it looked in June. And so I'm grateful for the work that our budget team did. David Johnson, Anne Marie Shelton, Patricia Young, and their staff did a great job to put all these numbers together and to hold all those meetings with the budget owners. And so that's the general fund. We have two more funds that the board adopts budgets on, and this one is the Child Nutrition Service Fund. And this one does show a little greater deficit than what the board adopted in June. This is the same format. The three columns are the same. The difference here is that, we've made a commitment to feed students. And so we've done that, and the investment in doing that costs some money to do that. And so these numbers really demonstrate the impact of the reduced participation in the regular National School Lunch Program that we typically operate. The program that we've really been operating since the COVID situation began is somewhat of an extension of the what you would typically call the summer feeding program, where all the students receive their meals at no cost, as opposed to the need-based application process that's a part of the National School Lunch Program. So all of the local revenues go away under the scenario we have, and so that's the reason for the increased deficit there. And the good news about that is we are feeding all the students, and we're making that investment in making sure that there's no child going hungry who's a part of our district. And then that brings us to the debt service fund, which the good news here is that the only change we've made to this budget is to reflect the debt service required from the bond sale that took place. It was priced in July and actually funded in August. And we've been able to keep the debt service tax rate stable, and we've been able to fund the bond sale that pays for the construction costs of the voter-approved construction projects, and still operate in the black on the debt service fund. So it's a good report on the debt service fund. And then we want to talk about the continued impact of the COVID-19 situation. We continue to spend significant dollars on safety and security for our students and our employees. Those are substantial costs for the PPE, the personal protective equipment, and the various barriers that we've installed in buildings across the district to provide for appropriate social distancing. We've spent about $6.3 million already on the personal protective equipment, and then we've spent about $9.1 million on the connectivity, which is the second item there, the hotspots in the devices, about $9.1 million. So that continues to be a significant impact on our budget. And then we do see some continued uncertainty. As the board knows, our enrollment and actually our attendance is a key driver in our state funding formulas. And so due to the situation, our enrollment and therefore our average daily attendance is down somewhat. The state has indicated that they will grant us they will hold us harmless for the first 12 weeks so that for funding purposes, our average daily attendance will not be less than 99% of what it was the first 12 weeks of the previous school year. So we have that safety net, if you will. But in week 13, if we see the kind of decline that we're looking at right now, that it will have a significant impact on our budget, so or on our revenue stream. And so there is some continued uncertainty at that point, but we hope to engage in some recruitment or searching for where the students are, make sure that we get them all engaged, primarily because they're not getting the kind of education they need if they're not engaged in our campuses. And the side note is it does create a budget issue. And so the next steps is to get the board's input tonight and between now and the October board meeting, and then bring this back at the October meeting as an action item. And President Ramos, I'd be pleased to address any questions the board might have about this.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. I'm going to ask that my colleagues, trustees, use the little raise your hand function on the Zoom application. If you have any questions for Mr. Ball, you'll locate that under the participants tab, and you'll see on the little right-hand corner, it'll say raise hand. So if any questions from the board, this is the time to do so. So first up, Trustee CJ Evans.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Ball. Can you elaborate a little more about the budget implications that the return to school has?
I'd be happy to, Trustee Evans. The state funding formula, to just get to the bottom line, it generates for the 2020-21 school year about $9,800 per student in average daily attendance. And right now, as we sit here, the latest data that I've seen indicates that we're down about 3,000 students from a similar point in time last year. And so if you just do the math on that, that's about $30 million, or it's approaching $30 million in revenue that we would not receive. And of course, the uncertainty now is that we're operating in that hold harmless period for the first 12 weeks of the school year. And so our hope is that we will find those 3,000 students and do some outreach efforts and get them back engaged in their educational process, which will be the right thing for the students, and it will also be of benefit for the budget, for the revenues.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Evans. Next question will be by Trustee Brookins.
That actually leads into my question. What plan do we have to increase our enrollment numbers?
Well, that's a great question, Trustee Brookins. We've already had one event where we actually had some volunteers go out door to door. And so some of those kinds of things, we will have to flesh those plans out a little bit. But as Dr. Scribner and I were going over this today, we were discussing the need to continue those kinds of efforts. So I don't know that we have any real specific plans at this point, but it would be something similar to what we've already done.
Ms. Brookins, Dr. Washington would like to share some specific plans that our Division of Student and School Support have in place.
You, Trustee Brookins, for the question. And right now, the principals, they work very closely with their campuses and their attendance committees and their stay-in-school coordinators. We also work very closely with Ms. Breed's team. We've already did one community walk where we are reaching out to all of our students and working with her and ensuring we re-engage our students, but also working to re-engage those students and ensuring that we identify those students that have not engaged with our campuses. We are working with our teachers that they reach out and call each one of those students. Dr. Pena and I both have a list that we work through every week with our principals to ensure that we re-engage those students. So we have that by campus. We look at those numbers weekly, and each campus has a plan that they utilize every week to identify those students and try to make sure that we recapture those students, those 3,000 students by campus at the high school, middle, and elementary level.
Thank you. That's one of the things I was hoping, that we were reaching out to them weekly, because we know that our students are moving around right now, and if we don't continue to reach out to them, we'll definitely lose them.
Yes, ma'am. And we can see those students as they enrolled in our system, so we can already identify those students. So we have a plan that we monitor weekly.
Thank you. Looks like the next question is by Trustee Ashley Paz.
Questions. Just kidding. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Ball, for the report. So you mentioned, I do have a couple of questions, but I promise that I will be brief. You mentioned that, of course, feeding students is expensive, and you talked a little bit about the summer feeding program. It's my understanding that the Department of Agriculture had extended the program, but they only extended it for if you had, let me back up. If school districts were providing any type of instruction, then they would not be eligible to use, to request funds from the summer feeding program. So is that still the case? I have not heard an update since they first made that announcement, but I know that several were going to try to fight that. So do you know if that has changed, and are we still using that program, or are we back on just a regular free and reduced lunch program?
Great question, Trustee Paz. Our best understanding is that the program has been extended through December 31 of 2020, and the district has a choice about whether to participate in that program or to go back to the regular National School Lunch Program. The difference between those two programs is that under this summer feeding program, any person who's 18 years of age or under can receive meals, no questions asked. And as opposed to the National School Lunch Program, they have to be one of our students, and they either have to pay the meal price that's set each year, or if they're in a public assistance buy for the free and reduced supply, and either receive a free lunch or a reduced lunch. And so that's kind of our understanding. There is some possibility that the funding could run out before the end of December, but we've not gotten any data about when that might be. So I think at some point we will have a decision to make as a district. Do we want to continue with this summer feeding program, or do we want to go back to the National School Lunch Program? And the other thing that is impactful about that is that there are other things that are driven by the percentage of students we have that qualify for a free and reduced lunch. There's lots of potential funding implications connected with that. And so we're looking at that. For the short term, the decision's been made to stay with the summer feeding program. That seems to work better too in the virtual environment in which we're operating right now. When we go to the in-person instruction, that may be the appropriate time to take another look at that.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question is when we make the switch from in-person to virtual, would that have an impact on, or even when we make the switches for allowing people to choose, if that would have any impact on which program we're able to use?
It could potentially. Okay.
And so our ADA is down about 3,000 students from this time last year. So I know that we had projected that we would be down some number. That consistent with the drops that we were expecting, or is that more than what we had anticipated? And also, do we know if those are students that are they students that we have just disappeared, and are because of mobility, or do we know if any of them are students who have left to enroll in other charter, private school, or homeschool options?
Let me address the first question first, Trustee Paz. Our budget process anticipated that we would lose about 1,500 students in an average daily attendance, and so the decline that we mentioned of 3,000 is about double what we had expected. And the best information I have at this point is that's a lot of that is in the elementary grades. And I think as the days move forward, we will need to do a lot more analysis of the data on that than we've been able to at this point.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm not excited, but I am eager to hear if we know where those kids have gone, and it's, since they are elementary, hopefully that means that they have gone to, that they're students that have just gone to charters or to private schools. I mean, it's not good that we're losing students, but it's still, at least we know where they are and they're not just falling through the cracks. Okay, and then finally, I'll kind of lump these last two questions together. So in the slide, it said that, of course, PPE costs are substantial. So this is actually a three-part question. One, where are we on receiving all of the PPE that has been ordered and getting it to the campuses? And are there do we have any chance of recouping those costs from the state? I know that initially the governor had said that he had planned to use part of his discretionary fund to go to schools to pay for PPE resources to get students back in after COVID. But I don't know if that's changed since he's now using that fund to support police departments with additional funding. And then what other additional costs do we have or have we experienced that are associated with the social supports that have been provided during COVID?
A great question, and let me take the first part of that, if I recall. Will we be reimbursed for any of that? We're becoming less and less optimistic about that each day. what we're finding is, we've had about 3 different sources. We've had this governor's discretionary fund that you mentioned. We've had FEMA had a period of time where there was some hope that they might reimburse us, and then there was some hope that some of the CARES funding would provide for that. But what we're beginning to conclude is that there's probably not a lot of reimbursement out there that we will receive for the consumable personal protective equipment type things, and that's what most of this is. It's consumable, and what we have a little more hope for is some reimbursement maybe on some of the devices that we've purchased, but we're not real optimistic even on that. In terms of ongoing or other expenses, there's additional custodial labor just to have the appropriate staffing levels and the appropriate hours involved to continue to clean and sanitize. And so we anticipate that ramping up when we do get back to an in-person environment. Obviously, the buildings will need to be cleaned more often than they do when they don't have the occupancy load on them. And so those are just the cleaning supplies, the additional custodial labor and custodial supplies that it takes to do some of the and some of the thermometers and those kinds of things that we're using to do some of the wellness checks. So that's hopefully that gives you an idea of what we're looking at in terms of additional costs for that.
Okay. And so what about the social supports that we've been providing in the community, like the social workers that have been and faculty that have been doing the home visits and the additional resources that have been going to kind of provide wraparound services for students who are in the highest need?
I would probably defer to Ms. Molinar on that, Trustee Paz, to get into the specifics of how we're doing that.
Okay, and maybe one of the other presentations is a better place to talk about that. But I'm just curious if that is something that we had already budgeted for, or if there's an additional.
Sure, Trustee Paz, we have added in some resources, and you'll actually see that outlined in your own constraints that are on one of our action items tonight. But Dr. Pena and Dr. Washington have been working with our student support services, and Dr. Pena can give you, a short update, but we're happy to come back and really dig deeper into our social emotional learning support that we've been providing in addition to our support staff.
So, Trustee Paz, we've worked this summer with student services under Michael Steiner, and so all the personnel, especially at DAEP or any alternative school program that was there, was reallocated until we come back in person to support campuses, and we use the school performance framework. So our Tier 5 schools, being the ones with the highest need, were prioritized, so they have the greater amount of staff to support, just as Dr. Washington mentioned earlier, with student engagement and recapturing those students. And we have that information actually on a file with the amount of personnel and the employee names that are supporting the campus principals with those efforts. So we do have, for example, at a Tier 5 high school, we have about 5 or 6 people that are there to support the principal in addition to the regular campus staff. And once we return to in person, that staff would be reallocated just depending on the number of students that are coming back per campus. So the principals do have that support. And to your other question about PPE, we also have that data. The campuses receive a weekly shipments of PPE, including student masks. So every campus has student masks. They have the student dividers. They have a certain amount of face masks based on the number of students enrolled. And so we have that information, and they have a monthly refresh process that we also have for you if you need. So at this point, every campus has been provided with enough PPE equipment based on their enrollment.
Okay, thank you so much.
And Trustee Paz, Dr. Pena's comment just reminded me that I failed to address one of the parts of your question about the governor's discretionary fund. I think he has chosen to actually purchase some of the personal protective equipment and send it to the districts as opposed to actually reimbursing us for it. And so the numbers that you've heard me give tonight are what we've actually paid for, and those are in addition to the equipment and supplies that the governor has provided to us.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ball. Thank you, Trustee Paz. Next, we have a question by Trustee Toby Jackson.
Thank you, President Ramos. This will probably be for Ms. Molinar and Dr. Washington and Dr. Pena. The other trustees' questions have prompted a few from me. We've had one Prevail to Graduation type event, and I presume that was because of COVID-19 that we didn't want to go out into the community. But I'd like to know what the breakpoints are for the campuses and how you all are assessing these campuses where 3,000 students are not being educated right now. I know we can look into T-REX and we can find immediately where kids are if they're enrolled in a charter or public school. So I'm very concerned about how that's being tracked. Can you all help me understand?
So let me start, Ms. Jackson. We actually look at multiple reports because you have your students who have registered through Focus and on Power School, and we have that information. And then we overlay that information with our daily engagement that our attendance or daily attendance that our teachers provide us. So we take that and we overlay it and compare it to each campus. The Power School, of course, was registration prior to our first day of school as well as after school began. So we're able to identify our students from Power School who have not yet engaged. So that's one first layer that our campuses are able to go out and say, hey, you registered, we have you in a classroom, and you have not engaged yet. Those are the phone calls that the campuses are making. That was one of the reasons why we asked for support staff to be back on campus, so we can do that reach out. Our Miss Breed and Miss Hall and her team have led with the help of our external partners of Reed Fort Worth doing front porch visit. That has continued as well. We also are working on when we have our food distribution site. When we see students who may not be engaged, but we know they're ours, that's when our staff can immediately go and just ask our parents, hey, why don't we see them engaged? You're here picking up meals. So there's that touch point too. What we are seeing, which is really comparative across the United States. We participate in multiple calls during the week. One of the really great resources, the Council of Great City Schools. And we are able to participate with superintendents across the nation. They are experiencing the same thing. And as recently as last week, we participated with the superintendents across Texas with Commissioner Morath. Everyone is seeing anywhere from a 3% to some districts to almost a 10 or double-digit % of loss of enrollment. And all of us, we like to compare our numbers, and everyone is seeing that happen in the elementary grade, specifically pre-K and K. So some of these students have not even arrived on our campuses as students. Some of the contact that has been made, our parents just feel like they want to wait until we're doing in-person instruction to bring them. So we are very hopeful we'll see an influx of students once we start in-person instruction. And we know especially our youngest learners, they need something tangible. They need to come through those doors, be in a seat. So we do expect we'll recapture some at that time as well. The good news is, as we shared earlier, our secondary numbers are pretty strong and steady from last year. So we're very excited about that, especially our high school numbers. So that is definitely a strength. However, if we are missing any high school students, our counselors are working very hard to recapture them, as well as our secondary staff at that point. So we're really looking at multiple measures. And then, of course, as you explained, we do have the ability to look at our withdrawals to see who we have lost. But, really at this time, we're trying to focus on making sure our students are engaging each day and finding the ones that we know had already committed to Fort Worth ISD and get them in, whether it's virtual or in person.
Thank you, Jackson. Just to add to your question about graduation, Dr. Pena and I met earlier this week with the focus on our T3 campuses, and we met with President Madison and several of the members focusing on our 6 campuses and identifying those. We focused specifically on our sophomores and our juniors to provide support with them in English and in math to ensure that they're TSI ready in those 6 campuses, and really focusing on those students that were 9th graders last year. And we know that we want to strengthen the instructional support, and they're going to support us by providing a tutoring one-on-one sessions this spring to ensure that our kids are TSI ready and preparing them for college readiness and dual credit readiness. So we're looking into working with them on that. So we talked about ensuring that they're college ready and dual credit ready and preparing them to be on track for graduation. So we're also looking at additional partnerships and supporting our kids and ensuring they're meeting one of those criteria for being CCMR ready. So we're looking at several avenues and working with Dr. Sines as well on the CCMR readiness track, making sure that all of our campuses are tracking their students to meet one of the criteria and tracking that as well at every high school campus.
Thank you. That's the strongest answer in any year since I've been here that I've heard about tracking students, and that makes me feel good. We used to just go out once a year for Prevail to graduation, and that was it. I have a question about week 13. That's when it changes from the rolling 12. Sorry, that's my mother's bird. The rolling 12. So when is week 13? And will you all please update this board when week 13 hits and let us know where we are with ADA and our money, because this board may need to make some decisions about money with you all. Is that something we can do?
Yes, Trustee Jackson, we'll make sure that we continue to update you on enrollment versus projections.
Thank you. And then also with connectivity, $9.1 million in computers. I keep being told, I know we're not 1-to-1 below 6th grade, and Jerry's done a great job of keeping me up to date when I call, but also anybody that calls me, and I appreciate that, Mr. Moore. But do we have computers locked in customs, or are they here, and where are we on that? And can we just help the public understand?
Yeah, Trustee Jackson, thank you for the question. We actually did some more research this week into our next round of computers that are coming into the district. We've actually been receiving computers from our May order. Those were the computers that were in customs that we were struggling with. So we've had those computers coming in and turning those around and getting them out to the campus. We actually have a round of 7,000 computers on their way into the district. Our timeline that we have from our vendor is taking us early in October, early to mid-October, we should have those in district. So the 7,000 of the 10,000 that we have authorized will go a long way to help our students here in the next few weeks.
Thank you. And this is my final question, and it's something that the board has asked about for a long time, Mr. Ball, and you just inherited it. But you alluded to our deficit and right sizing of staff. Can you update the board, not tonight, but eventually, on 2 things? One is an org chart, and I know that needs to come from Dr. Scribner and from Deputy Sup Molinar, but also right sizing. If we do have a deficit in students, and if there is some right sizing of staff, and there are some departments that are not fully staffed and we're running okay, we're running at 100%, I'm sure now you're starting to make stride there. So we may have to save some money somewhere. So if you could just allude to that a little bit, please.
And actually, you know, Mr. Ball, let me the share that Dr. Scribner put in place before even the fall. He put a team in place that reviews all of our vacancies, not our campus vacancies. We are still filling our campus vacancies. Anything that is tied to central administration has to go through a committee since we are down in enrollment. And we knew that. And our work has changed actually as well. So he put a special committee in place that has to preview any vacancies before they're posted. And that is, you know, just an extra step and a gatekeeper. So before we're just reposting any positions that are not campus-based, has to go through a special committee to be reviewed and approved.
Thank you. And that kind of concludes my questions. And I really want to thank you all because those were thorough answers, and I think that was good for the public to hear as well. Thanks again.
Thank you, Trustee Jackson. Next, we have a question by Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Ramos. Well, thank you for the report. I have a couple questions. Now, one was already answered by more on the computers. And I will.
And now hold the microphone on your earphones cord up closer to your mask. No.
We're having technical difficulties. His computer went out. Yeah, so we'll in the meantime while we get him set back up, Trustee Paz, did you have another question?
I did, but it was answered.
Okay.
If you want, I can probably think of another one real quick.
They're going to receive.
Actually, I do have a question while he's getting ready. So
He just asked the question, Trustee Paz.
Okay,
so
okay. Never mind.
They're
So come
going
back
to
me
repeat the
afterwards.
question so everybody can hear it, and then they'll answer it.
The question that was asked was whether teachers would be receiving either a cloth mask or a foldable face mask. And Trustee Lueva knows teachers have received both cloth and disposable face masks. So the campuses have received those as well. And that we have received those for every student, as discussed at our prior board meeting. And actually, our pre-K through second graders have also received a small utensil box so that they can keep their belongings separate, as to not pass on germs or anything else. So they received that. Every elementary campus received that as well. And we also have a cycle of distribution where our principals have received it in terms of how they're going to be receiving their their PPE equipment on a monthly and weekly basis. So we have a refresh cycle. And of course, if a principal requests more supplies, then they will be provided directly to them.
Okay. Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Ramos. So yes, my question is just surrounding what Dr. Pena, what you just said, and so I just was hoping that I guess this is more of a request that the board can actually be updated on those cycles as they occur. I mean, because those will be questions that we'll be fielding from campuses, and some campuses may tell us, you know, well, we're not getting the PPE we need, yet there's information showing that the PPE went out. So just that communication aspect will do a world of good, I think, for both bodies. You're just able to kind of see what their cycle looks like and how we're updated the fact that we actually have them on campus at this.
Yes, sir. We can get that data to you this evening or tomorrow, and also keep you updated as equipment is sent to the campus level.
Thank you.
Okay, trustee Paz.
Okay. We're actually counting. So it's my understanding that there are 3 ways of having attendance counted every day. That is through either logging in through synchronous learning, logging in and participating with asynchronous learning, or completing a daily assignment. Is that correct?
Yeah, Trustee Paz, that's a great question. For our virtual instruction, we have attested to an asynchronous plan. The asynchronous plan does allow us to track ADA attendance in those 3 ways. Connecting with your teacher, it doesn't necessarily have to be through computer. You just have to have a connection with your teacher during the day. Making progress on the learning management system work that's assigned to the student, or submitting an assignment to your teacher. Any of those 3 will trigger the attendance mark for you for ADA.
Okay, great. So I have I have a concern that that is not clearly understood by everyone. That's only because I've heard some anecdotal commentary that students have missed the first 5 days or they've been counted absent on the first 5 days because they weren't able to log in or they weren't able to connect through the while they were having the synchronous learning time with their teachers. So I've been telling them, if you have any kind of communication, so call the teacher and say, or send her an email or whatever, and let them know that you had a hard time connecting, and that they're doing work. You have an assignment that you can do, letting them know that they have additional options. I don't know where the breakdown is, but I think there might be some breakdown somewhere with some of our campuses.
Yeah, Trustee Paz, appreciate that very much. Actually, this past Friday, we had a meeting with our principals to review our virtual and in-person instructional plan, where we went back through our plan, our asynchronous plan that includes synchronous support. That's the way that we've described our instructional plan for virtual instruction. And we reinforced how students can receive attendance. We actually have scheduled meetings. We met on Monday with our District Employee Relations Council to talk about what does this back to school in-person and virtual look like. We have meetings starting this week, throughout this week and next week, to talk with the representative groups of teachers from each of our campuses. So as we go through those conversations, we'll make sure we reinforce the attendance requirement for asynchronous instruction for all of our campuses.
Great,
If
thank
I
you
might
so
add
much.
as well, Mr. Moore, we actually met with executive directors as well to pull the reports in focus so that they could work with their principals to pull the reports. And then each executive director is looking at that attendance report with their principals so that they can meet with teachers, just to also reinforce the reports with principals so that teachers can each look at each student by student to make sure that they have the student's attendance right. And if it's not, they can make the corrections there as well.
Okay, thank you. Looks like there's no more questions from the board on this item. We still have one more presentation to go to. So I'll turn it back over to Ms. Karen Molinar.
Thank you, President Ramos. Actually, tonight is going to be a little bit of past, present, and future. This is our presentation that we would like to share with you about our past, our 2019, our 2020 data. We were monitoring our data, and we were very excited to see the trends that we were seeing through our progress monitoring. If there was ever a year we were disappointed about STAR not having to take STAR, this would have been our year, because we were feeling very good in the direction that we were headed for our students, all of our learners from pre-K through 12. So we wanted to share with you, the trustees, as well as our Fort Worth ISD family, where we were last year and where we're going next. So this evening, you're going to have our Associate Superintendent of Assessment and Data Quality, Sarah Rispy, is going to share with you the first part of where we ended on 2019, 2020 with our data. Ms. Aristi?
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Board members, I am happy to share this with you, and we can advance a couple of slides there. Thanks. We're going to look at our metrics related to literacy first, starting with our kindergarten entry assessment. This is an assessment that kindergartners take at the beginning of the school year. And you'll see there on the slide that the district average was 65%. But we also looked at that, compared kids who had no Fort Worth ISD pre-K to those who had attended our pre-K. And you'll notice that students that attended our pre-K do significantly better than students who did not. And we're pleased to see that result. The board has put a lot of emphasis on pre-K and staff have put work behind getting more pre-K spaces available to students in our district. And so it's nice to see that those students are doing better. And just so that you know, that about 70%, almost 70% of the kids entering kindergarten have attended Fort Worth ISD pre-K. So we have a good percentage of kids attending. On the next slide, let's look at that broken down by student groups. And so we'll look at our three largest student groups on this one. Hispanic is our largest group. 63% of our students in the district are Hispanic. About 22% are African American, 11% white, and 4% other. So you'll remember that district average was 65%, and you can see that each of the student groups, major student groups, Hispanic and African American, are very close to that. White's a little bit over, and then our other is right there at the average. Down on the bottom right side of the screen, you'll also see those results broken down between English and Spanish. Some of our kindergartners take this in English, some take it in Spanish. And those results are very comparable, with 61% of our Hispanic kids scoring in English and then 64% in Spanish. If we can go to the next slide, we'll also look at our pre-K enrollment. So on this slide, we have those 4 student groups again broken up to show the enrollment over the past 3 years for pre-K. So the major part of that bar is the teal color, blue. That's Hispanic, our major student group. African American is in the red, white is the gray, and then green at the top is the other. And you'll see at the very top, it has the total kids enrolled in pre-K each of those past 3 years. So we have those good results for our pre-K students, with the most students enrolled yet in pre-K in the 2019-20 school year. We want to continue to get more kids involved in Fort Worth ISD pre-K, and looking forward to sustaining and building that program with the board's support. On our next slide, we'll look at NWA MAP reading fluency. This is a nationally norm reference test that we started last year with the board's support. And so on this slide, we're going to look at some key indicators regarding fluency. So fluency is just one piece of literacy, but it's very important in those foundational years for students to do well in building their fluency. Let's just orient to the slide a little bit. So we have the BOY and MOY is beginning of year and middle of year. The blue bars are where the students' percent at end of year was at the beginning. And then middle of the year is in red. So you're seeing a progression from the beginning of the 1920 school year to the middle of that year. And we're working toward an end of year on grade score. So you can see where students were. We were making gains, as we would want students to do while they're in school from beginning to middle of the year. But those are at the middle of the year, those bars are at an end of year standard. So some students were already hitting their end of year target by the middle of the years. That's very nice to see for those young learners on these key indicators for literacy. On the next slide, let's look at those same 3 grades combined now for the different student groups. And you will see that we are seeing progress on this fluency measure for each of our student groups, which is very encouraging that the measure is working for all student groups and looking at each group of students and how they are progressing. And you'll notice that English learners had one of the largest increases with a 17-point between beginning of year and middle of the year. So very pleased to see that, and knowing that we can watch that carefully and accelerate each group of students by grade level. On the next slide, we have some data from Achieve 3000. Now, the board will remember we've been using this as a tool to monitor Lexile gain for the past few years. We are shifting our focus this year to that national norm reference NWA MAP testing so that we can get some more discrete information. This is a solid instructional resource. It worked very well for us for a couple of years, but we're now finding as our teachers are really digging into literacy and trying to move those Lexile, when kids aren't making those gains, they need more discrete information, and our MAP fluency and our MAP reading for growth will provide that. And so you'll notice here that most of the groups from 2018-19, beginning of year and middle of year, when we compare those, they made gains. Our African American students are one of our lower performing groups here, and they did not make those gains. So this is a reason for us to make that change to that national norm reference test. So teachers don't just see, okay, they didn't gain in their Lexile level, but they can see at the skill level, why aren't they gaining, and then address the needs of each child, which could be different from child to child. So that was Achieve, and 2019, schools still have the option to use this as an optional resource, but the district is now moving to our national norm reference test. So we know, as Ms. Molinar said, that we didn't have STAR this year. One of our closest things to look at when we don't have STAR, and one of the things that we actually use to future forecast because it is so highly correlated with STAR, is our benchmarks. That little box down in the bottom right-hand corner just shows you that we gave the benchmarks about the same time each year, so it's a pretty fair comparison year to year. The blue bar is 2019, the green bar is 2020, so we're comparing how the student groups did at the approaches level, which is passing for a student on third grade reading in English. Up at the top of the right, it just reminds you that these are highly correlated. So 0.7 or above is a very high correlation, and that both math and reading are well above that 0.7 mark. You can see that our kids at each one of those made gains from the prior year in their reading on this benchmark. And that was at all three performance levels: approaches, which we're looking at, meets, and masters. Highest gains were by our ELs and our Hispanic students. We can go to the next slide. This is our third grade Spanish reading benchmark. So about 75%, about 3/4 of the kids take it in English, about 25% take it in Spanish. So this is an important group too for the Spanish results. And one thing that we were really pleased to see is that kids in third grade did equally well, whether they tested in English or tested in Spanish. We don't always see that, and the board will probably remember that as we've been watching third grade so carefully. Some years we saw English go up, but Spanish went down. And other years we'd have Spanish go up, but English went down, and they kind of washed each other out. So very exciting to see that kids were going up, whether they were learning in English to read. At the rate they took the STAR in May, that's another 4 or 5 months of learning. But we're comparing 2019 to 2020, and we still, even at the meets level, see gains for every student group. We see a 4-point gain for all students. So you remember that we've been having some trouble moving that third grade reading and been focusing very intentionally on that. And we don't have a crystal ball to know what STAR would have been, but we feel fairly confident based on the high correlation and the fact that these data moved up at meets, masters, and at the approaches, that we would have seen 3 or 4 points gain on our third grade STAR. So that's English at meets, and then in the next slide we'll look again at the Spanish for meets. And you see comparable gains again at the Spanish. So that gives us some pretty high confidence that with that 4-point gain in English and Spanish, we would have seen higher performance by our third graders on STAR, toward reaching that board goal that you all have set and been working on. So this data is a really good foundation for us to make that assumption, and also to start back this year as we're looking where we meet our students and how we continue to move them forward. Next, let's look at goal 2, which relates to early grades math. So first, we're going to look at our national normed again. Here we're going to look at evidence of accelerating learning, because this is growth and the percentage of students who met or exceeded their growth prediction. Here we're looking at current year and previous year. So how did we do in the 1920 year? I'm saying current, but that's really last year, isn't it? So how did we do last year compared to 2 years ago? And we did better at each grade level that was measured: first grade, second grade, and third grade. And this year we are bringing this to kinder too, so we can monitor that really foundational. So nice gains there across the board. On the next slide, we'll look at that by student group. So here we're combining grades 1, 2, and 3 and looking by student group. And you'll see that all groups showed increases from the prior year, with the exception of white, which stayed the same at 65%. So they were already higher. Our Hispanic and ELs again had the largest increase there, with 6 points for each of those groups in early grades mathematics, which is one of the board's new goals. On our next slide, we're going to look at benchmarks again for third grade math. And we see a similar pattern. And in fact, we see even greater growth here. So all groups up, but you'll notice that those are double-digit increases when compared to the prior year. So blue bar is 2019, green bar is 2020, and we see large gains in third grade math, which is one of your new board goals. Special education saw a very large gain there. ELs had gains at approaches and meets levels. So this is the approaches, which, like in literacy, that's passing for kids. And if we can look at the next slide, and all of our students take the third grade math in English. So we're just looking English here. They receive their instruction in English. This is the meets. So this is the higher meets the grade level standard given at the middle of the year. It's an end of the year test given at the middle of the year. We still saw really large gains for all of our student groups. Board, I know that you'll notice that those gains are, while those gains are large and we're happy about them, we still have a lower performance for our African American group. And so while I'm saying that we're happy about these gains, I want to be real and call that out. That is a concern to us, a continued concern, which we will focus on. We want to accelerate all students, but definitely those students that are coming from behind, we need to move them and accelerate them further and faster. On our next slide, we're going to look at, we looked at third grade. Here's third through fifth combined. So we continue to see that when we look at third, fourth, and fifth grade combined at the approaches level. We again have nice gains for all groups. Here our gain for African American is 10 points, which is good, but we still want to accelerate there, and a nice gain for our special ed group. Next slide, we see those same kids 3 through 5 at the meets level. So this is the harder standard, and we continue to see those large gains for our student groups. On our next slide, we'll look at MAP growth. So your previous board goal was around middle grades math. So I wanted to show you that as well, even though we have switched the goal to be in line with our state requirements. We did see growth for 6th graders and 7th graders. We saw a 1-point decrease for 8, which we'll be watching carefully. But I'm really excited to show you that gain for 7th grade. Board members will remember that 7th grade has been one of our lowest performing groups for a while at middle school. And there was a very intentional focus and diligent focus with teachers and PLCs and extra coaching at 7th grade. So this is telling us where we put that focus and that effort, it is paying off, and it paid off in a big way for those students in 7th grade this year. On the next slide, this is our percentage for MAP growth by student groups. And again, you'll see that each student group was growing in their measures. I won't read those to you, but you see that continued pattern there when we look at it by grade level as well. So this leads us to believe that in middle grades math, we also would have seen some gains toward the end of the year. And we're pleased to be using those national norm reference tests like NWA to help lead us to those. It allows us to use a test that's well respected by our colleagues in Council of Great City Schools and other districts in Texas as well. This is our benchmark results for 6 through 8 combined there, and you see double-digit gains for every single group with the exception of white, where we had a 9-point gain, and that group was already fairly high. But these are very encouraging to us. Again, we don't have the STAR results. We're a little bit sad that we don't have them because we feel like we would have done much better than in our prior years, and we would love to have been able to share that with you. On our next slide, we want to look at those same benchmarks at MEETS. We set our goals in the district around meeting grade level, and we continue to see those significant gains for all student groups here at the MEETS level for middle grades math as well. We also see some of those discrepancies here, the same as we saw with elementary for our African American students. So we know that we still have continued work to do here. As we look to accelerate all groups, we need special attention paid with our African American students to make sure that they're making even more gains. The next section will be around our college, career, and military readiness. That's your goal 3. Here we have a little bit of a mixed bag of what we had available to monitor, but we have some nice results here as well. So this is the December STAR test from 2019, the red bar, compared to December 2018. And that's the only STAR result we got for this past year. And you will see that we had nice increases for these students, many of whom were retesters, because this is graduation test. Students can take it they take it in April. They can also retest in July and December. The only one that we did not see that increase for was U.S. history, which already has a strong passing rate of over 90% and has very low numbers of students who need to take that retest. So on our next slide, we'll break that out by student group, and you'll see that those gains were consistent across student groups. So all groups of students were making those gains. It wasn't driven by one group or another, with our African American, Hispanic, and economic disadvantaged students showing 4-point gains there compared to the prior year. Next, we'll look at a national test. Again, this is our PSAT. So we have the PSAT 8-9 that we give in middle school to our 8th graders. So this is a little data geek slide that is very exciting because the dark asterisk over each of those red lines indicates a statistical significance. Here in these tests, it's very hard to move up a point or two, and so we ran significance tests, and every single one of those gains, while they may look small, are statistically significant. So that was in mathematics for grade 8, and that's consistent with some of our other gains that we saw in math, and that's for all groups of students. Then PSAT also on the next slide has a reading component. We did not see across the board gains, but we did see gains for white, EL, and special ed here. The red asterisk indicates a significant decrease. So we saw that with African American and our economic disadvantaged students. So that's an area that we will be looking at as we prepare all students for readiness in college and career. This is an important thing for us to be aware of, be focusing on with those students in those groups. That all students Hispanic and the other were just no change. The next one is going to be for our PSAT for 11th grade, and this one is math again. We'll start with math. Here we saw a significant increase for African American, English learners, and special ed. Actually really nice significant increases there. And remember that at 11th grade, this PSAT is what's used for National Merit Scholar qualifying. Colleges and businesses also use that to award scholarships. So it's nice to see those student groups making those gains. On the next slide, we've got that PSAT for 11th grade, and this is the reading score. Can we go to the next slide, please? There we go. Thank you. This is the reading score on the 11th grade PSAT. SAT. Here we saw very little change, a significant decrease for our ELs and an increase for our SPED, but the rest of those were no change. I wanted to remind you that we have a plan to increase this collegiate testing so students get more exposure to it. Teachers will be have that embedded in the curriculum for their courses for these students now, so that there doesn't have to necessarily be a separate prep course, but every student. So looking for a little bit more equity there in making sure that every single student gets some of those skills as a part of their regular reading and math coursework, so that their performance will continue to increase for every student group on these. We also have a focus on some literacy in the different content. So teachers will be doing the literacy of mathematics, the literacy of science, and embedding that within their instruction to help with some of these reading and literacy scores. On our next slide, one of our leading measures is on ninth grade on track that we've been looking at for a couple of years. And reminding you that the on track means that a ninth grader has earned at least 6 credits by the end of ninth grade. They have not failed more than 1 semester of a core course, a reading, math, science, or social studies, and that they're not repeating ninth grade. You'll see the tan line is the 17-18, blue line is 18-19, and the green line is last year. And we see higher percentages on track there than we had in the prior years. So that's very nice. This is an end of the year measure. And so we are wondering about the impact that COVID and our closure had on that, and students doing online learning. If they were perhaps more engaged, they weren't able to go places, and they're just really paying attention to their studies. So we will be watching this into next year to see if that trend continues. And then our final slide with the metrics is on our FAFSA completion. So we all know that the FAFSA is required for college entrance. It's one of the first steps that many students and families take. And it's also strongly correlated with going straight from high school into college. 90% of high school seniors who complete that attend directly, while 55% do not. So we have had a focus on this with Dr. Perry and her team and academic advisement. On this chart, the red line indicates the prior year and the number of FAFSA completions, and each of those blue bars is the week-by-week completion for the 1920 school year. That yellow bar right in the middle is the break, when we broke for spring break and we went into our remote learning and closed due to COVID. So you'll see that we were well ahead of the red line for every single week leading up to the spring break. And we actually, even despite the closure, stayed ahead of the prior year for about 4 weeks after the closure. We did not stay ahead after that, but our bars continued to go up despite the fact that we were closed. Our post-secondary specialists and our counselors were still reaching out to students and families and helping them get those FAFSAs completed so that they were ready to go on to college. So while we did not have end-of-year data due to COVID, as I was pulling these together, I think it was really gratifying to see that we had some positive data, both from our benchmarks, our national norm reference tests, and our collegiate data. So I know the hour is late. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. We have question beginning with Trustee Paz.
That was actually from the last one, but I'm not going to turn down the opportunity to ask the question. I just want to clarify that to make sure everyone who is watching at home or Fort Worth ISD family understands that these are mid-year numbers. These are not end-of-year numbers. So this is where students were performing still with a year left to go. And so, and especially with the PSAT, that test is taken in October, and we actually didn't even assign this metric as part of the superintendent's evaluation until February. So that was already done until, like, it was completely, he had no control over that input prior, knowing that it would be one of great job, and thank you again for a great presentation. This is you know, a great day to look at those numbers because it's just very it makes me happy. So thank you.
Very encouraging. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Paz. Next, we have Trustee Brookins.
So I want to make sure I understand. With you for the STAR test for 2021. When is the next one?
Yes, good question, Trustee Brookins. We actually, the first STAR test will be that December administration that I showed you for end of course retesters and any first time testers that need to take it. So students will be taking that in December. We're gearing up for that already. And according to what we are hearing from our state education agency, as well as on the federal level, they do not expect waivers this year and believe that students will be required to take the STAR test in May as planned.
Wow.
Yes.
That concerns me, especially if we wait any longer. That it's hard enough to get our kids back on track after the summer, and for them to come right in and then have to take the STAR test the next month, that terrifies me to see those results. And I'm also concerned about you said that the African American kids had the lowest gains and that you all are watching that. You already have something in process to help that. Has it already started, or are we waiting until they get back in person?
Yes, Sarah,
Mr.
thank you
Moore,
so
you wanna
much.
take that?
Yes, Trustee Brookins, we are already moving processes in place. Part of the work that we did around our academic division reorganization was to increase campus supports, instructional coaches, as well as content coaches, and assign those coaches in accordance with the school performance framework. So we're putting more of our resources out in our neighborhoods and in our schools that are showing the greatest opportunity for improvement. And so we are not waiting on that. We've already started that work. We have already assigned additional support staff to be working with our teachers in our campuses where we know we can pinpoint students, specifically students of color that are not performing at the levels that we want to, our Black and Brown students. And we are doing that work already here in this virtual environment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just make a quick note, Trustee Brookins. There's going to be a lot of movement from Texas Association of School Boards, MASBA, Black Caucus. There's going to be a lot of movement with the legislative session referencing that topic of STAR and our students being asked to take that. So just know that'll be coming. Thank you for your question. Next, we have Trustee CJ Evans.
Thank you, Sarah. I really appreciated your report. I'm happy to see the growth in elementary math because I know literacy and numeracy are related, and but I want us to watch middle school carefully, especially since we saw that slight drop in the 8th grade math data numbers. We know that success in middle school math is key because any kid that is on grade level in math is going to be primed for post-secondary readiness no matter where they choose to go to college, what they choose for their career. So I just really like us to keep an eye on those middle school numbers.
Right, we're happy to do that, continue to watch those. I know that was a hard choice when the state told us we had to do elementary, whether to make it a separate goal or not, but we can definitely continue to and will continue to watch those and bring you that information.
Thank you. Next, we have a question from Trustee Andor.
Thank you, President Ramos. I love this data. It's exciting to see, and it's a comment, not a question, that I'm excited to see the systems that Dr. Scribner and his leadership team are putting in place. But then that also goes down to those executive directors, to those instructional specialists, and those teachers that are doing the heavy lifting in the classrooms. And that's what it's all about. So clearly, if those systems weren't getting down to the classroom level, then we wouldn't be seeing these gains. So that's just a comment and a commendation to the staff, to Dr. Scribner, for putting those systems in place to make sure that it's happening.
Thank you, Ms. Dar.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. It looks like those are all the questions or comments from the board on this one. We have one more presentation. It's going to be the COVID-19 data update presentation. That will be by Deputy Superintendent Karen Molinar. Are you ready?
Thank you, President Ramos. We do have 2 more parts to our presentation this evening. And this one looks familiar. This was our transition to in-person learning that we presented last week, that we're still committed, and I just want to reiterate our recommendation beginning instruction on October 5th. However, we did seek out teacher feedback, and we did make a couple improvements to the plan that we wanted to take the time to share with you this evening. I'll go to the next slide. Do you remember yesterday actually was the first day that we asked our teachers and we welcomed them back, and we said, bring your children, your school-age children with you to campus. Did a little bit of an informal pulse checking with some of our principals to ask if our teachers took advantage of that. And I'm very happy to say everyone I checked in with, I did not check with every principal, it was just very informal, said that they did have teachers that took advantage, and they brought their school-age children onto campus so they could deliver virtual instruction. So we want to reiterate that that option is still in place. So here's an update that we would like to share. With our current plan we have in place, we would be having our teachers transition back as required on September the 28th. But we did hear our teachers, and we heard the concern that some of them haven't been on campus since March, and they need time to get their rooms ready. So one of the benefits of being a district that attested to asynchronous instruction is that we're able to put that in place. And so we have designated September the 29th and September the 30th as asynchronous instruction days district-wide, where then our teachers can have 2 teacher prep days in their classroom, where they can get their classrooms prepared for in-person learning to start the following week on October the 5th. And they would be able to go ahead and give their students assignments to work on at home independently. However, we would not be asking our teachers to do direct teach to our students on September 29th and September 30th. That is one of the benefits, as I described, having asynchronous instruction. Then you'll see October 1st and October 2nd. On that Thursday and Friday, we would welcome our special education students back, our grades 9th, 6th, pre-KK, 1st and 2nd, and of course our 7th grade students at Rosemont, Wedgwood, McLean, and Forest Oak. So just to remind everyone, we have in-person and virtual learning. It's a choice. It's an option for our parents, and they are able to change that option after every grading period. As of this evening, before I came into the boardroom, we were almost at the 70,000 mark with our parent survey, and our numbers are breaking down to 54% of in-person instruction from our parents and 46% virtual. And last night, can't remember what time, but I think I did email everyone a breakdown by elementary, middle, and high school. So that's in your email as well to our board trustees. So we do want to reiterate that our parents have a choice if they choose in person and want to change to virtual at the end of the 6 weeks, or vice versa, that they can do that according to our TA guidelines. So in summary, we do want to share a course that we have added in the September 29th and September 30th with having 2 teacher prep days that we have designated for our teachers and our staff. Those will be our asynchronous days. And then we also heard and we listened to our concerns, especially at our high school level, concerns about construction, concerns about Our high schools are very large. We are an urban district. Concerns about how do you social distance high schoolers and how do you promote safety. So this next part of our presentation, I've asked Mr. Moore to give you an update on a high school hybrid plan that is available to us from TEA. Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Ms. Molinar, President Ramos, members of the board. Appreciate the time this afternoon to share with you information around an action agenda item that we have this evening. Actually, action item 13I is a discussion and possible action to authorize administration to submit a waiver to the Texas Education Agency for hybrid instruction for 9th through 12th grade students. As Ms. Molinar mentioned earlier, high school hybrid instruction would be a plan that would not require our 9th through 12th grade students that are selecting to come back in person all attend school on the same day. It would allow us to cohort our students and allow students to be in person less than on a daily basis. Why are we looking at this waiver? Why are we moving forward and bringing this as a discussion and possible action? Our high school principals asked us to look at this option. This is an option provided by Texas Education Agency, working with our principals around plans for coming back in person and virtual. This is something that our high school principals told us, please investigate this fully. So we continue the conversation with them. And quite honestly, our in-person instruction responses to our parent survey are indicating that this option may be necessary. We pulled high school numbers, responses this morning around noon. And our high schools are indicating that anywhere from 40 to 75% of our students at particular high schools are asking to come back in person. This hybrid model allows us to take that percentage, still be able to allow students to come back in person, but to cohort these students so that they're all not in our campuses at one time, allowing us to socially distance, giving us better opportunity to contact trace our students if any issue may come up, knowing that our high school campuses are the campuses that have the greatest amount of movement and activity for our students, and knowing that this would present an environment that would allow it. For students in grades 9 through 12, the TEA waiver requirement states that school systems may establish a less than daily on-campus attendance schedule as the sole offering for students in one or more high school campuses of a local education agency in order to reduce the number of individuals on a campus. The waiver also requires that in the event there is not a daily on-campus attendance option in one or more of these grade levels, the local education agency must ensure that campus attendance is offered in person at least 40% of the days in each grading cycle. We'd like to share with you a little bit of our plans that we work with on for our hybrid model. We list our plan here as an AB cohort model. As you all know, our high school campuses are on an AB block schedule. So we call it an AB cohort model because this plan would allow us to take students who have selected to come back in person in our high schools and put them in two separate cohorts. The example that we're providing here would be on a weekly basis. Cohort 1, the first group of students, would attend school in person on Monday and Tuesday of a week. While cohort 1, the first group of students, would be in person receiving instruction. The second group of students, cohort 2, would be virtual. And then on Wednesday and Thursday, cohort 2 would be able to come to school in person, while the first cohort of students would be virtual. The way that those 2 days together would work on an AB block schedule is in the first day of that cohort period, students would attend first and fourth periods, seeing their four classroom teachers. On the second day, they would visit 5th through 8th period, so that every week they would be able to receive instruction from their teachers in person. Fridays in the cohort model would be alternating every other week. Cohort 1 would attend 1 week, cohort 2 would attend the alternating week. For our planning, the proposal was to cohort our student that they would be designated by their last name, designate them alphabetically, making sure that we provide support for our families. making sure that students that are in high school in the same family stay in the same group, so that students are attending school at the same pace in this cohort. On the next slide, we'll talk with you some of the recommendations that we have coming along with this hybrid model. We know that there are going to be some weeks that we do not have 5 days in the week. In an instance where there are only 4 days in a week, and what we've looked at is most of the time that happens where we are not in school on a Monday, we would shift the days of the cohort models from Monday, Tuesday for cohort 1 and Wednesday, Thursday for cohort 2 to a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, ensuring that all students receive at least 2 days of instruction in person each week. Also looking at our special education students, our high school special education students who are in self-contained setting, those students receiving special ed services, we want to make sure that we can provide them each day in-person instruction for those self-contained programs. And then at each of our high school campuses, take a look at students receiving special education services in an inclusive setting, and where numbers allow, include those students on daily instruction. One of the areas that our principals asked us to look at the campus level were students who participate in varsity UIL activities, that being both fine arts, athletics, and any other UIL related activity, and be able to make some adjustments to the cohorts so that students could attend in person in the same cohort, so that when a sports team or a band practiced, all students were at school at the same time. Now, the driving factor for the reason we're investigating the hybrid model is so that we can ensure safety and social distancing for our students. So any of these decisions at each campus level would be made with social distancing, and only where enrollment would allow us to make some adjustments to those goals. On the next page, we have given you a sample schedule of how the cohort would work out. We'd like to give you a picture of a 2-week window. As I described earlier, taking the first week, for cohort 1, attending school in person on Monday and Tuesday, this would be the cohort of students that would be alphabetically A through M, last names. On Monday, they would attend periods 1 through 4 in person. On Tuesday, they would attend periods 5 through 8. You'll see there with the asterisks that the students that are in cohort 2 would actually be receiving their same periods, but receiving that virtually. And then on Wednesday and Thursday, you'll see how that switches to cohort 2 being in person. Those would be students in alphabets N through Z for their last name. And then here we showed you the 2 weeks, so you can see how the Fridays would rotate every other Friday for the different cohorts. So all students would attend at least 2 days in person every week, and some weeks students would attend 3 days. On the next slide, we wanted to make sure you understood that regardless of the model, if students were following a hybrid cohort model, or students that are electing to stay fully virtual, we will follow the same attendance and grading procedures that we have in place. Virtual students and in-person students, regardless of setting, should follow the same bell schedule. So our students will have the same schedule, whether they're in person or virtual. Virtual students and in-person students will follow the grading guidelines in our published secondary guide to grade reporting. Average daily attendance for hybrid students will be recorded dependent on if the student is attending in person or virtually on the particular day. For in-person days, ADA attendance will be taken during the official attendance period, that second period of each school day. And for virtual, for students attending on a virtual day, the current virtual attendance procedures will be followed. Those virtual attendance procedures being a connection with the teacher during the day, submitting an assignment, or making progress in the learning management. And then finally, virtual and in-person students must be in attendance 90% of the days the class is offered and have a passing grade in order to receive credit. I wanted to point out a few of the guiding documents we use As we made decisions, this is information from the Texas Education Agency. Part of our guidance is that all options that a school district set for virtual, in-person, or this hybrid model of instruction should be developed with contingencies in mind. That when we start talking about going back to instruction on campus, we have to be prepared for intermittent closures, whether it be for individual students or for classes or for a campus as a whole. That if a campus has to temporarily go to fully remote instruction, that remote instruction during temporary closures, we continue our asynchronous and synchronous instruction for all students, regardless of model they're attending school. The contingency scenarios should also drive our district design. What we have to do is ensure that the rigor, whether it be in-person or virtual, is at the same level. We're having high expectations of instruction for our students, both in-person and virtual. That we create student progress monitoring systems. We are not working on a pass-fail system. We have to follow our grading guidelines, and our students are held to the same standard for grading and for school progress expectations, whether you're in person, virtual, or following a hybrid model. And we also have to build our educator understanding and capacity to deliver high quality instruction across the term. This last slide that we have for you here speaks to our instructional plan across the whole district as we move to this in-person and virtual plan. This is a model that supports districts aiming to bring all students back to campus learning when there is interest from families. So providing the choice to our families. We're showing you here that in the learning environment, we will have teachers working both with their students in their classroom, students in person, and online. So in-person and remote instruction. And our academic plan goes back to what we started this virtual world with. It goes back to an asynchronous learning plan with synchronous support. When we start thinking about how we're supporting our students and our teachers in this hybrid or virtual environment, asynchronous learning is the direction we're going. Knowing that direct instruction, time that a teacher is in front of their student, is essential for success. We want to make sure we have those synchronous supports in place with technology capabilities to meet the needs of all students, regardless of. We feel like this is a plan that supports our high school students, their learning needs, and also addresses the safe and secure environment for our larger high school. Ms. Molnar, that's what I have.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We appreciate it. That is an action item, our high school hybrid plan that is on our agenda this evening. So we wanted to give you some background information. So before we jump into the last portion of this presentation, I just really wanted to review and communicate about the TEA waiver on the additional 4 weeks, because that will be this last portion. We want to make sure that our teachers, our faculty, our staff, our parents understand that the request to have an additional 4 weeks does not mean that we can go virtual only. I think there's some miscommunication with that, and I heard it tonight in our public comment. So I just really want to take the time to make sure we could clarify that. And I actually have the waiver right in front of me, but just so our public knows, especially our teachers and our staff and our parents understand, during the extended period, if we request a waiver and if the board votes on that to participate in an additional 4 weeks, you have to have on-campus instruction provided each day. And the waiver can be rescinded if the requirements are not met. So when, regardless of additional 4 weeks, or not additional 4 weeks, or additional 3, 2, or 1 week, because you can go up to 4 weeks, but you don't have to do a total of 4. You do have to have instruction start on your campus the 5th week of after your school start. So for us, that's October 5th. So I wanted to just clarify that because I do think there's some misconception that if the board decided to go with an additional 4 weeks, that it would remain virtual only. And that is not an option from TA for us to implement in our district. So moving forward, we received a formal request last night to have proposed extension options to share with the board on if the board decided on our action item this evening to extend. What would that look like? What would be recommendations for those extension options? So I just quickly want to share what that could look like and go through. The board has, as I explained, you have up to 4 weeks. You can choose 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 1, or just remain where we start full instruction on October 5th in person, or the choice of virtual. So 1 week extension would look like our teachers are still going to be required to report to campus on September 28th. And you're going to see that in every scenario. And that is because we are required to have on-campus instruction. October 1st and 2nd, you're going to see this pretty much a theme as well throughout the 4 options. Will remain asynchronous instruction days district-wide to provide our teachers with room prep time. If you decide to extend for 1 week, our recommendation would be October 5th. Our grades pre-KK, 1st, 6th, and 9th return back to campus, as well as our self-contained special education students for that week. Yeah, and of course, our grade 7 at Rosemont, Wedgwood, McLean, and Forest Oak. You're going to see an asterisk, a double asterisk, actually on October the 13th throughout the next couple slides. October 12th is a Monday, but that is a teacher flex day. So I wanted to make sure we recognize that on all of our presentations. So October 13th would, if you extend 1 week, would be our in-person or virtual learning choice, and implement the full high school hybrid and a full schedule for elementary and middle school. Your next option would be 2 weeks. So we wanted to show you what a 2-week extension. You'll see the same cadence of September the 28th, where teachers report, October 1st and 2nd, asynchronous instruction for 2 days to allow teachers some room prep time. October 5th, we are going to maintain those phase-in grade levels. We would like to start staggering. October 13th, you'll see from Tuesday to Friday, we would start adding in grades 2, 3, 7, and grade 10. And then on October the 19th, that would hit our 2 weeks extension. We would do the in-person virtual learning choice with the high school hybrid, full schedule elementary and middle school. You're going to start seeing a theme here. For your 3-week extension, will look very similar for September 28th, October 1st and 2nd. October 5th remains the same for grade levels, the 13th. October 19th, we would phase in our 4th grade and our 11th grade. And then October 26th, we would go full schedule for elementary and middle, still implementing a high school hybrid along the way. 4 weeks is where you see a little bit of a difference in the cadence. September 28th, teachers are still required to report to campus. October 1st and 2nd, 2 days of asynchronous. October 5th, we would just bring back for the entire week our self-contained special education students. October 13th, that 4-day week, we would bring back pre-KK, 1st, 6th, and 9th. and you would not see a full implementation of all grade levels until that extra week. The same for the 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4. So you're really staggering in student enrollment by grade levels.
Okay, so what's the difference of going ahead and starting on the 5th? Weren't we going to stagger anyway?
We were going to stagger for 2 days, the Thursday and Friday, and we were only staggering in pre-K, K first, 6th graders, 9th graders, and then 7th graders from Rosemont, Wedgewood, Forest Oak, and McLean.
Okay. And my last question is, what is the count per classroom or teacher-student ratio that we're looking at?
So that looks different for our classrooms, because if the information I sent you last night is broken down actually by campus, and you can see it who has selected in person, who has selected virtual. When we look at our reports, it varies also by grade level, where we have some grade levels higher or lower than others, and each campus is very different. Mr. We're seeing anywhere from a 40% to a 75% of in-person, depending on the high school.
Okay.
So it's hard for us to tell you a ratio at this point because it's going to look different. And then when you go down to the elementary level, you have regular program classes is English only. Then you have our dual language. So it's even going to change as far as programs within elementary as well.
So do you think that once we do state that we're going to start in person, you're going to get a flux of students who did not take the survey, or you don't already have a number for?
So we currently have, we are right under 70,000 who have participated in the survey. So we are still missing, about 10,000 students, about between 8 and 10,000 students who have not responded to the survey. Some of those are our pre-K and K students who have just registered. So at this point now, we're working with our campuses to reach out directly to those parents and to identify and ask them what their option is, so we can make all of our, have time to plan and put everything in place for them.
Okay.
But we have grown since last Tuesday, Ms. Brookins, over 30,000 parents who have responded since last Tuesday.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have a question from Trustee Andar.
Thank you, President Ramos. I appreciate that. And thank you for this very thorough presentation. You've outlined some really good plans if we choose to adopt them tonight, and I appreciate the effort that's gone into that. And thank you also for the clarifying information regarding the waiver. There was a significant amount of, based on the emails I've read and received, there's a lot of confusion as to what that really looks like and what we're allowed to do as a school district that TEA will actually allow us to do. With the high school hybrid model, the fact that every one of our comprehensive high schools is under construction right now is obviously of concern, especially since in some instances it limits the entry and exit points to the building. And so that needs to be considered. Does this hybrid apply to the programs of choice, to I Am Carroll, to the, yeah?
Great question. Thank you for that. Our plan is for this to apply to all of our high schools all of our comprehensive high schools for sure. When it comes to our specialized high schools, that's something that we want to work with an individual plan for those high schools. Some it doesn't make sense, especially our campuses that may be 6th through 12th, to have your middle school running on one schedule and your high school running on a different schedule. So we'll look at those specialized campuses on an individual basis, but know that we are recommending this for all of our comprehensive high schools.
And I noticed that it said on that, I think it was the last or the next to last slide, that there are some exceptions for kids who are special education, so they can come every day instead of 40 to 50% of the time each week. Does that also apply to 504 students? Or would that be a campus decision, or?
So,
Okay.
so the situation where we wanted to make sure we had our self-contained special education classes, where we have the space available. One of the driving factors for doing the hybrid model is so that we don't overburden any of our campuses all at one time with the number of students. And so we would ask campuses to look at those individuals. We're not excluding our 504 students from that being a possibility for them. Any student that needs the additional help, we just need to look at that from an individual campus basis.
And if the board chooses to consider a waiver and we extend by weeks, as we're phasing in instruction, those will not be hybrid. Is that correct? Like if we do that in October the 5th and 9th graders come, that will be every day that week. Or would it be hybrid?
Yeah.
It would still be hybrid?
It would. The plan would be if we approve a waiver for a hybrid model, whenever we start in-person instruction, we will start in person as we phase everyone in. We will start hybrid model as we phase these grade levels in. Sorry.
That's okay. That's what I needed to know. And my understanding also of the waiver is that we will have an opportunity to bring back some of these kids that we haven't been able to connect with initially, whether it's because they don't have internet access or a computer, or they really just haven't engaged. Is that correct?
Ms. Bart, that is correct. That is part of the waiver requirement, that if you have a student who does not have access to connectivity, and if we're not able to supply that access as a district, then they are allowed to come onto the campus. That's another reason why, we'll need our teachers back before we start any type of a phase-in or in-person instruction, because of course we want to be able to receive any student that shows up at our campus and says, I haven't been able to connect, I don't have access to it. And if we're, as a district, we're not able to provide that for some reason, then of course they're allowed to come on campus to receive instruction. And that is a requirement from TEA, that and it's one of the requirements that if you do not meet that.
Well, I know that there's significant concern in our community for those kids that that may not be getting the services that they need or aren't in a location where they have access to internet. And so I'm glad that TEA has kind of put that in place and that we're prepared to act upon it if we adopt the waiver. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much. I appreciate this presentation. Y'all did a good job on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Next, we have Trustee Ashley Paz.
Thank you so much, President Ramos. And I would also like to say thank you for putting together this very, very well explained options for phase-in plans. So I do have a lot of questions, and I'm going to try to keep them concise. So the first thing is, we are able to request the full waiver, but commit to the 2 week, for example, the 2 week phase-in plan. But we would still have those additional 2 weeks at our disposal should some kind of critical outbreak situation, emergency situation happen, and they need to be utilized. But we could still commit to a shorter phase-in.
So, Ms. Potts,
even though
let me just answer that part real quick. So on the waiver, you have to put your total additional weeks requested. And so beyond the first initial 4. So you can put 1, 2, 3, or 4. If you put 4, we do turn that waiver in with 4 weeks. Then we would need to make sure we communicate what our plan is if we're still trying to phase in within 2 weeks. However, our waiver is giving us 4 weeks. We would just need to notate that on the waiver when we submit.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'm not an education expert. You all know that. It's not a secret, but I am in organizational leadership and crisis response strategy. And one of the first rules of implementing a new response strategy like this is that you acknowledge the variables that are out of your control and you focus on the ones that are within your control. So I have had some difficulty with understanding why we would not want to request, why the district is making the recommendation to not request the additional 4 weeks, knowing that it would give you the additional flexibility should you need it.
So I think there's probably two levels to that question. One, I think you saw the data that we just, that Sarah shared with us. And, you know, we're just really concerned with our students not being in person. Those Help Teachers Board has really stood behind us to implement and put in place. And that took everyone going in the same direction every day in person, working very, very hard. Our teachers are working hard doing virtual, but we are very concerned about if our students are, if the academic achievement is, you know, if they're really engaging as much. We know that the best place for them to be is in front of their teacher. We're not trying to discern of our teachers, of our staff, or the concerned positive cases. And, you know, we're going to show you some data of our actual district data for positive COVID cases. We know we're going to struggle. We know we're going to have to quarantine a classroom at some time and possibly a school. We're not going to be any different than any other urban district that is going through this across the nation. However, you know, we just really feel passionate about we need our students in person. Now, when you say take advantage of the 4 weeks, we can do the 4 weeks, but we also all need to be on the same page of what the expectations are for transitioning in and, you know, being able to pivot. It takes a lot to plan. That is, you know, something we've heard over and over for the last, this past 7 days, that people were not confident in our planning. So when we make a decision, we communicate that to be able to take a district this size and change it is very difficult. So we can do the 4 weeks, but to rest on what our transition in person to in person would be is going to be very important for our parents as well, who are going to have to make accommodations. And even in the best option of the 4 week extension, you still have grade levels who do not who will not be on a campus until November 2nd. So, you know, I want to make sure that that was not lost in those extension options as well.
Yeah,
so
and I don't.
Hopefully, I answer your question.
Kind of. So, try to say this as clearly as possible. My concern is I do have concerns with the plan that was presented last week, and I will get deeper into those. But phasing in students over 2 days versus phasing them in over 2 weeks is a significant difference. And your likelihood for success in a 2-week phase-in process is much higher because you have more time to phase in your first group, see how things are working, respond, go back to the old days when we were doing Baldrige and, plan, do, study, act. After you implement, and there's so much planning that you can do, but ultimately the magic is in the implementation. And when I have serious concerns about the safety involved with doing a 2-day phase-in when we are not forced to do that. And I think that it will be much safer if we were to do a longer phase in. None of this is ideal. I don't think that there is anyone who is happy that our students are not in classrooms right now. I know that I would personally like to have my students back in their classroom ASAP. But the key is safety. And I think that I feel like this is a good common ground, especially with some of our teachers, knowing that you're not going to start off with 700 students on a campus or half of that on a campus all at once for some of our larger elementary schools or and middle schools. So I guess that I just, you try to, the things that are within your control, you use them to your advantage. Okay, so my next question is going to the, actually, I'm just gonna jump straight into the teacher. So the one thing that I heard loud and clear from everyone tonight, whether they're ready for choice yesterday or they want to wait, is that everyone wants to do it safely, and that there is a strong feeling among all groups that it should be safe for both our teachers and for our students. And I know that there are significant concerns from our teachers that, and they don't feel like they have been heard. And we've heard that loud and clear from our teachers. And I have concerns about the way that the teacher survey was submitted. So it didn't ask the question of teachers for how they feel about returning to the classroom, or if they even feel safe coming back on campus. I think that we missed a valuable opportunity to seek that feedback. I mean, of course, I could say I want to, work from home because I can work from home in my pajamas, but I do not believe that that's the type of feedback that we would receive from our Fort Worth ISD teachers. I think that, I've heard overwhelmingly from our Fort Worth ISD teachers that there are a great deal of them who are ready to be back today, and that online teaching is harder for them. But I feel like we missed an opportunity to understand what the will is and to ask them what are the factors that are influencing their the fears that they have about coming back to the classroom. I feel like we could have used some of that information to address their concerns and possibly even get us to this conversation today much more quickly. So, why have we not asked that question yet?
So I think we did ask the question earlier. We did not ask it recently. And, we're going to be transparent about that. We did put that survey out earlier when we started our initial planning. And we looked at the survey. We also hosted multiple town halls. We even actually had a request from trustees to hold a teacher only because our teachers were sharing their feedback and their thoughts. Pretty transparent during our virtual town halls. So we feel like we had the feedback. We also have a process in place through employee services that for teachers for ADA. And just so everyone knows that Mr. Spears and Ms. Rincon have been working with their staff to work on the ADA requests that have come in. And I want to make sure that everyone understands that we recognize that. We recognize that we're going to have employees who have medical conditions that have ADA requests. And of course, that's their right, and that we're going to provide those accommodations after we review them and we see what we can accommodate. So did we ask the survey questions? Do you want to come back or not? I know some of our principals did, but as a district, we did not. But I do feel like we had a lot of voice, and you know, I don't really, I don't know what else to kind of say to that. Maybe that, you know, looking back is something that we could have added some questions to that and asked a certain way. And we were really just going off of other feedback we have gotten from them.
Yeah. So, you know, whether just asking the question, do you feel comfortable attending teaching on campus right now? Do you feel safe attending teaching on campus right now? They're not going to have to teach on campus, but it gauges their morale about coming back. And I feel like that's critical information for us to have. So you brought up the ADA waivers, and I've had several teachers that have approached me because their requests for accommodations have been denied. Their requests were based on underlying health conditions that would put them at an increased risk of, if they were to contract COVID, of having a much more serious case or serious complication. And so I'm curious, I want to know, you know, are those just kind of outliers, or do you know how many waivers have been requested from teachers and how many have actually been approved?
So we do have
so have your request, your medical request be approved
so
to not be on campus.
So we do have that data that we'll have Ms. Rincon or Mr. Spears, they can share it. I don't think there's a benchmark. Anyone who's gone through an ADA request, that there's multiple levels that we have to look at as a district for the employee, but then as well as the district, there's also multiple accommodations that we can also put in place for the campus. That doesn't always mean it has to be virtual learning. There's other things we can put in place, but Ms. Rincon and her team have been studying this and working across the Metroplex and across the state of Texas on ADA requests around COVID. Ms. Rincon?
So one of the first things I want to make sure we understand is that each request is reviewed case by case, because that's how the law requires us to review it. And it requires us to look at the essential functions of the position. We have to look at whether or not teachers are being required to come right now. So if they were asking for accommodation, but they aren't required to be here, so for our 2 years and more, that's where we said really the request was not one that we needed to accommodate, because they weren't being required to be on site. So I think that many of the requests where teachers were denied, perhaps they didn't understand that we do understand that when we come on site, if they're required to come on site, we are looking at those differently. But when they asked in August and they weren't being required to be on site, then there was no need for the district to accommodate a request to be off site because they were already working remote. Does that make sense? I hope that does.
Yeah. So are they going to have to? Do they now have to resubmit their request?
Not at all. We are involved in the interactive process, so we are consistently looking at their requests, and we already know that even though we told them it wasn't necessary at that time, we have to go back, and we are going back and looking at those requests. The biggest factor for us right now is determining when teachers were going to be required to come back and when students were going to be coming back, because each school will have different needs. And so we can't say that, okay, we can allow 5 teachers to be remote here through accommodation, because we don't know how many students are going to be at that school and what the needs of those schools are going to be for on-site teachers. And so those are the many factors that we have to look at, and that's why one size does not fit all. We don't look at every pre-K teacher the same. As you can imagine, before, the process was different because the law has always supported that teaching was on site. And so although we did provide accommodations to teachers, throughout time, primarily your essential functions were on site. So this is a little different. And so we're having to look at every single situation differently. And the board's direction about how we're going to come back to school and when teachers are going to be required to come back and the plans that are put in place all come into play with every single request. Now, we are, right now, we are looking at all of those requests, and it's a little difficult to tell anyone anything until we know when teachers are going to be required to come in, how many students we're going to have on site, how many teachers we're going to need. It would be different if you had a high school and you had 5 or 6 English teachers, and there's one English teacher that's making an accommodation request. But when you have only 1 or 2 physics teachers and one physics teacher is making the request, that's a different request. And so that has to be looked differently. But first and foremost, we understand that this is different for all of our teachers, and we appreciate that some of them have underlying conditions that we will need to consider. But not every underlying condition is going to require that a teacher be completely off-site. We have been making accommodations even with those teachers that have been on site, where they have been isolated a little more. And it's not just our teachers, it's all our staff throughout the district that we are managing these.
Yeah. So, and I guess that's why I asked, like, what is the benchmark? So, I have an autoimmune disease. I have medication that I am immunocompromised. So, is it a matter of me being able to perform my job on site, or does it have anything to do with the actual risk that I am taking by being on the campus? And that's so this is, and I'll be clear, the reason that this is my biggest concern at this point and why I don't feel like we are ready. And this is the big answer that I haven't gotten, is that I don't feel confident that we are prepared to bring back our teachers this way. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but knowing that, or just the fear or concern that teachers who are, they're recovering from cancer, they have autoimmune disease, they are pregnant and have autoimmune disease. These are things that put them in a high risk category for COVID. And I cannot in good faith approve a plan that is not going to address the needs of those, or address the safety for those teachers. So I guess the easiest way for me to ask this question is, how are we going to ensure that those teachers who are in the highest risk category don't have to choose between their own health and their literal lives or their careers that many of them have put decades into?
So I don't want to assume that every employee that has an autoimmune disease or has those kind of medical risks requires that they not be on site at all, or that they not be able to have some other alternative accommodation. And a little bit of your question requires me to get into some legal analysis, so I would prefer that we provide you legal advice in executive session respectfully. And then, because as I said, this is case by case by every request, and we can't even put, you can't look and say, okay, everybody that has these factors, these medical risk factors, that would be inappropriate. We're looking at every single employee and their request and the needs of the campus, and there may be some alternative accommodations that we haven't used in the past that we will need to consider now because of the circumstances.
Yeah. So what would be an example of an alternative accommodation?
So depending on the level, the grade level, if it were a possibility that someone could be on site but more isolated or have some kind of, I mean, it really just depends because the respectfulness cause, if we don't know how many kids are going to be on site and how many teachers are needed, it's a little difficult for me to be more specific.
Okay. So TCU just went through this, and they just had this exact conversation a few weeks ago, and they've actually come up with they've come up with a really great plan and a way to accommodate their professors that is working really well. Have we had any kind of interaction with them, or have we been able to? Have we looked at what they're doing and been able to learn from them some things that we could do to be creative or innovative as far as responding to these issues?
Typically, we don't look to higher ed when we're looking at other models. We are engaged in meetings with HR professionals and general counsels across the district, and so we have access to over 800 partners in other districts, and we definitely look at our urban companions, and so typically we don't look to higher ed, but that's definitely something that we can review. I appreciate you sharing that.
Okay. And we've got 2 TCU professors here on the board, so they could probably share their experience with that process as well. Okay, and so this is my final question for now. And this is going back to the high school, the hybrid request. So what impact would the cohort, going to this cohort model and basing cohorts on last names, what kind of impact is that going to have on campus equity? And my concern is that we could unintentionally be creating a very segregated situation on some of our campuses. So how has that been considered, and how is that going to be addressed?
Sure. Thank you, Trustee Paz. I'm not exactly sure that we thought about splitting the alphabet the way we did, how it would create an equity issue. It's definitely something that we can look at. It may be a situation where we need to look at each individual campus. What we tried to do is we tried to put opportunities in place for principals. Some of the things that we talked about is when a family may have multiple last names, how we can make accommodation for those families. We talked about the different campus programs, how we could maybe shift some students around for that. So what I would say is we can definitely take that on a campus by campus basis. And if we do see that equity issue, we can make some adjustments to how we split the cohort.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Next question by Trustee Toby Jackson.
Thank you, President Ramos. In March of 2020, this board stated, take the handcuffs off the superintendent, take the handcuffs off. Let's let this staff roll. We've got confidence, let's go. Now we're all very involved in this plan, yet it's truly the superintendent and staff's job. The big 8, everyone has a plan except Fort Worth ISD. 42 districts that the UEA represents, 41 of them have plans. And the privates in every district in the Metroplex have plans. And we have our parents right now, our employees and our students in flux. I represent the 2nd district. I have parents calling me every day. They're losing their jobs. They're losing their cars. They have jobs that start October 5th. They can't take those jobs. I took this job to help kids. And we need to make a decision tonight, and we need to trust the staff to do their job. Now, I understand ADA waivers are challenging, but I also understand staff can give this board some confidence by saying we began accepting ADA waivers on August 27th. We've accepted 250 of them, and we have fulfilled 66% of them, or we can't fulfill them for this reason. And I think those are the kind of answer staff that we have to have back. I also think that this board has to watch and ask for the specific metrics we want. And I'm not seeing that. I don't think anybody's wrong here, and I don't think anybody's right here, but we've got to worry about our kids and our teachers, and I completely agree. But tonight, we've got to make a decision, and it is almost midnight. And I can tell you right now at 11:56 p.m., we're not going to make the best decision if we don't start moving. So I appreciate you all letting me share how I feel. But for this community, we've got to make a decision, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Toby Jackson. Next, we have Trustee Anaya Luevanos. Working.
So some of the questions that I had were already asked by my colleagues. So for the high schools, the students that are going to be online are going to be watching the same class. It happens live in the classroom, and move on to the next class. Is that my understanding?
Yes, sir. I appreciate the question. That is the plan. You're exactly right. So you heard us say earlier that we are going to have to transition to the same schedule for in-person and virtual students. We are transitioning for those that are going to be in person to a traditional school day. The key here is going to be time set aside for the classes that stays synchronous and time that stays asynchronous, so that the teachers can be working with students who are either in person in the classroom with them or are staying at home virtually, so that teachers have one lesson expectation, one delivery expectation, and we're not asking double duty of our teachers. The key is what we started with when we moved to virtual instruction. The key is we have attested to an asynchronous plan that has synchronous supports, and we can work with our teachers to be able to do that through one lesson, whether students are in person or staying home virtually.
Thank you. I don't want the teachers to feel by the amount of work that they have to do. I mean, right now they're working so hard, but I don't want them to feel overwhelmed. And you mentioned, so we are looking at every campus differently based on the enrollment for that specific class and the size of that classroom, I'm guessing, also the high school as a total.
Yeah, I think what we're looking at is the enrollment of the high school as a whole. How many students would be asking for in-person instruction, and so how many students would be in the campus as a whole. We'll work with our principals. Our principals will be the ones that are looking at the classes and how those classes break down for each of the class periods.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Luevanos. Next, we have Trustee Norman Robbins.
Thank you, President Ramos. I am really encouraged by this presentation. The part of us handling this whole situation that's troubled me the most has been at the high school level, where, as was said, we have a lot of construction going on. We're going to have to do a lot of things differently. We have big high schools, a lot of kids. So this hybrid model is very encouraging to me, and I thank you very much for coming up with that. I'm still really ready to get kids back in school as fast as possible. Can we do a hybrid model without any kind of a delay at all?
Yes, sir. And Ms. Molinar, feel free to jump in here. But our plan, if the board approves the hybrid model, we will put the hybrid model in place as soon as the board decides we go back in person. So if there is the decision to stay with the original plan of students going back on October 5th, You approve the hybrid model tonight. That goes in effect on October.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Trustee Daphne Brookins.
I just have one quick question. We were talking about the teachers and how to accommodate them, the ones who don't want to come back or feel like they can't come back because of underlying health issues. If there's a large number of them that decide that they don't want to come back or want to work virtually, do we have enough workforce to back that up that that can take their places for those that are not going to come back, that have decided to, quit or retire or whatever?
I think that maybe two parts, Trustee Brookins. If their ADA requests are, and they are going to go virtual, of course, we have to have someone still in their classroom. So that's where it's going to really become dependent on looking at each situation differently, what campus support is in place, what type of support campuses already have with other staff members. I know Ms. Rincon and Mr. Spears have started working with our substitutes. Just like you have some teachers who have underlying health conditions, our substitutes may not all be able to return as well. So they are working through that as well, identifying staff members. The leadership team will be meeting to identify staff members as well that will need to go out on campuses and assist if for some reason. It's just not ADA requests. This could also be quarantine. There's lots of things that we have to consider, and I want to make sure everyone understands. We're not trying to, paint a picture that we think it's going to be perfect. We do feel like we have a plan. We have a plan ready to start October 5th, and we still stand behind that plan of in-person. We do feel like our plan is just as good as any other urban district that we have been working with. One of the comments was take someone's plan and use it. Well, that's what we did. We looked at other urban districts' plans and we mirrored that, and we made it what can work for Fort Worth ISD. So, just to go back to your original question, we're going to it's going to take all of us. It's going to take us as a family, a Fort Worth ISD family, to pitch in and help because we're going to have individual cases and it's going to be unexpected. But that's why some of our instructional models, that's why the hybrid plan, that's why we're putting it in place, because it's not about the need right now. It's about what could happen. What could happen next week? What could happen next month? What could even happen in January? So we have to be prepared for that. So our team is working with that. And, what we hope is that, the majority of our staff stays very healthy and doesn't have to call out sick. He doesn't have to quarantine. But if that happens, we do have where we're ready. We're calling our subs and we'll call in our support staff to make sure our kids still receive instruction, whether they're in person or they're virtual. We have to make sure we're still allowing our students to receive that instruction.
Thank you.
Next, we have Trustee Ashley Paz.
But I understand that it's late, and I understand that, after long meetings like this, not really a lot of great decisions get made. But I feel like great decisions aren't going to get made if we don't have all of the information and we're not asking all of the questions. And the most important thing that we have ever had to decide, and I'm going to take the time that I need to fully understand what I'm voting for. So with that said, we've already heard about PPE, and we've already, so we discussed that with the last, but what exactly will our teachers have access to as far as PPE? How many how many masks are they getting? How many barriers for their classrooms? What's the, what is expected as far as what they will receive? Because I think that we're not having a lot of those expectations are not clear of what they need to provide themselves and what the district is going to provide.
Ms. Paz, so first I wanted to be clear that if whatever amount we say, and if a staff member says, I need 2 more masks, or that's not enough masks, then we're going to get a mask. This is all new to us. Just as I said, we worked with other districts on plans. So did we worked with other districts on how are you dispensing your PPE materials? What amount are you giving? And honestly, until we get in person, we don't even know what our usage is going to be. That's going to be a baseline for us the first, couple weeks to see, hey, we estimate it way too low, or we estimate it too high. But we do, and we're happy to even post it on our COVID page and put it in our Fort Worth ISD forward document. But a cloth mask for our campus. Now, what we furnish, you have to remember, not a lot of us have tended to want to use our own mask, or they have gone and purchased their own, and as well as our students. And we're encouraging our students to bring the masks that they're most comfortable in, and not necessarily a district provided mask. But they're a cloth mask, disposable mask, disinfected wipe or spray bottle and paper towels. We have disinfected concentrated pods, student cloth masks, disposable masks, hand sanitizer, face shield, 1 per adult, infrared thermometers for 1 for every teacher in elementary and middle school, and then 2 per secondary because of the self-wellness check. And we have box of gloves on campuses. The classroom partitions, I'm glad you brought that up. I do want to clarify for the classroom partitions, it was never the intention that we order partitions for every single child in the district. And the case why that would be is, 1, some are going to be in person, some is going to be virtual. But then the partitions are to help us with social distancing. Not if you have an area like a small group table or a table, you would need to put the partitions there to help with the social distancing at that table. But if you have desks spread out and, if you don't have a full classroom of students, then you wouldn't need a partition for every student as well. So right now we do have 1 to every 3. We do have extra inventory that we will be redistributing to our elementary campuses. If we feel we have to order some more dividers, we will. The same with the PPE. Whatever limit we have on the PPE is not, it's not written in stone. What our teachers need, we're going to get them. If they need more face masks, we're going to get them to the campus. All they have to do is tell their principal, and then we can get the inventory out there. And same thing with the gloves, paper towels. We will get it out there if they don't feel like they have enough.
Okay. Hugh, stand up and stretch. I can see you, but we're going to be here for a minute longer.
No, I'm built for this. Keep going.
Okay, my next question is along the same vein. Last time we discussed school buses, CDC, American Academy of Pediatrics. That's one of the one of the safety protocol that they have consistently said that needs to be in place is that social distancing is there is the ability to do social distancing on our school buses, but from the numbers that we're looking at, a lot of the people who are requesting to have to come back in person also will need transportation either in the morning or in the afternoon. So how are we, if you can't social distance on a school bus, I mean, are we going to be parsing out our or changing our route so that we have one student per seat. I mean, I know from issues that we had last year and throughout last year and for forever that our buses are crowded. And, the guideline is 6 feet with a mask on. So if you if you have your mask on, you're still sitting next to someone. That's still not within the guidelines, the safety protocol. So how do we address that? And then I only have one question after left.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Cavazos is on. Do you want to address the transportation? And just so everyone at home knows, it is referenced in our Fort Worth forward document that's posted on our COVID webpage as far as transportation and the guideline.
Certainly, and I believe we addressed this last week as well. As we said, with buses, we're going to put two to a seat. We're going to follow pretty much the model that airplanes are following, no middle seat, two to a seat. We do expect to transport somewhere between 7,000 to 9,000 students every morning, which we expect to be at about 45% of what we're currently busing. At least that's what we're seeing with our current data. We will be using masks, we will be cleaning surfaces, and we will be disinfecting the buses on a daily basis, as well as asking parents to do self-checks before the child gets on the bus. And each bus driver will have a thermometer to be able to follow up if a child looks ill, and we'll have safety officers helping with any of the students who may be ill on the bus and need another form of transportation.
So one question, or just a quick follow-up to that, would it be possible to get the face shields for students riding the buses in addition to the mask? I know that we've been doing 3D printing with for some of the more expensive components in some of our high school labs. Maybe that could be.
Certainly. Well, we did order, like Ms. Molinar alluded to, and we will provide a cloth mask to every student, at least on a monthly basis, at least 10 disposable masks on a monthly basis to elementary students, and at least one face shield for every student. And then our bus will also be carrying the disposable masks. So if students feel safer with a face shield, they can definitely work with their school and take that home and use it for bus transportation.
Thank you so much, sir. And it's good to see your face. We don't get to hear from you very much anymore. Okay, and so finally, the big question that it's not clear is about our flipped classrooms. So at the last meeting, it was discussed that teachers would continue to, so teachers would be, they would still be doing the recordings for the asynchronous instructional videos, or I guess we would go to teachers, because we've had mostly instructional specialists and curriculum specialists. Is that still the expectation that teachers will be recording those videos? And, is there any reason why we can't continue to have the people that have been doing them, doing those recordings to take some of the burden off of the teachers?
Yeah, Trustee Paz, thank you for the question. Let me clarify a little bit in that question as well. And one, I'm probably the most thankful person on the call that you asked the question, because I really do appreciate the opportunity to clarify.
I thought you might.
Yeah, I do. So first of all, our teachers really have been the ones that have been doing their pre-recorded lessons already. What we did for the first 6 weeks, not just the first 4 weeks, but for the first 6 weeks of the school year, is we did model and sample lessons. We did models that teachers could follow. Teachers are also using those in their classrooms. We have a number of teachers that are doing their own pre-recording. So it's not just our instructional staff, which we will continue to support our campuses across the district. You know, I think a lot of times we have great intentions, but our attempt to clarify something or make something understandable just muddies things up a little bit further. I look back on it now and wish I would have never put the term flipped classroom in that presentation last week, because really when it comes down to it, what we're talking about, a flipped classroom is the same thing as distance learning or virtual instruction or blended learning. All of this is looking at how we are providing instruction to students, whether they're in front of us or comes down to is we're talking about asynchronous instruction with synchronous support. Does a teacher have to pre-record a lesson? The answer really is no. In a asynchronous instructional platform, there is some form of work, some form of experience a student has to have before they come into a synchronous support situation. That could be a video that a teacher found from one of their district resources on YouTube, Khan Academy, a variety of different. It can also be a text that a student reads. It can also be a group project or a discussion question, or it could be a variety of different ways that a student engages with the topic before they come into a classroom. So my comments and the idea of only being a flipped classroom and a teacher having to do pre-recorded videos outside of the school day, which I wish I would have never said that either. Of course, you can imagine that. That's not what that's not what has to happen. We've gone back and actually I started a conversation this week with the District Employee Relations Council. I think I said this earlier, but throughout this week and next week, I'm pulling in small group teachers at each school level to be able to clarify what the expectation for their instructional program is, how we can continue what we started with virtual instruction, synchronous and asynchronous together, and continue that whether students are in person or virtually. One of the things that I heard as we listened to teachers this week was, regardless of what you're asking us to do, when we start working with students in person and virtually, there's going to be, there's going to be work for us to do. And what we've committed to doing is looking at what we're putting on the plates of our teachers right now, some of the work outside of the classroom environment, and how we can limit some of the expectations of our teachers so that everything we do with our teachers is designed with how can we help support you to get ready for instruction, whether it's in-person, virtual, hybrid, both. Everything that we should be asking of our teachers should be designed, how can we help you spend the time that you need during your school day to be prepared for instruction? It's not going to be requiring them to record videos. It's not going to be requiring them to use their time outside of the school day. It can be a variety of different ways that they prepare for that instruction. And we're going to continue the conversation with our teachers so they understand.
Thank you very much. That's my main concern. So, I want to make sure we're taking care of our teachers. I want to make sure that both models, both in person and at home, continue to be high quality programs, and that it's been working for my family, and we have learning disabilities in our home, and and I understand that we are very privileged that it is, and I'm very thankful for it that it's working, because I know for a lot of people it's not. But for those who are having a successful opportunity, I just don't want to see the quality of what they're receiving go down, because now we're putting too much on our teachers, because that's not good for anyone.
Understand.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Quentin Phillips.
Thank you, President Ramos. So when it came to the hybrid model, I heard us talking about splitting by last name. You kind of addressed some of that in one of the previous questions. I wanted us just to simply be able to take a look at what that what that may look like, even in the sense of, I know some that are growing up in blended families, that have different relatives and family friends that may be living with one another who may not necessarily share the same last name, but may need those accommodations to where the kids are going on those same days. So I don't know if that's looking at it by residential address of which the enrollment is, or we can have plenty of ways, but I would like us to take a look at that.
Yeah, so we are 100% on the same page. That's actually a discussion we had with our principals. Our principals brought it up as well. We want to benefit our families. One of the things that we tried to do with our model was to say, how can we keep things, classes, when you're going to be in person, when you're going to be virtual, as consistent as possible, so families know what to expect. And one of the ways we keep that consistency is, even if we have different last names and we don't fall in the same cohort, we make that accommodation so families can stay together.
Thank you for that. And then I think you did thank you to Trustee Potts for her question there, toward the end of her questioning, because I think you did do a great job of explaining the teacher aspect, because that is a really big deal. And I knew your heart when you originally said what you said, but you behold a star word, right? So that's what people went on. So thank you for your clarification on that. But as you clarified that for the teacher, I would like to seek a little bit more clarification on the day in the life of the virtual learner. So we got a better picture, particularly on the high school level. We got a better picture of, if you're that first cohort, Monday, Tuesday, you go, flip week, you go on the Friday as well, type deal. And, so we kind of got a picture of that. But for that one that is speaking virtual only during that same time period, what does their day look like? So I know we're trying to sync it to the in-person day. Can you just help me with a little bit more clarification as far as what that looks like, virtual learning?
Yeah, sure. Let me see if I can help you with that. So there is going to be, we do need to recognize that the schedule is going to have to adjust some for a virtual learner. Right now, as we were 100% virtual, we were able to say, you have to have 4 hours of instructional engagement with your teacher, and we can do that front-loaded here, and then we have additional time that we can do office hours, how we meet with teachers. We still have that same expectation for students who are going to stay virtual, as the amount of hours that they have for engagement. What we're going to ask them to do is follow the schedule that's in place during the school day. So there may be a time for your reading clock, for your reading instruction that you would think. And our teachers may have a synchronous instructional time for 15, 20 minutes. And they'll provide students with some asynchronous work that they can go into. Student wouldn't necessarily have to stay on that whole time during the reading block. The teacher may continue to work with the students that are in the classroom with them. Some virtual students may choose to stay on to get additional help from the student and interact with the classroom, but the student would have the ability to say, I got the instruction, I have my assignment, and I need to get back on when it's time for math, and math is now scheduled at a different time. We're actually working with our principals on an individual campus plan right now. Washington, our schedule look like at each of our campuses, so that we can post that, so that our families will know exactly what does a virtual day look like at each campus for each student, according to the plan that they were able to.
That's music to my ears, that part right there. But according to what you just stated there as well, though, it seems like there may be opportunity for the virtual learner to still interact with the in-person class as well. So I think I kind of heard that come out in it.
That is totally the expectation. The expectation is that our teachers are involving both students that are in person and students that are virtual. Right now, the Google Classroom has to stay. Our assignments are going to still go through our Google Classroom. Our interaction is still going to go through our Google Classroom, so that regardless of what, we want teachers to have one instructional lesson, one instructional expectation, and be able to use that for both in-person and virtual.
Indeed, thank you. So next, I guess, for me is that conversation surrounding that was surrounding the medical clearance or accommodations for those teachers who may have those. Again, me knowing the people in the room and kind of reading in between the lines, I think that I can kind of ascertain what the thought or feeling there may be. The language used in that particular segment did not sit well with me, though. Meaning in the sense of I personally, as one trustee, do not want campus need to trump medical clearance for those who may actually need it. I don't want anyone to be denied that truly has medical reasoning why they can't be there because we just need some extra help. And again, I know the people well enough in this room and everything to know that that's not necessarily the sentiment, but I do think that it could have come across that way, that the situational basis of it could be that since we're a little swamped over here, sorry, we can't clear you, but since we got plenty of staff over here, we'll go ahead and give you your. Again, knowing that's not the case, but I hope that the reason why we're making decisions based on who's going to get those accommodations is based on what is their need. And if there is a need there, we need to be able to fulfill that. And then, much like Karen spoke to, we just have to be all hands on deck as far as what it's going to look like and making it happen for that particular campus or whatever the case. Again, understanding sentiment, so it's not in no way trying to throw anybody on the bus, but I just know that even I twinge a little bit hearing, well, we'll have to see, and some of it may be based on student class size or campus need, and that just can't come into consideration when you're talking about someone, in my personal opinion, particularly when we're talking about medical clearance. I think that's pretty cut and dry whether or not a person needs accommodations or not, and we should be able to grant those according to how we can. But I get that. And so, if anybody wants to speak to it, you can. You don't have to. I think I just want to make sure that sentiment is there. Okay, cool.
I would, Trustee Phillips,
Please.
respectfully like to speak to that.
Yes, ma'am, please.
When we say we have to look at it case by case, and the law does say, and this again, I really am not trying to get into the legal advice, so
Yes, ma'am.
we definitely can have more discussion in executive session. But the thing about it is it can't create an undue hardship on the district. And so we would make, if there are alternative accommodations that we can look for example, if we had other teachers that were willing to meet the needs of another campus, then definitely we would look to that. But we do have to look at the needs of the students. That's actually
Yes.
a priority, and definitely have more information for you with regard to legal advice.
No, and that makes all the sense in the world. I mean, because we absolutely could get flooded with tens of thousands of requests, right? And not all of them, for legitimate reasons, cannot, should not, or will not be honored for whatever reason.
Yes,
But
sir.
I just wouldn't want anyone who sincerely has medical reasoning to even have to doubt whether or not they're going to be able to have it fulfilled, and it's based on the campus need more than it is their own actual medical needs that are being presented. Particularly, I mean, and like I said, we can't get into the legalities of it. But again, it's one of those things that I want to be addressed because I guess I don't want people to feel like we're going to be so business centered that we're not going to be people centered when we're talking about a very people centered problem. I guess that's the best way to describe them.
I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. And then as far as substitutes, where are we at with that? In my estimation, completely outside looking in on this because I haven't asked the question as of yet, so I'm getting this information fresh. I would think that there's not a lot of people beating down the doors during the pandemic to decide they want to substitute for a class. And simultaneously, I would think that we're not trying to let everybody in the building when we already can't keep a good tab on whether or not we're going to have healthy actual employees. So if someone can kind of just walk me through what are our numbers looking like, what are we even thinking about when it comes to substitute, how is any of that even phasing out at the moment?
Yes, sir. So we do have substitutes that want to come back to work and are letting us know, and we have maintained engagement with them. We get emails from substitutes and calls all the time that are willing and ready to come and serve the students. We have substitutes that have been with us for many, many years. As you recall, the board was, for the first time in the history of Fort Worth ISD, paid for the substitutes who had worked 100 days. So we have those substitutes that are willing and ready to engage. The numbers are about 700 plus. I don't have the exact number, but about 700 plus substitutes that we have been engaged with. And also we have our 180-day, we call them 180-day subs, but there are employees that are full-time employees that have been helping campuses nonstop since the pandemic and obviously before. And so those 180 day subs are trained a little more, and they've been working with campuses, and they've been learning about virtual instruction when we needed them for virtual instruction. We have 180 day subs that are taking classes right now in vacancies and whatnot. So we do have ready and able substitutes. And while we do understand what you said about, managing the folks that are coming on and off campus, we do understand that teachers still have needs to not be available, and they have to take their time as necessary. And so we do have folks that are ready to be engaged, and that Mr. Spears and his staff are working with daily to keep them engaged. So I think Mr. Spears might have.
Yeah, I can give you exact numbers. We actually have 722 subs, 520 teachers that are subs. And I believe there's 58 of those 520 that are certified. We got 170 auxiliary, 16 nurses, and 16 others. So I know Ms. Jackson wanted specific numbers, so I wanted to make sure I was able to provide those.
Yes, thank you for those specific numbers, and thank you for your response, Ms. Rincon. And so, and I don't even know how to fully ask this, and I don't even know if there's even an answer that we have currently. But even so, when it comes to those substitutes, right? So when we have our staff that we have on campus, there's protocol and procedures in place, and also this trust factor that you're kind of, one of us on that campus is already kind of an embedded thing that we have going on, and even the routine of how we're going to be doing, whether it be screenings or however we're going about protocols. When dealing with substitutes, how are we going to go about that in some way? Because in my estimation, the vast majority of substitutes aren't necessarily exclusive to Fort Worth ISD per se, and even those that aren't necessarily exclusive to a particular campus. So now we're talking about individuals who are in and out of district and different districts being exposed to different individuals, as well as even inter-district being in different campuses, in different buildings with different sets of students at different times. So what are we even looking at that? Like, I don't even know the full question, but what are some of your thoughts around what we look like protocol wise with them, taking that into account?
So, Trustee Phillips, regardless if it's a substitute, who's still employee of our district, still will have to follow our protocol of doing the wellness check before arriving. And then Mr. Spears has already, and his team has already started working on identifying our substitutes who are willing to do in person, and we'll be training. They also go through our Safe School videos, our COVID videos as well. Those are required when we start. But, that will be also Raul and Cherie, Dr. Washington, Dr. Pena, and Dr. Sines as well. We forget about Dr. Sines. He's up there. He's been instrumental as well creating plans around.
I didn't even know he was over there. I'm glad you said
I know. He's trying to hide. You see, when you make a social distance up here, you don't get to see all of us at the same time. But we will also have a plan in place as part of our return back to campus plans on how our substitutes will interact with our administration, making sure they understand our protocol. You'll see in our Fort Worth Forward plan that is posted that we will be limiting visitors from campuses. And, that's something we're going to communicate with our parents. Not that we don't want you on our campuses, but it is for the health and safety of our teachers as well as the other students. So we will be limiting those interactions. One of the good things about, and I'll speak because I was a principal, and as a principal, you take care of your substitute, you are going to get the same ones who come back to your campus every time. I mean, that is the truth. You take care of them, you treat them like one of your own, you treat them like family, they will pick that job up every time.
Absolutely.
So we will make sure we're working with our administrators to establish those relationships. And a lot of places that they prefer to go to. And we're happy to get our substitutes back. That they need to be back. We know that they miss our students and being part of a campus as well. Whether they choose to go to a different campus every day or they pick maybe 2 or 3, they're still part of our family. So we're excited to have them back, and we're going to work with them just like we would our full-time staff as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. So I guess for my close of this particular aspect of it, I think I do simply want to echo my colleague's sentiment in thanking you all for this particular presentation. It is different. It is more laid out. There is more detail to it, and yes, there are things even underlying these other things that will have to be laid out. But I do appreciate it. And I think one of the most important things that came out of this presentation, in particular with you, Ms. Molinar, is when you were able to explain kind of where we're sitting at with this. That's in my estimation, that is where we failed big time. Even last week was the actual explanation of what it is that we even had control to be able to do, what it even is that we were voting on. The misconception really was that we were voting on whether or not we were going to do virtual school for the next 4 weeks exclusively. That's what the misconception was. I was hearing it a lot, even when we left out of there. Even last week, that's not what we were able to vote on. We were simply voting on, and what we're going to be considering today is not as whether or not we want to apply for a waiver for more time. TAA has already made it very clear that even in applying for the waiver, we still have to have in-person instruction. So it never was going to be whether or not we were going to have people back on campuses. It was a matter of when and how. And so without passing that last week, we simply said October 5th, we got to roll what we roll with, and it just is what it is, and we're going to have people back in the building going. If we are considering, in fact, applying for the waiver, what we're saying is we have more time to roll that out with Fidelity. We have more plans of action depending on the number of weeks that we choose to say this is how we can roll that out. So I just I'm glad you made that clear, because I don't want the misconceptions from teachers, one, that we're forcing them back in the building. We actually don't even have a choice whether we have to offer in-person instruction. I don't want parents to feel like, oh, you're taking away our choice, when actually we never had the power to be able to do so in the first place. We have some say-so over the time period of that, but I'm hoping what will come from that is that our time period in which we're considering when to do that is all about the actual safety. Everyone is going to be involved. And so with that being the case, I guess the final layer of this is that, and I've heard it from whether it was some public comment, whether it was just comments that I was hearing throughout just in the neighborhoods and talking with folks, and heard some of it even tonight, is about this. Well, I'm just ready to get back to school, and we just got to get kids back in the building. And yes, I really do think that so many of us have the sentiment that we understand the best way for a child to learn is in person in front of a teacher. But there's a reason why school buildings were closed in the first place, and it wasn't because of the incompetence of anyone. It was because there was an actual global pandemic going on that has not stemmed as. So even though we're able to be real enough, like you were able to do, Karen, and I appreciate it, by saying we probably are going to hit hiccups. We're probably going to have to quarantine a campus. We're going to have to tell, we're going to have to send letters out there. Yes, on your campus, parent, your grade, we have a COVID case. I guess I just don't want us to talk about that or take that so nonchalantly either, because as we're making those adjustments, what that means is that people's lives got affected. That means that someone got ill, someone contracted a virus that is probably taking it back to someone else who had nothing to do with Fort Worth ISD. Maybe it wasn't even on our campus, had any connection to it, but if it is in fact in one of our buildings and one of our young people get it, whether they're healthy or not, they can absolutely take it to someone else. So we're talking about life and death. We're talking about true illness and injury. These are not just statistics. These really are people and human beings that we're talking about. So I'm only saying it from the sense of, as we're making decisions about it, and even as we're speaking about contingency plans and what we're going to have to do, we're talking about these are in case scenarios, not just where, oh, we got a case. No, someone got ill. Someone contracted a virus. This really is dangerous. And I want us to keep that front of mind, because we really do have to get this back to the main thing. And the main thing has always been safety of our young people and safety of the employees that we're putting in the building. That's what we truly have to consider, and it can't be about all these other things that's been coming up, politics and all these other things that have been money and attendance, and it's about safety. That's what we have to get back to at the end of the day when it comes to. So not saying anyone here is not doing so. Yes, I just want to put that back on the forefront, that we're not just talking about our preference here when we talk about whether or not we're opening schools. We're talking about how can we do this as safely as humanly possible, knowing that we are still risking people when we. I yield the floor back to you, President Ramos. Thank you very much for that time.
Thank you. Just Just a note, questions there. Trustee.
Hear me? So I just have one quick question. For phasing in, like it was presented tonight, will that help to easier the process for all the schools?
I want to make sure I understood your question. So if we, our original plan was transitioning in on October 1st and 2nd would just be for all campuses, pre-KK, first, 6th grade, unless you are a campus that feeds into a 6th grade center, Rosemont Middle School, McLean Middle School, Forest Oak Middle School, and Wedgwood Middle School, and then our 9th graders. For 2 days, full days, they would be going to transition on October 1st and 2nd. And then all of our students would come back full schedule on October 5th. Our high schools would implement our hybrid model on October 5th for 9th through 12th. And they actually, on October 1st and 2nd, the 9th graders would do the hybrid model as well, the cohort.
Thank you. So this process is making it a lot easier on everybody, the way you have planned it out.
Oh. And then that's our original one that we presented to you last week, to have our students back, as quickly as possible. And then the other 4 options were if you decide to extend for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Levinos. Staff, if you would proceed with the final presentation for the night.
Well, Ms. Ramos, you get me again. Thank you for allowing me to present this data. If this was a request of one of our trustees that we put on our board meeting agendas every time we meet. We have met 4 times in September, but I'm only anticipating 2 times in October, but that could change. But regardless, whenever we're together as a family, we will be presenting the following data. So it really is about our COVID-19 data and where you can find it. And you're going to see on your screen, we wanted to make sure that, and Trustee Phillips, you brought this up last week, we want to be transparent. We do know we will receive cases. There's a state dashboard. There is the county dashboard that Vinnie Thanasia, the Director of Public, Tarrant County Public Health, showed last week. That we will make sure it's linked to our COVID page as well. And that one, just to review, shows our pyramid. I was on the dashboard as I am every day, a couple times a day. I just check it, and you'll scroll down and you'll see where if you select Fort Worth ISD, or if you even look around the whole county is still in the red zone. So that has not changed from last week. And full transparency, we want to make sure we showed that to you this evening. Then we wanted to share with you our report for our own individual, our district data. And we will have our dashboard up and running hopefully in 2 weeks. We have finalized working with Qualtrics to have that dashboard. But you're going to see right there the COVID-19 button that's on our webpage for our Fort Worth Forward. And this will show you as well, this is our TEA data that will be updated. It said on September 23rd, and it's September the 23rd right now. So we started on the 22nd, but I'm not sure if they have included everything on that dashboard. It was supposed to go live on the 23rd. But when you go through the state dashboard, the TEA, you'll be able to actually go to Fort Worth ISD and look at the confirmed COVID cases that we have to report, and that is a TEA guideline. But then it also gives you a state range. The one you're seeing on your screen right now is actual cases. And what I have done is I've asked staff to include since August. After this board meeting, we'll go from the first day of school instruction, which is September 8th. But we did ask them to go ahead and include since August. Here you'll see, if you scroll up just a little bit to the top, please. The top, student total cases. So you will see that we have had some student confirmed COVID cases, and you'll see them there. And that is true. We do have some of our students who are playing athletics. That doesn't mean they necessarily contracted COVID from the campus. However, they were confirmed students, and you'll see that it's posted by the school as well. If you scroll down a little further, we have it broken down by high school staff, middle school staff, and elementary staff. And this is the same type of data that we have to report to the state, and we report to the county. And our health services, under the direction of Mr. Steiner and Otis Goodwin, have been doing an excellent job with doing all the contact tracing and doing reporting to the state as well as to the county. So, there is an impact of a confirmed COVID case. You can see our numbers are not high for our district. Of course, in full transparency, once again, we don't have students on campuses yet. All of our staff are not back yet. However, we do have our central administration. We do have a lot of our campus support staff back, as well as our bus driver, our nutrition services, and they are back as well. But when you look at it, we don't have a lot of cases at this time. However, there is an impact whenever there is a case, because if you come in contact with a staff member, then you could be subject to quarantine. That is recently, I know we saw some article in the news over the weekend for South Hills High School, and they did have a positive case that led into a lot of the staff members having to be quarantined because of contact. So, we want to make sure this will be posted on our website that anyone can reach. It will be updated. And when we have our dashboard in place, it will be easier for everyone to view at that time.
Eleanor, can we go back to that, please, and look at the elementaries?
Sure. So this is your staff cases at elementary. And what you'll see here is you have on the left-hand side your staff total cases, but then these are your active cases as of today, meaning that those employees may still be quarantined at this time. Like you can see a difference at maybe a couple of the campuses where since we started in August, we're reporting, it may show that they have a case, but they're not active because they've already passed that quarantine window.
That was exactly my question. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Trustee Ramos, that concludes our presentations for this evening.
Thank you. We have Trustee Daphne Brookins has a question or a comment.
Yeah, that was my question too. When did we start the data, and are those cases still active as of today, or have they already gone through the 14-day quarantine?
Yes, so Ms. Brookins, that's why we have it broken down into two columns with reporting versus active. So this is a live report that we were showing. So that is as of 9/22, which is 9/23 at 12:49. We have other reports. I've sent you, I believe, the trustees, different reports that we break it down even further into some demographic. And when we do our dashboard, I have asked that they display with breaking it down by our ethnicity and our demographics as well as gender, because I feel like that's something we commit to for our achievement data. So we should commit as well for our health data. So we'll have that broken down and displayed as well.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Puss?
Yeah, so when we have to submit a plan to TEA, if we request a waiver, one of the things that has to be included in that plan is what the metrics are which metrics will we be using?
We have not identified. The plan to have the metrics is to, if you meet that metric, they want you to not to reconsider your phase-in plan. And at this time, we don't have a phase-in plan. And the metric, we have not decided on, honestly. It could be they gave us samples that we can use where, and I know we talked about this last week, and I think there's a little bit of difference of opinions. There was the most recent weekly count is lower than the prior week in the county. The positivity rate in the county is under 10%. You can add like how many days you want to see that rolling. So the matrix we can work on.
Okay, but so I guess I worded that wrong. What will be the source of the data? Are we going to be looking at the Texas statistics, the TEA? I don't know if they had actual statistics like
the
positivity
TEA,
rates, or
yeah,
are we doing what the most health organizations have recommended and using our county health expert and the county health data?
Sure. So PA's data pools have just really recently started, so they would not be a really good one. They haven't set a matrix as well. They say that you need to work with your local health authorities in collaboration. They are not able legally to make that decision for us, but we work together. We do participate in calls. We have multiple departments that participate in the county calls. Dr. Scriven and I, we participate at least twice a week, once a week, and then I usually do maybe a follow-up call twice on the second time during the week. We would want to look at our county one. That's where all of our districts in the Metroplex, and of course, many of our students live right on the line of a school district as well. And the dashboard does have our actual county data that's inputted, and we are required to report to the county. So that would be the data that would be most impactful to us to use.
Okay, that's good to know, because so I don't, I've heard a lot of, Cook's Children over here, Health Science Center over here, and all of these different medical professionals, but none of them are the medical expert who is accountable for our county health or local health outcomes. So I just want to make sure that we are actually using data that is more than just a snapshot of one person's experience or one doctor's experience. So that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Looks like no other comments or questions by the board on the COVID data. We will now begin to move on to discussion of consent agenda items. I'll state that as board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Are there any questions or comments concerning consent agenda items? Look for raising of your hand on the platform. I'm going to call on each individual trustee just to make sure. Do you have any questions or comments on consent agenda? District 2 Trustee Toby Jackson.
No.
Thank you. District 3 Trustee Quentin Phillips.
No question.
Trustee Brookins.
I will be abstaining from the Workforce Solutions number.
Thank you. Trustee CJ Evans.
No questions.
Trustee Andar.
No questions, but I will be abstaining from action items A and D.
Okay, noted. Trustee Norman Robbins.
No question.
Trustee Luebanos.
No questions.
Trustee Paz.
No questions.
And I'm District 1 Trustee Jacinto Ramos Jr., and I don't have any questions either. At this point, we will now recess and reconvene in closed meeting for executive session. The time is 12:55 a.m. The date is Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020. We'll reconvene virtually for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, .072, .074, and .076. Okay, we're going to get started. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:34 p.m. in a private video conference with a quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session virtually and in person, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 2:37 a.m. in the public virtual video conference and in person with a quorum present. All trustees are present. Virtually joining us is Trustee Toby Jackson, Trustee Daphne Brookins, and Trustee Ashley Paz. We will move on to accepting consent agenda items. Do I have a motion? And I'll look for you to raise a hand on the device to see who'd like to make a motion to accept consent agenda items. Do we have a motion by Trustee Toby Jackson? Do we have a second? I'll look for another blue hand. We have a second by Trustee Ashley Paz. I will call on each trustee for any discussion. Trustee Jackson, any discussion?
No discussion, President Ramos. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips, any discussion?
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins, any discussion?
No discussion.
Trustee Evans?
I just wanted to say I'm excited to see my brother's keeper and my sister's keeper continuing.
Thank you. Trustee Dar?
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins?
No discussion.
Trustee Luevanos?
No discussion.
Trustee Paz?
No discussion.
And I'm Trustee Jacinto Ramos Jr. and I have no discussion. We will move to vote. I will call each trustee's name. Please say yes or no on accepting consent agenda items. Trustee Jackson?
Yes.
Trustee Phillips?
Yes.
Trustee Brookins?
I abstain from action item 13C.
Okay.
I'm sorry, with the workforce.
Was that on consent? Trustee Brookins, we will get to that agenda item a little bit down the road.
Okay.
So yes or no on this one?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Evans?
Yes.
Trustee Dar?
Yes.
Trustee Robbins?
Yes.
Trustee Luevanos?
Yes.
Trustee Paz?
Yes.
And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I vote yes, so the motion passes unanimously, 9-4 and 0 against. Moving on to action agenda items. No items were removed, so we will not need 12A. We will move to 12B, personnel. Do I have a motion and look for raising of the hand on the Zoom application? We have a motion by Trustee Toby Jackson. Do I have a second? We have a second by Trustee Ann Dar. I will call on each trustee just in case we have any discussion. Trustee Jackson?
No discussion.
Trustee Phillips?
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins?
No discussion.
Trustee Evans?
No discussion.
Trustee Dar?
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins?
No discussion.
Trustee Luevanos?
No discussion.
Trustee Paz?
No discussion.
And I have no discussion, so we'll move to vote. I'll call your names, trustees. Please say yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson?
Yes.
Trustee Phillips?
Yeah.
Trustee Brookins?
Yes.
Trustee Evans?
Yes.
Trustee Dar?
Yes.
Trustee Robbins?
Yes.
Trustee Luevanos?
Yes.
Trustee Paz?
Sorry, yes.
And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I vote yes. So motion passes 9-4 and 0 against. It's late, and they are not with us, but would you still like to make some introductions to the new hires?
Yes, thank you, President Ramos. We would like to congratulate David Meganson, who will now be our Senior Officer for Payroll and Benefit. Tandy Smith will now be our Executive Director of Business Intelligence. And we have Holly Affleck, who will be our Executive Director of Talent Operations. And congratulations to Shannon Hernandez, Executive Director of K-12 Math and Science. Thank you, President Ramos.
Great, thank you, and congratulations to them. We will now be moving on to action agenda items, which will be 13A, discussion and action to approve renewal of network application security support. Do I have a motion? We have a motion by trustee Robbins. We have a second by trustee Paz. Call on each trustee to see if we have any discussion. Trustee Jackson, any discussion?
No discussion.
Trustee Phillips?
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins?
No discussion.
Trustee Evans?
No discussion.
Trustee Dar?
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins?
No discussion.
Trustee Luevanos?
No discussion.
Trustee Paz?
No discussion.
And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I have no discussion to add, so we'll move to vote. I'll call your names, trustees. Please say yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson?
Yes.
Trustee Phillips?
Yes.
Trustee Brookins?
Yes.
Trustee Evans?
Yes.
Trustee Dar?
Abstain.
Trustee Robbins?
Yes.
Trustee Luevanos?
Yes.
Trustee Paz?
Yes.
And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I vote yes, so the motion passes 8-4 and one person abstaining. We will move to, my apologies, moving on to B. Yes, discussion and action to approve memorandum of understanding between Urban Strategies, Inc., Fort Worth Housing Solutions, and Fort Worth Independent School District. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Trustee Paz. Do I have a second? We have a second by Trustee Luevanos. We'll call on each trustee in case we have any discussion. Trustee Jackson.
No discussion.
Trustee Phillips.
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins.
No discussion.
Trustee Evans.
No discussion.
Trustee Dar.
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins.
No discussion.
Trustee Luevanos.
No discussion.
Trustee Paz.
No discussion.
And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I have no discussion. We'll move to vote. Call your names, trustees. Please say yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Trustee Phillips.
Yes.
Trustee Brookins.
Yes.
Trustee Evans.
Yes.
Trustee Dar.
Yes.
Trustee Robbins.
Yes.
Trustee Luevanos.
Yes.
Trustee Paz.
Yes.
And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I vote yes. Motion passes 9-4 and 0 against. We'll move on to discussion and action to approve workforce solution of Tarrant County contract with Fort Worth Independent School District for the 2020-2021 school year. Do I have a motion? Sorry, are these the same, these new motions or these old ones? Trustee Robbins? Okay, thank you. So motion by Trustee Robbins and a second by Trustee Paz. I will call on each trustee to see if we have any discussion. Trustee Jackson?
No discussion.
Trustee Phillips?
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins?
No discussion.
Trustee Evans?
No discussion.
Trustee Dar?
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins?
No discussion.
Trustee Luevanos?
No discussion.
Trustee Paz?
No discussion.
And I have no discussion, so we'll move to vote. As I'll call your name, trustees, please say yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson?
Yes.
Trustee Phillips?
Yes.
Trustee Brookins?
Abstain.
Got it. Trustee Evans?
Yes.
Trustee Dar?
Yes.
Trustee Robbins?
Yes.
Buenos.
Yes.
Trustee Paz?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So motion passes 8-4 and one person abstaining. We'll move on to D, discussion and action to approve shared services agreement with ESC Region 11 for instructional services, materials, professional development, parent engagement opportunities, and administration of services to private nonprofit schools that serve economically disadvantaged children who reside in the Fort Worth Independent School District attendance area. Do I have a motion? Looks like I have a motion by Trustee Jackson. We have a second by Trustee Robbins. We'll call each trustee if we have any discussion. Trustee Jackson.
No discussion.
Trustee Phillips.
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins.
No discussion.
Trustee Evans.
Discussion.
Trustee Dar.
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins,
No discussion.
Trustee Luébanos,
No discussion.
Trustee Paz,
No discussion.
and I have no discussion, so we'll move to vote. When I call your names, please say yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
Trustee Phillips,
Yes.
Trustee Brookins,
Yes.
Trustee Evans,
Yes.
Trustee Dar.
Abstain.
Thank you. Trustee Robbins,
Yes.
Trustee Luébanos,
Yes.
Trustee Paz,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Trustee Ramos. Motion passes 8-4 and one person abstaining. Move on to letter E, discussion and action to approve second reading revisions to board policies DIA local, FB local, FEB local, and FFH local. Do I have a motion? We have a motion by Trustee Robbins. We have a second. We have a second by Trustee Dar. Call on each trustee for any discussion. Trustee Jackson, any discussion?
None.
Trustee Phillips,
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins,
No discussion.
Trustee Evans,
No discussion.
Trustee Dar,
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins,
No discussion.
Trustee Luébanos,
No discussion.
Trustee Paz,
No discussion.
and I have no discussion, so we'll move to vote. As I call your names, trustees, please say yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
Trustee Phillips,
Yes.
Trustee Brookins,
Yes.
Trustee Evans,
Yes.
Trustee Dar,
Yes.
Trustee Robbins,
Yes.
Trustee Luébanos,
Yes.
Trustee Paz,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 9-4 and 0 against. Moving on to letter F, discussion and action to approve the 2020-2021 Student Code of Conduct. Do I have a motion? We have a motion by Trustee Dar. We have a second by Trustee Paz. Call on each trustee if we have any discussion. Trustee Jackson,
No.
Trustee Phillips,
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins,
No.
Trustee Evans,
No discussion.
Trustee Dar,
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins,
No discussion.
Trustee Luébanos,
No discussion.
Trustee Paz.
No discussion.
And I have no discussion, so we'll move to vote. As I call your names, trustees, please say yes, no, or abstain. District 2 Trustee Toby Jackson,
Yes.
Trustee Phillips,
Yes.
Trustee Brookins,
Yes.
Trustee Evans,
Yes.
Trustee Dar,
Yes.
Trustee Robbins,
Yes.
Trustee Luébanos,
Yes.
Trustee Paz,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 9-4 and 0 against. Moving on to letter G, which is discussion and action to approve board student outcome goals and constraints. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Trustee Paz. We have a second by Trustee Brookins. I'll call on each trustee for any discussion. Trustee Jackson,
No discussion.
Trustee Phillips,
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins,
No discussion.
Trustee Evans,
No discussion.
Trustee Dar,
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins,
No discussion.
Trustee Luébanos,
No discussion.
Trustee Paz.
Just a brief discussion or a brief comment. I would like to just say that I'm happy that our board has done the work to put together these temporary goals and constraints, and I look forward to in the future as we adopt permanent ones that get us through COVID to engage the community in that process.
Thank you. I will just simply echo what Trustee Paz said. We'll move the vote. I'll call your name, trustees. Please say yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
Trustee Phillips,
Yes.
Trustee Brookins,
Yes.
Trustee Evans,
Yes.
Trustee Dar,
Yes.
Trustee Robbins,
Yes.
Trustee Luébanos,
Yes.
Trustee Paz,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 9-4, 0 against. We'll move on to letter H, discussion action to approve Lone Star Governance self-evaluation progress for 2020-2021. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Trustee Paz. Do I have a second? have a second by trustee Dar. We'll call each trustee just in case we have any discussion. Trustee Jackson,
No.
trustee Phillips,
No discussion.
trustee Brookins,
No discussion.
trustee Evans,
No discussion.
trustee Dar,
No discussion.
trustee Robbins,
No discussion.
trustee Luevanos,
No discussion.
trustee Paz.
No discussion.
And I have no discussion to add. Move the vote. Call your names, trustees. Please say yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
trustee Phillips,
Yes.
trustee Brookins,
Yes.
trustee Evans,
Yes.
trustee Dar,
Yes.
trustee Robbins,
Yes.
trustee Luevanos,
Yes.
trustee Paz.
Yes.
And I vote yes, so motion passes 9-4 and 0 against. Moving on to letter I, discussion and possible action to authorize administration to submit waiver to Texas Education Agency for hybrid instruction for 9th through 12th grade students. We have a motion. We have a motion by Mr. Trustee Robbins. We have a second by Trustee Jackson. We'll call on each trustee, see if we have any discussion. Trustee Jackson.
Yes, thank you, President Ramos. Look forward to staff implementing this. Look forward to them setting metrics and updating the board regularly. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Jackson. Trustee Phillips.
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins.
No discussion.
Trustee Evans.
My concern with this item is the open-endedness of it. And so that's why I'm going to be voting against it.
Thank you. Trustee Dar.
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins.
Yes, President Ramos. I'm very excited about this. The implementation of our new normal in our high schools was the most troubling to me, and I think that this hybrid version will give us enough flexibility that we can keep our students and our teachers safe. And I look forward to staff implementing this as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Robbins. Trustee Luevanos.
No discussion.
Trustee Paz.
No discussion.
And I have no discussion, so we'll move the vote. As I call your names, trustees, please say yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Trustee Phillips.
Yes.
Trustee Brookins.
Yes.
Trustee Evans.
No.
Trustee Dar.
Yes.
Trustee Robbins.
Yes.
Trustee Luevanos.
Yes.
Trustee Paz.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion passes 8-4 and 1 against. We'll move on to letter J, which is discussion and possible action authorize administration to extend back to school transition process for an additional 4 weeks as allowed by Texas Education Agency guidelines, thereby extending virtual learning through October 30th while gradually increasing and staggering in-person learning on campuses. Looks like I have a motion by Trustee Evans. What is your motion? Is it that or is it something different?
It's not a motion, it's a point of order. I want to know, Council, can you please explain why we're here voting on an action we voted on last week?
Yes, ma'am, Trustee Evans. So the action that was taken last week, the item on the agenda, the motion was to authorize administration to submit the waiver. So to authorize administration 5-4. So after that failure, the board moved on. So there was no action. Essentially, it was no action took place, because the motion was to take an action and the action that vote failed. So after that process, a trustee requested that this item be placed back on the agenda for consideration again. And pursuant to Robert, it's allowable because one, there wasn't an official action taken by the board. And two, even if there was an official action taken, there is a procedure in Roberts that allows for reconsideration or rescission of an item as long as an action has not been taken by administration to move that item forward, that cannot be undone. So based on that, in discussion with the board president and administration, we put it on the agenda.
So, does Robert's Rules of Order allow for me to make a motion to uphold last week's vote?
It would, the outcome, yes, you could make a motion to not authorize administration to submit a waiver.
Yeah, but the wording, uphold last week's vote. I moved to uphold last week's vote as it pertains to the waiver up through grades 8.
That's good. We know what that's good.
Okay. So, Trustee Evans, would you repeat that one more time just so we get that clearly for the record?
I make a motion to uphold last week's vote on the waiver as it pertains up to grades 8.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second for that one? Trustee Phillips, is that you seconding that? Little
Me.
blue hand. Okay, Trustee Robbins. So we have a second by Trustee Robbins. I'll call on each trustee for some discussion. Trustee Jackson. Any
No
discussion?
discussion.
Okay. Trustee Phillips.
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins.
So I need to get clarification. So we are voting to revote what we did last week? Is that what this is?
No, there's a Trustee Brookins, there's a motion on the table to just uphold the non-action that was taken last week. So it would, if this passes, the status quo prevails where we're at right now.
Okay. But I also want to make sure that it's clear that we are not voting to take away virtual learning at all.
No, ma'am, that would not be the vote. Yes, it would be choice.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Brookins. Discussion, Trustee Evans?
Yes, I would just like to say, so I know this isn't, I had initially had made some points regarding if this was done under a motion to rescind and the dangerous precedent that an action like that would take. But the danger in the precedent still lies because this was put on the agenda according to policy within 72 hours, but it was done on the last day, and so I want everybody to think of the position this puts the president in. Okay, it's not not upholding our vote last week. It not only calls into question all future decisions by the board, but it really puts the president in a precarious position to, at any time, bring up a matter that has already been voted on. And I just want my colleagues to think of the precedent that this sets. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Evans. Trustee Dar.
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins.
Yes, thank you, President Ramos. I think we need to approve this motion. If we do not, if we go back on what we did last week, foolish. And I think that we can accommodate all the needs of our students and our teachers by upholding the timeline that we are already on, and we do not need to extend it further. When I asked staff if we could do all the things that we needed to do by the timeline that we already had in place, they said yes, they can. So I think we should approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Robbins. Trustee Lebanos.
Thank you, President Ramos. I just have a few comments to make on this item. I want to thank the staff and my colleagues for asking those uncomfortable questions and some needed questions to the staff. And after a nice presentation, I feel like our kids will be in a more safe place. And then we must make make every effort to provide a safe working environment for our teachers and accommodate our teachers with special health conditions in order to safeguard their health as we ask them to return to the classroom. We must continue to address the concerns that our teachers have about the potential of double working, of doing two jobs while doing online learning and face-to-face. And tonight, we have heard from many people in the community, and we have heard this more in detail plan on how we can safely open our classes. And I just want to say that I appreciate all the phone calls and all the emails that I have received over the last week, and to the people that I have encountered at the stores, thank you. I think I'm very happy to see so many people involved and so many people who care about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Luevanos. Trustee Paz?
Yes, I just want to point out the reason that this process exists in the first place. Robert's Rules of Order and parliamentary procedure exists to ensure that there is an ongoing democratic process taking place with governing board. So the authority that a motion to rescind provides is from someone who has voted on the prevailing side of a previously voted on matter to allow them to change their mind, given more time to think about it, more understanding of the information. And I think that, and I would like to commend my colleague who has requested this item, because I think it takes a very big person to come back and say, you know what, I've thought about this and I would like to discuss it more. And this is a big enough, and as unprecedented as this is, it deserves the attention from every trustee to know that they have done what they in their heart feels is the right thing at the end of the day. And whether anything changes at the end of the night or not, it takes a big person to put that out there like that. And I would like to commend my colleague, and we do motions to rescind and reconsider all the time. We just did this a couple of weeks ago when we were determining, when we recalled our TAD election, and we've done it for contracts that we've approved and for other things. So this is not a dangerous precedent. This is something that is a standard operating procedure in governing board. And I'm glad that we are using it to make sure that this has been given the time and the attention. And it's definitely been given the time. So thank you for everyone for the time that you have put into this matter.
Thank you, Trustee Paz. I have no discussion to add, so we will move to vote on.
I have something else, President Ramos.
Sorry, Trustee Phillips. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, man. So, yeah. So this is not right, man. The proceeding is being hijacked, and the thing is, what happened last week happened last week, and so I voted last week, and the side I voted on did not win, and it is what it is when it comes to that, because that's not the last time I'm going to lose a vote. It ain't the first time I've lost a vote. That is exactly it happened to be what it is. We come back this week, and there's a new thing, on the agenda, and so this is what we're supposed to be voting on, not to go back and say, well, we need to vote again to uphold what we did last week. It's not even what we agreed to. What we agreed to is to come in here and to vote on what was on the agenda for the night. And if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. But this is all of a sudden out of nowhere come up with a different motion that we got to entertain now, simply just because we want to, after it's been discussed, even not to. Like that doesn't sit well with me, and that's not cool. That's not what we were agreeing to. That's not what we should be doing right now. What happened last week for whatever reason. It's a new agenda item on the agenda. We need to vote on that item. If it doesn't pass, then maybe somebody makes a different motion. But the way it's going right now is not right. And I always at all times, I was here for a lot of the old Fort Worth ISD board meetings. I remember how it was back in the day. And I've criticized the fact that there was a lack of stability and sometimes in some of those board meetings. And I'm glad that we do culture. But I'm telling you right now, it's even hard for me to remain emotionally intelligent at the moment. When we hear at 2:30, whatever o'clock it is in the morning right now, and then we got this happening again. Like look, the agenda says what it says. That's what we're supposed to be voting on. If you don't like that, you simply vote it down. Then we make another amendment. But now we've taken this to a whole other thing that it shouldn't be. And that doesn't sit well with me.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. At this point, we do have a motion by Trustee Evans and a second by Trustee Robbins. We will move to vote now with, looks like no more discussion.
Can somebody please repeat the motion?
Sure. Trustee Evans, would you mind repeating it again?
Trustee Darts, just to uphold last week's action.
Clarification on that motion would be a yes would be to uphold last week's action then, and a no would be to not uphold last week's action. Is that correct, Mr. Castillo?
Yes, Trustee Jackson.
Okay.
But to uphold the action was just to not pass that
Yes.
motion.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I think we're all clear. No more discussion on this? Okay, we'll move to vote. I will call on each trustee. If I'll ask you to say yes, no, or abstain. I think we're clear on the motion. Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Trustee Phillips.
No.
Trustee Brookins.
Yes.
Trustee Evans.
Yes.
Trustee Dar.
Yes.
Trustee Robbins.
Yes.
Trustee Luevanos.
No.
Trustee Paz.
No.
And I am President Ramos, and I vote no. Motion passes 5-4 and 4 against. So the motion upholds from last week. We do not have letter K, which is the level 3 grievance. We will now move on to comments by board members or superintendent on current district activities.
Whoa. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
What about Jay?
That was Jay.
No, that was.
You literally just voted to make it where we can't have that. When you vote,
No, I voted.
Saying we have to go. We now have to do what we did last.
I said to uphold just the action that we took. Well, then I'd like to change my vote, please, to no. I'm sorry. I misunderstood the motion.
So I'm going to lean on legal counsel. What's our procedure here with the vote and me announcing it? Okay.
And I should clarify, it was made through grades 8. So not pertaining to the high school hybrid, which was through grades 8.
Okay, which was not the motion that we did last week. So there was a new motion.
I think we might need to revote.
I think we'll do that. So we'll do the revote, and Trustee Evans, if you would repeat it again, and then I'll make sure I write it down this time so I can repeat it for you.
Okay.
But I have a quick question. I'm sorry, CJ.
Yeah.
How? And now I'm thinking about what Trustee Phillips said. If that's not on the agenda, how are we voting something different? I'm not. I want to make sure we're voting on the right thing.
Okay. So, and I don't want to get sideways. And I said this back there that I'm going to make a motion to uphold. I said that. So I said that in executive session. So, and I said, because no sneak attacks, I said that. Okay. I can reword the motion to the extent of, as it pertains to item J, the waiver, I move that for up through grades 8, we uphold last week's vote on the waiver. So it is a motion on the waiver. It's a motion for a 0 week waiver through grades 8. But my intent was not to shock anybody or do a sneak attack. That's why I told y'all in executive session I was going to do this and make this motion. But the high school hybrid passed. Item I. Item J, I make a motion that we do not apply for a waiver.
Okay, that's the, yeah.
Up through grades 8, which will in essence uphold last week's vote up through grades 8.
Yes, exactly. So the action is to not authorize administration to submit a waiver.
Okay.
And I seconded it.
Okay, so I think we're clear now on the motion by trustee Evans, and we still have a second by trustee Robbins. So just to make sure, I'm going to play this all over again. We're going to go through the discussion and plenty of opportunity for clarifications. Trustee Jackson, any discussion here?
No, sir.
Thank you, trustee Jackson. Trustee Phillips?
Yeah. And clarification, say not a sneak attack, but it is because it was on back there. That is not what's on the agenda. It's not what we supposed to be discussing. We ain't supposed to be talking about last week right now. We have an agenda in front of us, and that is what we're supposed to be discussing and voting on. Now we got hijacked by you. You to go ahead and put on the agenda what you want in the middle of a board meeting, and now people are even confused on what they're voting on, but you just want to bring something up in the middle of a meeting. Like, so yeah, this is absolutely a sneak attack. Should not be happening. We should be voting on what we got on the agenda, and then we should move forward. Thank you, President Ramos.
President Ramos, if I could just make clarification for the record, one, there was no voting in the back. And what was discussed in the back was all legal advice as far as parliamentary procedure and all that good stuff. And second, it is on the agenda, just so nobody gets the impression that we're voting on something that's not on the agenda. Technically, it is on the agenda, just on the legal side. I get what Trustee Phillips is saying, but legally it is on the agenda, just for clarification.
Thank you, legal counsel Benjamin Castile. Next, trustee Brookins, any discussion?
I just wanted to be clear that I am voting not to extend or not to get the waiver.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Evans?
No discussion.
Trustee Dar?
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins?
No discussion.
Trustee Luebanos?
No discussion.
Trustee Paz?
I would like to just reiterate what I have previously said, that this is something that happens literally all the time with school boards, that they reconsider things after they have taken previous motions. And the idea that this is somehow us going back on our word or not honoring our integrity is that is hurtful for me as a trustee, and it's something that we as a board have agreed that we would respect one another above all else. And I'm just going to call number 7 right now because I'm not feeling that everyone on the dais is being respected.
Thank you, Trustee Paz. And the only thing I'll add from my end, and this is the reason why boards don't attempt to get consensus in the back, that the conversation needs to be had in the front for transparency and for everyone to know. So appreciate everyone leaning in tonight to this hot topic for our community. We will now move to vote. We'll call on each trustee and ask you to say yes, no, or abstain on the motion by Trustee Evans. Trustee Jackson?
Yes.
Trustee Phillips?
No.
Trustee Brookins?
Yes.
Trustee Evans?
Yes.
Trustee Dar?
No.
Trustee Robbins,
Yes.
Trustee Luébanos,
No.
Trustee Paz,
No.
and I am President Ramos and I vote no. So the motion fails, 4 for, and 5 against. So we'll be looking for a new motion. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Trustee Phillips. What is your motion, sir?
Thank you, President Ramos. My motion is to authorize administration to extend back to school transition process by an additional 4 weeks as allowed by Texas Education Agency guidelines, thereby extending virtual learning through October 30th, while gradually increasing and staggering in-person learning on campuses.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Trustee Phillips. We have a second by Trustee Paz. We'll call on each trustee for any discussion. Trustee Jackson.
Second district, we have a strong support for getting back to school as soon as possible. I'm in favor of the hybrid model, but I can't support 4 weeks here.
Thank you, Trustee Jackson. Trustee Phillips.
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins.
I too am wanting our students to get back to school as soon as possible, but as safely as possible. So I cannot.
Thank you, Trustee Brookins. Trustee Evans.
Yes, on the specific subject of the waiver, I wanted to just reiterate, there's been a lot of talk about that it's becoming a race issue, or things are divided along racial lines, and y'all aren't, we're not thinking of students, and it's only pandering to the affluent families. But our Leadership Academy networks, those families that were surveyed, 50% choose in person. Now, I don't have the exact demographic breakdown of the Leadership Academies, but I'm just going to do some reverse demographic. Como is 4% white, Forest Oak 2%, John T. White 2%. So these are predominantly Black and brown students, and they have chosen, that tells us those demographics, that those numbers have chosen to return to in-person. So I feel like the best option lies with choice for the families, and that's why I am voting against the waiver.
Thank you, Trustee Evans. Trustee Dar.
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins.
I too feel that choice is the best way to go for our families and our students, and I'll vote no on this.
Thank you. Trustee Luébanos.
Thank you, President Ramos. I'll be voting on no on 4 weeks.
Thank you. Trustee Paz.
Yes. So there's a lot. We have all listened to a lot of people and a lot of feedback over the last several weeks. What I have been listening for, as I have been hearing our stakeholders, is I have been listening for opinions that challenge me to consider a different perspective. And over that time, my position has evolved. I went from my position being that we needed to not bring anyone back into school until we are below 5% rate. I still am not fully supportive of doing that, but having listened to people that have wanted I've heard a lot of compelling arguments for choice. And I shouldn't say arguments, I should say defenses for choice. And I want to do everything within my power of ensuring that parents and teachers have the choice to return back to the classroom as quickly and safely as possible. And I want to thank everyone that has taken the time and the energy, because I know that this has been an exhausting process, to reach out and to email us and to share your thoughts with the school board. You know, as a board, as a school board, our top priority is our educational program. And the only way that we can ensure a high quality education program within Fort Worth ISD at this time is to ensure that we have as smooth of a transition as possible. Requesting a 4-week waiver does not mean that no one comes back to school for 4 weeks. Requesting a 4-week waiver means that we are giving Fort Worth ISD administration time and flexibility to take the plan that they have presented over the last 2 weeks, and they have done an amazing job tonight explaining their plan, answering questions, clarifying things, and I'm so appreciative of that. But these things take time to get right. You can only plan so much. The magic is in the implementation. And when so many things are out of your control, you take as much of the variables that you can control and you hold them tight. And this 4 weeks is one of those variables that we can control. And so I am supporting the waiver to go back for 4 weeks, or to request 4 additional weeks. That does not mean that choice will not happen within those 4 weeks. Everyone heard the presentation tonight. Children will be back in school on October 5th, just not all children. The highest need students will come back on October 5th, or even sooner, and perhaps. If the rollout works, maybe they can even shorten the time frame. There is no reason why we should not be using every tool that we have available to us. And I also would like to say that I really am opposed to the way that outside politics has become involved in this situation, and I believe that it is highly inappropriate for the mayor to insert herself in her decisions. We are an independent school district. That means that we are completely independent of the city or any other government entities locally. For the 7 years that I have served on this board, I have yet to see the city of Fort Worth work with Fort Worth ISD and with our Fort Worth School Board in a collaborative way. And the last 24 hours, or I'll even go back and say 48 hours, have been straight vitriol. And this is not the way that we are going to unite our city. And this is not the example that we need to be setting for kids. And it is 3:30 in the morning, and we are sitting here having discussions, great discussions. I am not upset about the time that it is. But the fact that there have been so many outside influences that have gone into this decision and that are influencing the outcomes for tonight is what we have been trying to protect as a board, and that we've been doing so good. We have been doing so good, and the politics have been, they've not been in this boardroom. We had a little hiccup a couple of weeks ago. That wasn't a big deal. but we need to be making decisions based on the information that we have at our disposal and that we as board members have access to, not what the mayor or the chamber or United Way or any of the other entities who decided to sign on to a letter accusing us as board members of making bad decisions and not acting in the best interest of children and putting economic interests ahead of the education program here in Fort Worth ISD. And you know, whether this passes or not, I'm glad that we spent the time and that we had the dialogue, and I'm not upset with anybody on this board. I know that everyone is here, and you would not be here right now spending this time if you were not passionate and we didn't all have the same goal in mind. I just want, I can't end tonight without saying that I am very concerned about these outside interests slipping into our boardroom. And so with that, I will yield back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Trustee Paz. You know, my message is still the same, and it's going to stay consistent. I don't think I've always had the emotional intelligence with this topic. It's one that it's a moving target, and for anyone to presume, and I've heard commentaries, but I have not seen large urban districts be able to control a worldwide pandemic. And so I'm a student of patterns. And I think that a pattern that's going to emerge here is young people are going to get sick, adults in our community are going to get sick. And I've been pretty clear, I don't want to be a part of that. TEA and the state has not given us the option to go beyond the time frame that we've been given. So in my mindset, I prefer to take the time and let administrative team do their work. And as we're here to almost about 3:30 in the morning, reality is I'll be able to sleep tomorrow, and the administrators in front of me are going to be right back at work first thing in the morning. And what we've done here is we've brought our multiple perspectives. I reflect on our agreements, and I think about how we're probably going to revisit our agreements as a board. But we specifically agreed and we understood that conflict is the DNA of leadership. And we will come back together, we will regroup, regardless of how this turns out, and know that multiple perspectives is still at the table. So my message hasn't changed. It's just, I don't want to sound like a fortune teller, but this one isn't that hard to predict. For me, that's a nice statement. So we'll move to vote, my friends. Gonna call on each trustee and see if it's a yes, no, or abstaining. We'll start with Trustee Jackson.
Please, after all the speakers, for the viewing audience, can we please repeat the motion and clarify what a yes and a no is?
Absolutely. So the motion that's on the floor is the one that's actually on the agenda, which is to approve the additional 4 weeks as allowed by Texas Education Agency guidelines, thereby extending virtual learning through October 30th while gradually increasing and staggering in-person learning on campuses. And so yes would be to vote for the waiver with the understanding that the staff would be able to dictate what that staggering looks like. So are we clear on that, Trustee Jackson?
Very, very much so. Thank you, President Ramos. My vote would be no.
Trustee Phillips?
Yes.
Trustee Brookins?
No.
Trustee Evans?
No.
Trustee Dar?
No.
Trustee Robbins?
No.
Trustee Luevanos?
No.
Trustee Paz?
Yes.
And I am President Ramos, and I vote yes. The motion fails. 3, 4, and 6 against. So now we have an opportunity either for a new motion or both motions died, and that's where they lay. That's where they stay.
I have a new motion to make. I move to authorize administration to extend back to school transition process by an additional 2 weeks as allowed by Texas Education Agency guidelines, thereby extending virtual learning through October 16, while gradually increasing and staggering in-person learning on campus.
So we have a motion by trustee Dar for, in essence, the same language with the exception of 2 weeks. Do we have a second?
Okay.
Do we have a second by trustee Luevanos? We'll go through discussion. Trustee Jackson, any discussion?
2 is better than 4. I will continue to caution everybody on this board that the longer we keep kids out and the closer we get to respiratory season, the less accurate our predictors of COVID-like illness or CLI and influenza-like illness, ILI, are for us. And we need to know if our sanitation protocols are working in these buildings, and we need to know if the pods and patterns of children are working. And the more time they have between children entering the building and then a possible or potential outbreak of illness, the better off we are. I would have a different opinion if this were August, but because we're where we are, I'm concerned.
Thank you, trustee Jackson. Trustee Phillips, any discussion?
Yes, thank you, President Ramos. I simply ask, we have an echo. Trustee Evans, you mind muting, please? Thank you. I was hearing some feedback. Yeah, I simply ask my colleagues to stop attempting to politicize this. It's like this proceeding was going to be hijacked no matter what. Because it's so disingenuous to say I'm voting no on the one because I support choice. That's inferring that your colleagues don't support choice. The only people that have a choice here is TEA. The Texas Education Agency has a choice whether or not parents, whether our students go back, whether or not teachers go back. We're not voting on that tonight. What we're voting on is, are we applying for a waiver for the amount of time for the staff to implement the plan that they have lined out for whatever amount of weeks that we say for them to be able to line it out. And they told us directly, if you give us 1 week, this is what we're going to do. 2 weeks is what we're going to do. 4 weeks is what we're going to do. You saying that, I support choice. Everybody up here has to support choice because we ain't got no choice but to have choice. In-person learning has to happen within this next 4 weeks. And it's so disingenuous to get some grandstandy, politicized answer talking about why I'm voting no to the other thing, as if any of the rest of us had a choice. When I'm out here in the public, I'm always out here singing your praises, all of you, all 9 of you, the team of 10 when Dr. Scribner is here. And I'm talking about how good of people we have and how good of connection we have and how we're fighting for students. And every time we get in this boardroom lately, y'all been proving me wrong. And I got to go out there and defend you again because you do bull like you were doing tonight. Stop trying to politicize something when y'all know that's not what we were voting for tonight. So you can go out there and look good and say you voted for choice. You ain't vote for choice because ain't nobody got no choice. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Phillips. Trustee Brookins.
I just want to make sure that we stay focused on what we're supposed to be voting on. And the longer we stay out, the kids who don't have adequate laptops and hotspots are getting further and further behind. So I want them back in school, but the ones who have decided to continue learning virtually, we need to make sure those are taken care of. We need to make sure that they have the equipment that they need to continue to learn.
Thank you, trustee Brookins. Trustee Evans.
No comment.
Trustee Dar.
This is probably, and I think it was already said, the most important decision that we're going to make as a board, because it doesn't just, I'd much rather be making decisions about student outcomes and late school buses and curriculum and things like that, because that's what we signed up for. This is not what we signed up for. But here it is, it's in our lap, and we're having to make decisions about things that that have the potential to drastically affect people's lives. And I'm not just talking about childcare and things like that. I mean, drastically affect people's lives. because there are many in our Fort Worth ISD community who are one hospital visit away from financial ruin, or they are one hospital trip away from losing their home. And this is a big, big decision. For every decision we make, the students have to come first. That's why we're here. I represent District 6. I serve every student in Fort Worth ISD. That is my job as a trustee. So we've got to focus and prioritize the safety and the safety of students and of staff. We also need to get kids back in the classroom. I totally believe that. That's where they belong. Kids need to be learning in a classroom if that is where they desire to learn this year. They do have choice. I like this plan because it prioritizes the most vulnerable populations. Those kids who aren't learning, who haven't connected, who don't have computers, who don't have internet, this plan prioritizes those kids and allows them to come in first and get some individualized or small group instruction to try to help get them caught up because they've missed the last 4 weeks of learning or wherever it is that they are, and the special needs kids and our very, very youngest children. And I want to open up Fort Worth ISD schools, and I want them to stay open. And I think if we do it too fast, it's like turning on a fire hose instead of a garden hose. And so that is why I support this plan. That is why I don't want to see it go for a full 4 weeks. I do think that we can do this in 2 weeks and we can do it right, because I do trust the plan that our administrators have created and are ready to implement. Thank you.
Next, we have Trustee Robbins. Any discussion?
Thank you, President Ramos. I prefer to get our students back in school as soon as possible. Now that we have a better way to handle our high school students, I'm in favor of us doing that as soon as possible. Our staff indicated they could do that in our original time frame, so I'd prefer that we move ahead as fast as possible. I don't think delaying by 2 weeks, 4 weeks is going to help anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Robbins. Trustee Luevanos?
No discussion.
Trustee Paz?
Yes. So I want to, again, make it clear, any children who do not currently have access to technology or the internet, regardless of however long this waiver is, on day one, Fort Worth ISD has to provide them a space in a classroom. So that is not a part of this discussion. That's happening regardless. We have no, again, like you said, we have no say in that matter. TEA has already decided that for us. TEA has decided a lot of things for us, and including the, like Trustee Dar said, the fact that we're here in the first place. We are not qualified to make these decisions. And I have no problem saying that, because we are not public health experts. I'm not happy with 2 weeks. I'm going to approve it because 2 weeks is better than no weeks. I really implore my colleagues to we've got to do better, and anyone, and I'm not talking to my colleagues now. I'm turning this out and talking to the other people who might still be on it. We still have 74 people watching right now. Anyone over the last month who has said that they had concerns about low-income students or whatever students are in whatever situations that where they are marginalized and where they are at risk. This is the time that I'm going to remind you that the narrative up until COVID hit was that public education is here to serve education and that schools are not expected to cure all of society's ills. Schools are not babysitters. Schools are not social programs. Schools are not this, schools are not that. Until now, schools are those things. And we need support. We cannot do this by ourselves, and schools have never expected to do it by ourselves. We need support. We're not getting the funding. We're not getting the city of Fort Worth closed down too late and opened back up too soon. And now Fort Worth ISD is going to be the scapegoat when people die because of bad decisions that were made at the city level and have continued to be made at the city level. Fort Worth ISD has been talking about race for the last 7 years. We have been talking about systemic racism for the last 7 years. We've been trying to work on systemic racism for the last 7 years. It should be no surprise to anyone that the biggest issue that has come before this board in the last 100 years would include a conversation about how systemic racism these decisions. Yet anyone who mentions the fact that racism influences all of this is, like you said, being disingenuous. It is not being divisive. It is being consistent with what we have been doing for the last almost decade. And so I'm going to vote for 2 weeks. I'm clearly not happy that it's only 2 weeks. I think that we need more time, and that we need to. I don't think we need a garden hose. I think we need a soaker hose. But we can agree to disagree on that one. But now is the time. I think this is a good compromise. I'm not a fan of the word compromise. I prefer to do more collaboration. That's what I was taught in my negotiation class. Is compromise is a bad word. But time for everyone who signed on to Fort Worth ISD and to the school board to step up and help us serve these kids, and to help us with the PPE, and help us with the devices, and with taking care of the teachers that we are expecting to be back in the classroom and to put their lives on the line. When they decided to become teachers, they were not deciding to become frontline emergency employees. But that's the reality of the situation. So this is where we are, and I hope that we can get this through and just be done with it and let staff do their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Paz. I'm going to simply say two's better than none in my book as well. And while it's not the motion that is my preferred, I've already voted for my preferred motion. I will support this one. We will move to vote, my friends. We're going to begin with District 2 Trustee Toby Jackson. Yes, no, or abstain?
No.
District 3 Trustee Quentin Phillips.
Yes.
District 4 Trustee Daphne Brookins.
No.
District 5 Trustee CJ Evans.
No.
District 6 Trustee Andar.
Yes.
District 7 Trustee Norman Robbins.
No.
District 8 Trustee Ana Luevanos. District 9 Trustee Ashley Paz.
Yes.
And I'm District 1 Trustee Jacinto Ramos Jr., and I vote yes. The motion passes 5-4 and 0 against. We'll now move on to, and again, I'll say letter K will no longer be needed tonight. So we'll move on to comments by trustees and superintendents. I will call on each person to see if you have any closing comments based on current district activities or announcements specifically. District 2 Trustee Toby Jackson.
No comments. Thank you for the opportunity.
Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Ramos. To the staff, you all are amazing. Thank you. I'm sorry that this has gone so late into the night. I'm sorry that everyone's going to expect you to get up and smile on the morning. It is absolutely not fair. But thank you for being exactly who consistently you told me you are the entire time I've known you. Excellent professionals to do your job very best. You're some of the best in the world at what you do. And thank you for sacrificing everything you did to get this together, to be here tonight, and to move forward, trying to make this district as safe as possible for all these young people that we're about to. You guys deserve awards, raises, bonuses, whatever I can give you. I don't know, but I'm just thankful. I appreciate each and every one of them.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee Brookins.
I just wanted to say also thank you to the staff. I think they came up with a great plan. I think we are moving in the right direction. And I believe that they actually had it ready to go and could have started immediately. But with these extra 2 weeks, we expect to see great things, and I know we will because y'all are a great team. For our students who will be attending in person, we want to make sure that they have all of the plenty of PPE for the staff, the students, and for the teachers. For the adults that are going to be in the building, I just would like to request that they lead by example and they wear their mask and social distance, and they take this virus serious and to help us protect our kids. Because if they don't lead by example, then how can we expect the kids to do what they need to do that's right? And then last but not least, instead of tearing each other down, I feel like we need to work together and support each other. Our children need us and our support, and we need them because they're our future leaders. So we need to make sure we do everything that we can to make sure that they are safe and we provide everything that they need to be successful. Thank you.
Trustee Evans. Okay, her computer died and she has no comments. Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Ramos. Again, thank you to the staff. You've worked very, very hard this week. Your job is still ongoing, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate your tenacity and your complete and utter dedication to the students of Fort Worth ISD. It is admirable, and it is worthy of praise. And I also know that my decision to pursue this 2-week option was not popular with some, many of whom I call my friends, who I worship with, who I stand on the side of soccer fields with or baseball fields. Please know that I respect your right to have your opinion, and I have mine, and this is what I feel is best for students and best for Fort Worth ISD, and so I appreciate your understanding, but I also appreciate your point of view to have a different point of view than mine. We are all in this together to make Fort Worth ISD better, so let's do it. And we can put the plan in place, and we can have 2 weeks, or we can have a rollout, or we can make all kinds of documents that are 42 pages long. But unless the community gets on board and does what they need to be doing, it's not going to work in our schools. And we want it to work. And I want these kids to be in school. I want them to be learning, and I want them to be learning how to be successful. And let's make it happen as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Robbins.
No comment.
Trustee Luevanos.
Thank you, President Ramos. Yes, I would like to thank the staff for the hard work that you have done not since last week, but since March, since it started. You have worked so hard. During the summer, you were here working to roll out a plan, and I want to thank you. I want to thank the parents of Forward IZ that reached out to us, and I'm hoping that we use the next time until we come back to face to face for this people to decide to come back face to face to heal a community. I mean, I see a lot of here on both sides, so I want to encourage everybody, like Trustee Dar said, let's work together for this to work out. We cannot do this alone, so we need the help of others for this to work out. And I encourage you, everybody, to come together and do what's the right thing for our students. Thank you.
Trustee Paz.
I'll make my comments briefly because my 7th grader just woke up for the day. So, Karen and staff, I would like to echo what was said earlier. You guys have been amazing. And I know that this has been the hardest on you all. And I appreciate everything that you've done. And I have so much admiration for you for bringing this conversation back up, because I know that it was killing you to not. And I think that you have a heart of gold, and it's not always popular to do what you feel in your heart and in your gut is the right thing. And just know that you have my ultimate admiration. So thank you. Even though we didn't come out completely 100% agreeing, I still love you and am thankful for you and everyone else that is on this board with me.
Okay. I have no closing comments. We are just shy of 11 hours, probably a record for this school board. I jokingly said my friends in Miami had gone probably 24 hours, and that's not a joke. I didn't think we'd get close to it, but this is what we do. So with that, my friends, the time is 3:54 a.m. Our meeting is adjourned.